Good afternoon, and welcome to the afternoon session of the Landmarks Preservation Commission's public hearing and public meeting of December 9th, 2025. We're going to resume with the public hearing number 8, and I will turn it over to our Director of Preservation, Corey Harala.
Thank you, Vice Chair Master. Public hearing item number 8, LPC 26-02776. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1217, Lot 1, 165 West 86th Street, the West Park Presbyterian Church, individual landmark. This is a Romanesque revival-style church complex designed by Henry Franklin Kilburn, built in 1889 to 90, which incorporated an existing chapel designed by Leopold Eidlitz and built in 1883 to 85. The application is to demolish the building pursuant to Section 25-309B2 on the grounds of hardship. Turn it back to Vice Chair Master.
Okay. Now, before we begin the presentation and the public testimony, I'd like to say a few words about the process. This is a complicated and important application that likely will take some time to complete. Today, we will have a presentation from the applicant in support of their application to demolish the church building on grounds of hardship. We will then take testimony from the public. Over 100 people have signed up to speak. In order to ensure that everybody has the opportunity to share their views, each speaker will be given 2 minutes to testify. Longer testimony can be submitted through the testimony portal on the LPC website or handed to a staff member who will place it into the record. All testimony is made available to the commissioners. Those physically present in the hearing room will testify first. I'll call 3 people up to the podium at the same time so that when you hear your name, please go to the podium as quickly as you can. Please start your testimony by stating your name for the record. After we have finished hearing from those in the room, we will then turn to hearing from our remote participants. So for those participating remotely, if you want to testify, you should raise your hand. When you hear your name called by LPC staff, you should unmute yourself, put on your camera if you wish, and immediately state your name and begin your testimony. After we have finished the testimony, we will close the public hearing, and that will end the proceedings for today. This will allow the applicant and the commissioners time to consider what has been presented and the public testimony. The application will be brought back in early 2026 to a public meeting where the applicant will respond to the public testimony and the commissioners will ask further questions and comment on the application. If additional fact-finding is necessary, the commission will hold additional public meetings. So I know that many people, both for and against this application, have strong feelings about it, but I'm just asking you today to be civil and respectful. Finally, I'd like to turn it over to our general counsel to say a few more words about the testimony.
Thank you, Vice Chair Master. Just to reiterate a few things and emphasize a few things. This is a hardship application. Really? This is a hardship application, as you'll hear, and has specific statutory requirements. It is not an appropriateness application, the type of application that we routinely review every week and which many of you may be very familiar. The most helpful and relevant testimony you can provide is about whether the applicant has satisfied the statutory criteria. Testimony about the good works of the church or about the importance of arts to the Upper West Side or how much you appreciate the historic building isn't that relevant to the Commission's ultimate resolution of this matter. I would also like to emphasize that repeating the same testimony over and over isn't an effective strategy. If you don't have anything new to add, it's far more effective and respectful of the Commissioner's time to simply state your position and say you agree with what's already been said. As Vice Chair Master said, we have a lot of people signed up and we want to hear from everyone. We will enforce the 2-minute time period firmly but respectfully. Finally, again, we know people have strong feelings, but please respect each other, and anyone who's disruptive of the proceedings will be escorted out because we need to make sure everyone has a chance to be heard. And with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant to begin their presentation.
Just on the, can you here's the, is this the clicker? Can you show this to me? Just so, sure. I'll just go there. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Valerie Campbell. I'm a partner in the Land Use Department at HSF Kramer. We are Land Use Counsel to the Church and the West Park Administrative Commission. Other members of the applicant team are listed on this slide. The application before this commission, as Mark said, is not typical. The commission is not determining whether the proposed demolition and new building is appropriate. Instead, the commission must determine whether the church has satisfied the extraordinarily rigorous standards set forth in Section 25309, subsection 2 of the Landmarks Law for the issuance of a notice to proceed with demolition on the grounds of financial hardship. Specifically, the church must meet the statutory standards applicable to not-for-profits that, one, own a landmark property that no longer supports the purposes of the not-for-profit, and two, have a contract to sell the property to a purchaser that is contingent on demolition approval. The availability of the hardship application is a necessary and constitutionally required component of the Landmarks Law, but it is rare. Since its establishment in 1965, the Landmarks Commission has only considered approximately 19 hardship applications. Our presentation today summarizes how the church has met the standards for a hardship application. However, we would urge the Commission to review the application statements and the underlying reports and financial analysis that have been submitted to the Commission. We are confident in our assumptions and analysis and welcome your scrutiny. To summarize the requirements of Section 25309, subsection A, a not-for-profit applicant must show that it is exempt from real estate taxation and that it has entered into a contract to sell the property, which is contingent on the issuance of a notice to proceed with demolition. The applicant must also show that the property would not be capable of earning a reasonable return, as such term is defined in the Landmarks Law. This definition is a return of 6% calculated on the assessed value of the landmark. The not-for-profit applicant must also show that the property has ceased to be suitable for its purposes. And finally, the prospective purchaser must show that it intends to demolish the building and construct a new building with reasonable promptness. We thank the Commission in advance for its time and consideration, and we look forward to responding to your questions. However, before I turn the presentation over to a member of the West Park congregation, Don France, I would like to briefly just locate the church and discuss the basis for its designation. The church is located at the northeast corner of 86th and Amsterdam. It is outside of the historic district and opposite another individual landmark. One of the things that the church investigated when it was designated, and again as the result of the expanded transfer opportunities established under the City of Yes zoning amendments, was the possibility of transferring development rights. But there are no feasible receiving sites since the church is largely surrounded by developed residential buildings, many of which are located in the historic district. This analysis of the transfer opportunities is included with the application materials. West Park looks like a single building, but it's actually two buildings: an earlier chapel built in 1885, designed by Leopold Edlitz, which is shown on the right, and the main sanctuary and the unifying facade, designed by Henry Kilbourne and constructed in 1889. The church was designated by the Commission in 2010, and the church opposed designation at that time. Here is an early photo of the church in a more recent shot. The sidewalk bridge has been up for more than 20 years in order to protect pedestrians from the deteriorating facade. Don France will now describe why this application is critical to the survival of the West Park congregation and its mission.
Hello, I'm Don France, an elder at West Park Presbyterian Church, a founding board member and a current dissenting board member of the Center at West Park, and a 40-year veteran on Broadway, off-Broadway, nonprofit theater production and management. 140 years, the West Park Church has stood steadfast to our congregation's faith and the multi-denominational front lines of social justice. Throughout the 20th century, we supported communities battling discrimination, poverty, illness, isolation, even going back as far as the early Chinese immigrants. In the last 40 years, we were activists with campaigns and programs focused on AIDS, marriage inequality, nuclear reduction, wage income gap, among others. Social justice has always been central to our thoughts, in addition to our congregational activities for family, the arts, children, the elderly, and pastoral care for all. Today, we're apparently at the end of our 140-year-old rope without your assistance. The building that sheltered our mission is now suffocating it. Despite our passions, we cannot serve the city because all of our resources are dedicated to a building that reached the end of its lifespan and will eventually endanger those we serve. Our session had to shift from the focus of worship and mission to the daily crisis management of the building. To keep the church operational, we terminated the full-time pastor, staff, and relied on volunteers. And then we hatched the idea of the creation of the center. Nothing has been able to overcome the burden, however, of the sandstone. Because of the stressful process, we have lost the majority of our congregation. Your approval of the hardship application will allow us to redirect our full energy in a new place on a new mission for the church. It would create a safe, modern 10,000 square foot space that you'll hear about for worship and community programs on the Upper West Side. It would establish a $3 million social justice fund to serve countless New Yorker residents who rely on faith-based institutions when so many social programs are under attack. It would be the largest gift in history to the New York Presbytery. Without the approval, it will guarantee the demise of this legendary congregation and the extension of a sidewalk shed as the building falls into further decline. You will hear from opponents and celebrities and the center's consultants who claim that the crisis is purposely self-imposed. This is a fabrication, and I can assure you we've explored every path to preserve the building and the mission together. Driven by our own emotions for the building, it's our home. It has been our home. We treat it like our home. And the emotions got the best of us, I believe, in retrospect. Beginning in 2008, we trimmed the staff, sold the church's manse in order to invest about $400,000 into the renovation of the building, with a goal of creating a new ancillary income from rentals. We established a really good track record of rentals, resident companies, and operations. Matt Damon joined us, Noche, Russian Arts, many others. At that time, we had various potential renters and buyers, actually, that came in upon examination of the building. They all walked away. Our last big step was to create a nonprofit center to engage a professional team to manage the building, the rentals, and build a viable nonprofit organization. Instead of collaborating with the church, they gradually focused on a hostile takeover of the center's board in an Oedipus Rex scenario where the child kills the parent. The center claims that they tomorrow can save the building for a fraction of the cost that the restoration experts have calculated. For nearly 8 years, the center occupied and managed the building that was given to them loaded with tenants in every room. The church charged no more than $2,700 per month in rent, the token amount, so that all of the tenant revenues could, number one, support their staff, number two, transform into a sustainable dual-purpose space for worship and cultural events that would attract the community to both purposes. Number three, in that success, build the required restoration fund. Even with nearly rent-free, the Center at West Park's board of directors and management could not offer a single dollar dedicated to a restoration fund for the church. Now the center has a more appropriate home at a nearby church with speakers, vintage movies, seminars, and sublets, mostly taking advantage of another pulpit to throw stones at the rightful owners of West Park. The center promoted cheap space and free events to support the arts. They were seduced into producing their own creative programming, which led to deficits. Just the opposite of the original strategy and the reason we established the center. While our rentals have funded improvements to the space, it continues to be far behind other comparable venues in the city of 500 seats. In heating, cooling, bathrooms, internal acoustics, external soundproofing, electrical distribution, safety, security, accessibility, and the light control from the outside, all are less than other potentials available. Actors Equity Association politely has not enforced the minimum standards required by the union to allow professional actors in the productions. I personally have pitched producers and directors on the space, walked them through, sold them as best as I could, but in the end, the best money went to other venues. While everyone, including the celebrities, praised the idiosyncratic nostalgia of the old weathered building, that praise will not raise the rental rates to a sustainable level. As someone with 50 years in the arts and entertainment industry, I can say unequivocally, the building cannot sustain a cultural institution without gutting the interior and raising nearly $90 million for the acquisition, and then the renovation, and then an endowment to allow ongoing productions like any arts organization in New York. How did the church's session, how did we go wrong? Again, emotional attachment to the building, as many are here today. We mistakenly thought we could emulate churches like Actors Temple, St. Luke's, St. Clement's, and we consulted with them. But those buildings are much smaller and in the end, far better condition and located in enviable theater districts, which bring in commercial producers to pay higher rates. The center's leadership prioritized on programming quantity over preservation. They forbid discussion of any development of the real estate because of the internal conflict of interest between the organization's long-term stability and the property values of the board member and donors in the neighboring building. Another founding member who helped start the center was Pat O'Connell of Bricks and Mortars. In 2021, he realized there was no sincere intent to raise restoration funds, and too appalled at the bad faith displayed when CFO Mitch Shamrock announced his strategy to pay the church $1 for the building. That night, he resigned. On the other hand, I remained on the center board to be an active voice against their reprehensible, illegal attempt to hijack the building. Commissioners West Park tried everything, including the sale of the church house, part of the building, in 2010. At that time, the same Mitch and the residents of 87th Street, with no interest in performing arts whatsoever, lobbied politicians against the pastor's plan, resulting in your landmark status. At that time, he created a nonprofit, Friends of West Park, to pay for the cost to save the windows through a tax-deductible entity, same as today. In 15 years, the center did prove that while rentals could bring in some revenue, it was not enough. Only after the failure of the center, the congregation asked the presbytery to bring together professionals to tell us, without emotion, truly, what is the condition of the building? What can we possibly do to save it? You'll hear from those professionals next. It could take years to find a buyer willing to spend the tens of millions of dollars on the renovation of a landmark, which is restricted by the potential development. It is more likely that the property will eventually be sold for pennies to a buyer who will come back to you seeking relief from the inevitable public safety crisis. In that scenario, the value that rightfully belongs to the West Park congregation and our mission, the potential to serve New Yorkers in need, the ability for the congregation to continue on the Upper West Side, will vanish forever. I thank you for your time. very much. I appreciate your consideration. Roger Leaf will now take you through the specifics of those professionals.
Good afternoon. I am Roger Leaf, speaking on behalf of the West Park Administrative Commission. The focus of our presentation today is on whether the application that West Park submitted to the Landmarks Commission meets the statutory requirements for a hardship, which would allow for the sale of the Landmark Church to Alchemy Properties and the demolition of the building. In her introduction, Val Campbell laid out 5 criteria which must be met to grant a hardship. 3 are factual determinations that are not in dispute. Only 2 must be proven. They are the focus of our presentation today. They are, first, whether the building is capable of earning a reasonable return if it were owned by someone other than the church, and also whether the building is suitable for the mission of the church as the owner of the building. In our presentation, we will show that based on the very specific criteria set forth in the statute, if the building were sold to a new owner, not only would it be incapable of earning a reasonable return, it would not even be capable of generating a positive return. This very technical calculation was previously confirmed in 2023 by an analysis undertaken by an independent team of experts engaged by the Landmarks Commission. We will also show that the condition of the building is such that it is no longer suitable or appropriate for the church's mission as the owner. The cost to maintain the building for use by the church is in the tens of millions of dollars. Building repairs have already consumed all of the struggling corporation's resources, and in 2020, the congregation voted to sell the building to avoid being driven into bankruptcy. We believe that we can demonstrate that we meet both of these criteria under the Landmarks statute. The Landmarks Commission should make a determination of a hardship. I would first like to clarify the role of the Presbytery of New York City in the submission of this hardship application. The Presbytery is a community of 88 Presbyterian churches and 10 worshiping communities in the 5 boroughs of New York City. It is one of 19 presbyteries that make up the Presbyterian Synod of the Northeast and one of the most diverse presbyteries in the country. The Presbytery of New York City has no ownership interest in West Park. All Presbyterian churches are owned by their congregations, which are solely responsible for their upkeep. In fact, the Presbytery has almost no funds to assist churches for maintenance issues. It has only a small fund for this purpose, with an annual budget of about $100,000 for all 88 churches. While the Presbytery must approve all church property sales, any decision to sell the property can only be made by a vote of the congregation. In the case of West Park, the church's leadership and congregation unanimously voted for the sale of the building to Alchemy in March of 2022, and the Presbytery approved the sale by a vote of 91-3. The statute is clear that suitability relates to the purpose to which the church is the owner and to which it has been devoted over its 140-year history. It has a long tradition of social activism that goes back to advocating for Chinese immigrants in the late 19th century. The church was especially active in the 1980s in the anti-war movement, programs to combat housing and food insecurity, and to support the gay community on the Upper West Side. It is the site of the first Kitchen of God's Love We Deliver, and it advocated for programs for seniors. While it has rented space to generate revenue to support its operations and pay for building repairs, being a landlord has never been a part of the church's mission, which has always been focused on community outreach. The West Park Presbyterian Church Social Justice Fund will carry this tradition forward to underserved communities across the city. In the 1980s, West Park had a membership of nearly 250 members, and it's active in a wide range of social justice issues. Since then, the building, particularly its facade, began to develop serious maintenance issues. Caring for the building began to take precedence over the mission of the church, and as a result, the membership began to decline. By 2000, the congregation could no longer keep up with building maintenance costs. The situation was only made worse when the church was landmarked in 2010, foreclosing the opportunity to alter the outside of the building. All of the church's other assets were sold to pay for the cost of repairs, and by 2017, it no longer had the funds even to pay its pastor. In 2020, the congregation felt it had no choice but to vote to sell the building. Since then, it hasn't even had the resources to pay for all of the operating expenses, and has had to rely on loans from the presbytery to pay for insurance and other expenses. In 2021, the building had deteriorated to the point where it had to be closed for emergency repairs. A key issue regarding suitability is the financial impact of addressing the building's condition issues. Even before landmarking, there had been multiple studies to assess the condition of the building and whether the unaffordable cost of repairs. In the year 2000, the sidewalk shed had to be erected around the church to protect pedestrians from falling shards of loose sandstone. When the church was landmarked in 2010, over the objections of the congregation, the building was empty and in disrepair with no heat or running water. The sidewalk shed had been up for over a decade, and the congregation had almost no financial resources to maintain the building. A year later, the Landmarks Conservancy commissioned a study by preservation professionals that included Donald Friedman of Old Structures that concluded that it would cost $14.6 million just to restore the church's facade. Adjusting for inflation, that would be the equivalent of $26 million today, without taking into account the continued deterioration of the sandstone facade. In the last 3 years, the church has received 10 DOB violations related to the facade that would take millions of dollars to cure. In June of this year, the church had less than $600 in the bank and was hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. In 2021, when the West Park Administrative Commission was first established to work with the congregation to sell the building, one of its first steps was to find a developer with experience working on landmark buildings. Alchemy was the clear choice because of its track record with award-winning work on the restoration of such iconic structures as the Woolworth Building. They assembled a team of experts that worked with the church with the goal of developing a plan to retain and restore as much of the building as possible. We worked with the team for months, analyzing the condition of the building and its potential for restoration, and concluded that the condition issues were such that there simply wasn't a cost-effective way to save even part of the building. Reluctantly, we came to the conclusion that the only solution was to replace the entire building with a new structure. I'd now like to turn it over the presentation to Richard Lefevre, who will discuss his company's analysis of the condition of the church's facade.
Thank you, Roger. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Rick Lefevre. I'm the president of Facade MD Engineering, a professional firm that analyzes exterior wall conditions and designs repairs. I'm licensed in 10 jurisdictions and have been providing these services in New York City and the eastern half of the United States for nearly 40 years. Among the New York City landmark structures I've worked on are the Woolworth Building, 90 West Street, which was heavily damaged by the September 11th attack, several Midtown theaters, structures at Columbia University, and many others. For the past 2 decades, when visiting other projects in the area, I noted this building with the sidewalk shed protection and was curious and frankly excited to become involved when contacted in October 2021 by a longtime client to examine the exterior walls and provide a professional opinion regarding the condition of the exterior and leading to a scope of repairs. As noted earlier, the building is clad in 2 types of red sandstone, the majority of the walls being Long Meadow brownstone from Massachusetts with an uneven rusticated surface, and finer grained Lake Superior redstone from Michigan at the more detailed areas such as window surrounds and sills, and projecting elements and ornamentation. As I'm sure you're aware, sandstone is a sedimentary stone composed of bedding layers of materials deposited over time and fused together. This formation results in bedded layers of grainy material. As the various layers have different porosities, it's easier to cut sedimentary stones along their bedded layers, and construction practices often result in sandstone cladding being installed with the bedding layers oriented vertically. The natural porosity of the sandstone allows water penetration, which, with volume expansion upon freezing, cracks and pulverizes the surrounding stone material, leading to even greater water penetration and damage. Although surface degradation is visually evident at many locations, established building investigation protocols and hour-long experience indicated that close-range examination of the sandstone was imperative. We also recommended investigative probe openings and non-destructive testing to provide additional information on the current condition of the stone cladding. In November 2021, we requested and obtained close-range access to the street-facing exterior walls by boom lift, and were able to sound the exterior wall surfaces by gently tapping with a plastic-headed mallet and listening for dull, hollow returns, indicating deterioration or separation of layers in the sedimentary stone. Our initial boom lift examination identified heavy surface spalling of stone, separation of cementitious patching mortar from previous repair projects, loose and partially separated flashing and shingles at roofs, and deteriorating window glazing and surrounding stone. Of greatest concern was severe cracking and displacement of the sandstone pinnacle atop the gable of the chapel building located at the east end of the 86th Street frontage. Unfortunately, that pinnacle is, this photo would show the pinnacle if the photo continued to the right. I apologize. But at the top of the gable in the center of this photograph is an almost identical pinnacle. We deemed this pinnacle in immediate danger of falling and coordinated removal of the approximately 200-pound ornament. We recommended a series of 4 investigative probes, removing stones at selected areas to determine underlying conditions, and removal of the Lexan panel covering the exterior side of windows at 2 additional locations. We also contracted for infrared or thermal testing, surface penetrating radar, examination into other areas of the walls, including using a borescope, and surveys for supporting anchors using metal detectors. These investigative procedures discovered voids within the stone wall and poor connections between the stone cladding and the remainder of the wall. Our investigation discovered serious surface degradation of ornamental detailing at all levels of the street-facing elevations. We also noted dull and hollow returns from several locations when sounding the rusticated long meadow brownstone, comprising the majority of the stone surface. Areas of particular concern are circled in red. We were able to remove large fragments of crumbling sandstone by hand at both the rusticated long meadow brownstone and the ornamental Lake Superior redstone. The large fragments separating from the wall confirmed the vertical orientation of bedded layers in the sedimentary stone material. This suggests that when the stone material degrades, particularly in the rusticated brownstone, large fragments are going to be separating rather than small fragments. Fragments of stone and repair mortar have been found on windowsills, ledges, and the top of the sidewalk shed at each of our multiple site visits. The extent of surface loss in the ornamental detail, plus the failure of cementitious patch repairs performed more than 20 years ago, indicate that more than 50% of the ornamental stone will require repair, stabilization, or replacement. The ornamental stone is the center and left of this slide. Surface cracking and separation at the rusticated stone, combined with the problem areas identified by surface sounding, indicates a large proportion of the rusticated stone, which we estimated 10 to 25%, will also require patching, stabilization, or replacement. The brown stone and rusticated surface is among the details that are shown on the right side of this slide. Loss of stone surface is continuous, as noted by visibly increased deterioration over the 4-year period of our involvement with this building, and the presence of new and additional large fragments on top of the sidewalk shed at each site visit. The discovered fragments include both the original stone and the cementitious patch mortar material. You can see the size of the pieces that we are finding regularly on top of the sidewalk shed. Also increasing is the extent of organic growth in the porous stone surfaces, as indicated by large and growing areas of green staining. The root systems of the organic materials growing in the porous stone provide the same overstress of surrounding sandstone material as frost expansion. This results in surface crumbling and increased water penetration, leading to further deterioration. In summary, there's extensive stone spalling, cracks, mortar deterioration, and deteriorated windows throughout the building. The building is currently unsafe, the subject of multiple DOB violations. The building is clad in a material that's highly susceptible to damage through natural weathering, and therefore requires a very high level of maintenance and monitoring by qualified professionals. Regarding removal of the sidewalk bridge, a number of factors will need to be considered. Repairs will involve removal of loose and degraded stone surfaces down to sound material. Although this is typical methodology, removing the deteriorated material, it also exposes additional underlying stone to weathering and essentially starts the degradation cycle all over again. As pedestrian protection is required during performance of repairs to exterior walls, it really only makes sense to perform the exterior walls in a single project and try to avoid the considerable cost of installing the sidewalk shed multiple times for each repair project phase. In addition, removal of the sidewalk shed will require a professional statement for the Department of Buildings that there are no further unsafe conditions at the exterior walls. As a licensed professional engineer in 10 jurisdictions with nearly 40 years experience in this field, I believe very extensive repairs would be necessary to allow issuing of that statement. The great consideration at this will be the interval between repair projects, because as I said, each repair project will, by removing unsound material, will expose additional red sandstone to weathering and start the cycle of deterioration all over again. And the sidewalk shed will need to be reinstalled at considerable cost. I'd like to close by saying, I have built a career trying to save buildings, and I'm personally very saddened by the condition that this building is in. But I believe we have provided you with professional and reasonable information as to the current condition of the building. At this, I would like to turn the presentation over to Mohammed.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you to the members of the commission. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mohammed Rahal. I will be discussing the structural characteristics and issues facing this building. I am a senior associate at Severud Associates. I have over 23 years of experience designing renovations, doing condition surveys around the city and beyond. I performed condition surveys of the church in 2021 and again this year. My surveys covered all parts of the structure, including the crawl space and attic just below and above the sanctuary. Here are some of my key findings. The sandstone veneer, as mentioned by Rick, is crumbling, and a sidewalk bridge must remain in place until those issues are addressed in an appropriate way. In 2021, we found that the gable roof over the round stained glass window facing 86th Street was separated from the exterior brick by 4 inches, as you can see in these photos. And the mezzanine ceiling support joists were completely detached from the wall, creating a stability issue. We quickly added bracing to the wall and closed the gap under an emergency work order issued by the DOB. This work was completed under my personal supervision. Although this bracing alleviated any immediate danger of collapse, it was not a comprehensive solution to the issues facing the church. We soon found out through further site measurements and exterior wall scans that this wall is leaning 12 inches outward at the pinnacle toward 86th Street, relative to the base of the wall of the sidewalk. This magnitude of lean over a height of just 55 feet is excessive. Similarly, we found that the wall on the opposite side of the sanctuary, the north side, is leaning outwards by 4 inches at the top, but only over a height of 20 feet. The roof over the church is composed of a system of wood rafters on wood trusses with steel tension rods. We determined that this roof has slackened and deflected significantly, causing an outward thrust onto the exterior walls. This slackening is due to a normal phenomenon known as creep, which is the tendency for building materials to relax and deform over time under a sustained load. This roof structure is nearly 140 years old, and no tightening or reinforcing has ever been done to it. The signs of the roof deflection are all over for anyone who wishes to see, from pattern cracks all over the plaster finishes in the sanctuary, to triangular gaps between the intersections of wood truss members, to rafters that have shifted off their supports. If you care to inspect the attic, the first thing you will notice is a 1-inch wide continuous through crack, a vertical crack in the brick wall that separates the sanctuary from the chapel, indicating that the north and south sides of the church have separated from each other and moved away from each other at that location. As you can see in this diagram, the roof structure is pocketed into the exterior walls. The exterior walls act as stiff supports that restrain the wood roof from moving down at the outer edges. Therefore, when the roof trusses that you see in the middle there, when that system of trusses want to creep and slacken and move down, the roof structure has no choice but to push exterior walls outwards, which you can see kind of in red in the diagram. Please note that the roof adjacent to the leaning wall is actually like a big dormer, a gable dormer that protrudes from the main roof. However, the valley beams that support this roof also frame into the exterior wall and also have the same exterior thrust effect when the roof structure creeps. Although this type of slackening and movement is not unusual for a large wood gable roof like this, it has created a condition in this building where the brick-bearing wall can be overstressed due to the excessive lean under code-mandated snow and wind loads when you have snow on the roof and you also have wind suction on the outside. So if you look at the diagram on the right side here, you can see that there's almost no compression on the inside face of the wall, and under all these loads, you have a condition where the outside face of the brick wall that supports the sandstone is overstressed when compared with normally acceptable stress levels for historical brick. And this is concerning because that overstress is happening on the outside face of the wall where the crumbling sandstone is. Other deficiencies that we noted throughout the church include large areas of deteriorated mortar joints at the brick bearing walls supporting the bell tower. In 2025, we estimated that about 33% of this bearing wall required pointing, which was an increase from 25% 4 years ago. See photo at the bottom right. The top right photo shows through cracks and other signs of masonry deterioration. and moisture infiltration at the bearing walls, in this case, at the rear of the chapel. Here are some other examples of localized structural deficiencies that you can find scattered throughout the building. The framing of this stair landing needs to be repaired. If you go to the mezzanine of the sanctuary, there are many signs of significant water infiltration, such as can be seen in the bottom right photo. Other deficiencies include cracked or rotted wood members, wood headers that are cracked and split, issues with inadequate floor framing and or decking, some of which are causing excessive bounce at some areas of the sanctuary floor. In consideration of these findings, it is clear that this church is overdue for a major structural rehabilitation, one that hasn't been done yet in its nearly 140-year life. First, we need to address the roof and exterior wall issue. We need to add vertical steel girts going through the church floors, bolted continuously to the leaning walls. The top of these girts need to be tied together with new steel tension rods over the sanctuary ceiling to hold the walls and roof in place so they can be permanently stabilized. Then we need to repair roof members, reinforce connections, seal cracks, add wood shims to all the existing truss panel points, tighten existing steel tension rods. Then we need to go repair the rest of the church, all the localized repairs, make the sanctuary floor safe. And did we mention making the facade safe? Now, I have heard opinions related to this church that fly in the face of reason, that repairing this church is not a big deal, just a few million. We can do it in a few months, they say. I can only imagine why anyone would say that. Either they don't have the experience to anticipate what is involved in the rehabilitation of a structure like this, or maybe they're not aware of what material costs are and what labor costs are nowadays, or what logistics is. Furthermore, I would say that most importantly, they are not treating this project with the care, consideration, and respect that it deserves. A proper repair and rehabilitation program is the only way to ensure the long-term safety of this historic structure. Thank you. Now I'll turn it over to Toby.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioners. I'm Toby Snyder, Design Director at FX Collaborative and Visiting Assistant Professor at Pratt Institute School of Architecture. FX Collaborative was retained by the applicant to study the architectural issues at West Park. I'm going to start with just some of the code issues, of which there are several. Our team retained CCI code consultants to complete a fire protection and life safety report. They, in addition to our other engineers that noted the building is in significant repair, they noted that the building has no automatic sprinkler system. There's an antiquated alarm system, but it lacks audible and visual notifications. The fire exits are in open wooden stair halls. Only some of the spaces have two means of egress, and one of them is to a very confined rear yard space. There is no emergency lighting. In terms of accessibility, they noted none of the entrances are ADA accessible. There are no accessible routes to any other floors in the building, including the sanctuary's balcony. The bathrooms, interior doors, hardware, and railings are all non-compliant. There's a long list of DOB violations that continue to be issued. These are just some from the last 4 years, noting safety concerns, walls that are out of plumb and leaning, spalling stonework, and in their own words, hazardous deteriorating conditions. Now I'm going to take you through some of the costs. So the scopes of work outlined to make these facade and structural repairs and code upgrades were analyzed, and this table shows the conservative cost estimates completed by Leading Builders Group, or LBG. The first column, totaling nearly $30 million, is the cost to bring the building to a state of safety for sustainable use by the church. The other columns show costs for adaptive reuse scenarios for a new owner, which include interior work to bring the building up to code. These cost scenarios are what is used in our reasonable return financial analysis included in our submission and will be later presented. Scenario A is reuse as a commercial space. Scenario B infills the balcony level in the sanctuary with a new floor. And scenario C and D repurpose the building as apartments, which would involve a substantial amount of exterior modifications to punch new residential windows into the facade. It's difficult to estimate how destructive and costly those types of modifications would be on such an ailing structure and facade. So conservative best case scenario estimates were made. You can see these totals range conservatively from $30 to $70 million, but it's important to note they don't include soft costs. They don't include for a number of uncertainties. Despite the fact that much of the evaluations completed by our engineer colleagues were visual, hands-on, and non-invasive, aside from the probes, there remain several unknown conditions within the existing building's walls, roof, and structure, so it's likely that these costs would increase as one delves deeper. We also remind you of the similar costs that the Landmarks Conservancy's 2011 report determined, as Roger Leaf just noted. In 2023, the Landmarks Preservation Commission retained Cumming as a consultant to independently calculate the costs under each scenario. In all the scenarios, LBG's projected costs calculated in 2023 were actually lower than those calculated by Cumming. The 2025 figures on the previous page are updated numbers. Weitzman has been engaged to provide updated numbers as well, but they're not yet available. We also want to note that any change in dominant use or occupancy of the building would require the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, which the building does not have today. Obtaining a certificate of occupancy would necessitate clearing out all outstanding DOB violations, bringing the entire building up to code for non-church use, and addressing all fire, life safety, and accessibility issues that are currently grandfathered. In addition, if the costs of improvements in the church scenario exceed 50% of the cost value of the building, all ADA compliance issues need to be addressed. And if the cost exceeds 60%, the entire building would have to be brought up to code and ADA compliance. While these thresholds would almost certainly be met, these costs are not included in our cost estimate. Now we'll move on to the hardship financial analysis. Adam?
Thank you, Toby, and thank you, members of the commission. My name is Adam Wald from Appraisers and Planners, now part of Stout. I'm joined by my colleague Sharon Locatel. We're a real estate valuation and consulting firm based in Manhattan. Our firm was retained by the applicant to prepare the reasonable return portion of the hardship application. The analysis presented builds on a report our firm prepared in 2023 in connection with the previous submission. In 2023, we found that the property did not achieve a reasonable return under any scenario studied, one of the findings for granting a hardship. All of the findings and conclusions from the 2023 submission were subsequently confirmed by Keith Brennan and his team at Weitzman Associates, the expert valuation and consulting firm hired by LPC to review and rebut our work. The 2025 application builds on the 2023 application. It includes updated construction costs provided by LBG and adds a fourth scenario, the mixed income scenario, that enjoys a new 467M tax abatement. Our conclusions are as follows. Under all four scenarios, a reasonable return is unable to be achieved. I'll now run through the slides addressing the reasonable return financial analysis that detail some of our inputs and conclusions. So the purpose of the economic analysis is to determine whether a reasonable return, as defined, can be achieved following a renovation and restoration of the property. The data and analysis is fixed to the test year, which is 2024-25, and uses the 2025 assessed value of $3.8 million. The reasonable return is defined as a 6% return over this assessed value. The calculation is set forth by both the Landmarks Law and LPC precedent hardship matters. The basic components of the economic analysis are presented on this slide. In summary, we estimated market rent for the subject property under all four scenarios. We estimated operating expenses. We then incorporate the previously referenced renovation and restoration cost estimates into the analysis as an annualized expense per LPC statute and precedent matters such as the Kiska matter at 351 Central Park West and the Stall York matter at 429 East 64th Street. The resulting net income, after consideration of these costs, is used to determine whether a reasonable return can be achieved. The capitalization rate, which is identified in bullet point 4, is the rate of return that converts income into value. It only comes into play when projecting the assessed value after completion of the proposed work. We note that the approach taken in all of our analyses and in all of our scenarios holds the assessed value constant and the reasonable return threshold low. It is the most conservative approach that we've taken. We studied 4 scenarios. The same 3 scenarios set forth in the original analysis, which consist of a base scenario, the commercial community facility with the existing building area, an infill scenario, which uses maximizes all available areas within the envelope and creates an additional 3,600 square foot space on the second floor. We also studied the multifamily scenario, which is a conversion of a market rate rental for 21 apartments, and then a mixed income scenario that employs the same multifamily renovation, but models the benefits of the 467M tax abatement, a program that incentivizes the conversion of non-residential uses to residential uses in exchange for 25% affordable units. Under all 4 scenarios, a reasonable return was not achieved. This slide addresses the computation to translate the estimated renovation and restoration costs into an annual operating expense. Simply, the total renovation and restoration costs presented earlier for the 4 scenarios are added to the improvement assessment and multiplied by 2%. That is an annual expense which is used in the NOI test, and this expense for the 4 scenarios ranges from $1.15 million to $1.44 million per annum. As shown in this table, under all 4 scenarios, a reasonable return cannot be achieved. I'll now quickly run through a few key tables from our submitted report, which is part of the applicant's submission. This is a side-by-side comparison of the base and infill scenarios. As you can observe from the last line in the table, even without factoring in real estate taxes as an expense, the net operating income is negative and does not meet a reasonable return. For the multifamily scenario, it assumes the project is extensively renovated, including punching over 60 new windows throughout the exterior of the building in order to allow for legal light and air for a 21-unit apartment building. The new windows required to create legal light and air are represented by these orange elements. The unit mix was designed to both fit the existing envelope and meet the demands of the Upper West Side and are comprised of 5 studio units, 3 one-bedroom units, 3 two-bedroom units, 5 two-bedroom and den units, and 5 three-bedroom units. This is a side-by-side comparison of the market rate and mixed income scenarios. As you can observe from the last line in the table, the reasonable return is unable to be achieved. At the request of the LPCs from our prior submission, an analysis was conducted to study the reasonable return analysis if the effective costs were reduced as a result of a developer receiving federal historic tax credits, which essentially reduces the cost by between 13.5% and 14.5%. The reduction in net cost, however, does not result in a reasonable return. Before concluding, I'd be remiss if I did not address 2 glaring misconceptions that have been spotlighted over the past few weeks by professionals associated with the center at West Park. The commission can expect a full document detailing these items, but we wanted to highlight them here. Any excess landmark development rights have limited value. It is acknowledged that the subject property does generate excess development rights that can be transferred to eligible receiving sites under ZR Section 7542. But just because they can be transferred doesn't mean they will. Transactions happen when there are willing counterparties. There are none known for the subject TDRs. The misconceptions being espoused center around whether there are any receiving sites eligible to mass the subject's air rights. This was addressed by both FXC and as well in our report, and it was determined that there were no feasible receiving sites. In addition, many of the non-cooperative buildings are encumbered by rent-stabilized tenants, and this type of work seems impractical. If this was a feasible plan, the cooperatives and the underbuilt rent-stabilized buildings with excess development rights could have pursued this all along. They did not. Lastly, while not a component of the reasonable return analysis per LPC statute or precedent, we've been asked to comment on whether the recent collections for the church has resulted in a reasonable return over the threshold amount of $228,285, which is 6% multiplied by 3.8 million. During 2024, the church collected $2 per square foot from the center as a holdover tenant. The scheduled rent for the latter half of 2025, based on the temporary tenant agreements, produces rent of $113,000. On an annual basis, this extrapolates to $256,000. However, this is a gross figure wherein the church is required to take on all operating expenses of the property, which conservatively run in excess of $112,000, resulting in a net income of $144,000. From that figure, if you were to run a reasonable return test, you'd have to add 2% of the improvement assessment, or $35,000, which produces a net income of $109,000, or less than half of the reasonable return threshold. I'll now turn it back to Toby.
Thank you. I'm just going to take you through some of the parameters for the proposed mixed-use building on the site. The corner lot is in a C15 district, which allows for a 10 FAR or 101,570 square foot building. It would be constructed as of right as an R10A contextual massing. Zoning controls require street wall continuity on both wide streets, Amsterdam and 86th, and it would rise to meet and match the neighboring building heights and setbacks of about 146 feet, at which point the building would set back 10 feet or more and rise to a height of 215 feet or 19 stories. A 10,000 square foot West Park community facility would be built at the base of the building. Here we see some of that space allocated in the cellar with a double height auditorium and sanctuary space. At grade would be the main West Park entrance on Amsterdam Avenue, shown in blue, with 4,000 square feet set aside for accessible entrance, lobby, and elevators down to the lower level. To meet the zoning streetscape requirements, a small retail space, shown in red, would be provided at the corner, and shown in yellow, a residential lobby along West 86th Street. Upstairs would house L-shaped residential floors with an open rear yard to give light and air to the apartments. Here is a preliminary illustrative rendering for what the future West Park community facility could be. At the ground floor, we see here the ground floor, a safe, open, and accessible lobby entrance with a connection to the level below. And in the lower level, a double height space that is safe, code compliant, accessible, acoustically sealed, and well equipped to accommodate worship service, in addition to other community programs, performances, and meetings. We've been assisting with these preliminary views, but West Park has really yet to begin designing the space. West Park Church is committed to working with community members to meet the neighborhood's aspirations for what this 10,000 square foot space could offer. I'll now turn it back to Roger Leaf.
Thanks, Toby. In summary, the two key issues that must be proven to meet the statutory requirements set forth in the hardship statute is whether the building can generate a reasonable return if owned by someone other than the church, and whether the building is suitable or appropriate for carrying on the purposes to which the church as the owner is devoted. As highlighted in by the Commission's General Counsel, the financial impact of addressing building condition issues is central to this determination. We believe that we met both of these criteria, and the Landmark Commission should make a determination of a hardship. Granting a hardship would fund a new 10,000 square foot community space, as you see, and provide sufficient funding to support pastoral leadership for the congregation on the Upper West Side. It would also provide 25 to 30 million for the West Park Presbyterian Church Social Justice Fund, the largest gift in Presbytery history, to provide desperately needed resources to community services across the city at a time when such programs are under attack. Turning the hardship down would not guarantee that the building would be preserved, and almost certainly would not result in the center returning to the building. Instead, it would result in the demise of one of the oldest congregations on the Upper West Side, and the church would be forced to sell the building as a landmark that has limited development potential and would require an investment of $50 million to meet current safety, ADA, and other codes before it could even be occupied. The building would continue to decline until a buyer could be found and repairs could be made, and the sidewalk bridge surrounding the building would likely remain in place for the foreseeable future. Val Campbell will present our closing remarks.
Thank you for your patience. We are really almost done, but we did want to make a few observations before we close. Councilmember Gail Brewer takes credit for the designation of West Park Church. This is fair. I represented the church at the time, and her advocacy for designation, and very importantly, her clear promise of financial support, helped convince the commission to designate the church over the strong objections of the congregation. However, as we demonstrate in our application, this financial support never materialized. At the community board hearing, the council member acknowledged the lack of financial support, and in another meeting, she said she thought the community would step up, but again, that never happened. As a result, it fell to the struggling congregation to shoulder the cost of maintaining and restoring the building. The council member now claims that with the center and the board and the celebrities in the community, there are resources available to repair the church if it would just turn over the keys to the center. But let's be clear, the center is not a party to this hardship application, particularly with respect to the matter of suitability by the owner for its charitable purpose. The center has never had an ownership interest in the building, and its arts programming is completely separate and apart from the charitable purposes of the church. The center was established by the church in 2017 to manage the space and raise money for necessary repairs and restoration. As Don France recounted, during the center's tenure in the building, the congregation subsidized the center's operations and went deeply into debt to maintain the building and pay for repairs. The fact that 6 of the center's board members live in apartments or buildings with windows that overlook the church appears to have been a higher priority for the center than the restoration of the building. During its 7-year tenancy, the center paid less than $2,700 a month in rent and sublet its space to other not-for-profits at much higher rents. Yet even with this highly favorable arrangement, it still managed to operate at a loss for much of its tenure in the building. While the center has repeatedly claimed that it expended as much as $1 million in repairs to the building, it has never provided any proof of these expenditures when requested by the church, the commission's counsel, and the judge who presided over the lease litigation. When emergency repairs were required in 2021 to reattach the leaning wall and to remove a sandstone finial at risk of falling on 86th Street, the center refused to contribute any funds for repairs as required under its lease, and the congregation was forced to take out yet another loan. After the church filed the hardship application in 2022, the center refused to leave the building at the end of its lease and dragged out appeals to court rulings in favor of the church until June of this year. This tactic forced the church to withdraw its application because it could not demonstrate that it could promptly proceed with demolition as required for the hardship determination. It is important to remember that this hardship application is not about the availability of affordable space for the arts on the Upper West Side. When the center finally left the building, it immediately relocated to the Church of St. Paul and St. Andrew. To all appearances, the center is able to function quite well in its new home, despite claiming that the arts in the Upper West Side will suffer irreparable harm if the church's application is approved. Here, the commission is charged with assessing whether this application has met the clearly defined criteria set forth in the landmarks law, and not whether celebrities or the center should have a place to ply their craft or play pickleball at bargain prices. The hardship application is also not about hypothetical or theoretical future events that have no basis in the facts before the commission. For example, the center has claimed that it offered to pay the church tens of thousands of dollars in rent and millions for repairs to the building in return for a 3-year lease. But not even a draft of such agreement exists or has been under discussion. The fact that the center's council sent an offer to make an offer to lease the building after its stay from eviction had ended is not relevant. The congregation never considered this supposed offer because it was about to refile the hardship application, and the offer was a transparent attempt on the part of the center to prevent the church from meeting the demolition criteria that forced the church to withdraw its application in 2024. The commission should also not be swayed by theatrics or patently false statements by the center or its counsel. The center's counsel has paraded a giant copy of a check from New York State payable to the center that he states represents $3 million available to repair the building. This is a false statement because these funds could only be granted if the center owned or had control over the property. He has claimed that there are plenty of receiving sites for the church's unused development right, but ignores the fact that the majority of these sites are occupied residential buildings in the historic district where further development is hardly feasible. Finally, he and his associates have submitted challenges to both the church and the commission's reasonable return analysis that are blatantly and factually incorrect. In short, there's no reason for the congregation or the commission to get sidetracked by unsubstantiated promises meant to cloud the commission's consideration of the relevant facts and findings relating to an application that has been properly filed under the hardship provisions of the Landmarks Law. In the event that the commission makes a preliminary determination of hardship, the commission has 180 days to investigate alternatives, including finding another buyer for the property. At that time, nothing bars Councilmember Brewer or the center from stepping forward. However, it would require the center to provide comparable worship space to the church and to match the Alchemy cash offer that will endow the West Park Social Justice Fund. This fund is an important extension of the congregation's mission and historic commitment to services for the city's most vulnerable residents, especially those who are suffering the most under current cutbacks. Frankly, it seems like the center wants the hardship application to be denied so it can acquire the building at the lowest possible cost, ignoring the fact that this scenario would almost certainly result in the demise of a congregation that has owned and worshiped in this building for over 140 years. Even if it were successful, there is no guarantee based on the center's past performance and unfulfilled promises that the condition of the building would materially improve. The not-for-profit hardship provisions of the Landmarks Law are meant to prevent a taking when the burden of landmarks designation has effectively deprived the not-for-profit owner of the value of its property for the continuance of its mission. Such a condition could not be clearer in the case of West Park. An independent and highly regarded appraiser concluded in 2021 that the value of the church's property, if it was not landmark, would be 49 million, but its current condition and as a landmark property, the congregation might not be able to find a buyer at any price. And as Roger has demonstrated, the church can no longer afford to stay in the building. West Park is a nearly 150-year-old church whose charitable purpose has been worship and servants in furtherance of its religious beliefs. The West Park Social Justice Fund that would be endowed from the sale proceeds if the hardship is granted is central to this mission and will benefit thousands of New Yorkers. The interest of the center and a bunch of celebrities who feel that the arts is a worthier mission is no substitute for this commission. We respectfully request that the commission examine and evaluate this application in accordance with the specific findings set forth in the Landmarks Law. We are confident that we've met these findings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Ginsburg?
You looked at the building code under the current building code, but there is right now at City Council an existing building code that, presuming it's passed, would maybe change some of the criteria. Have you looked at that in terms of the implications for the renovation of the building?
No, we have not looked at speculative changes in laws. We're talking about the application as it stands today.
Thank you, although within a month it may not be speculative.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
All right. So I guess I have a few questions for different people in the team. Valerie, and I'm not saying that this is necessarily the case, but I'm asking you a question as an attorney with lots of experience in this law. Whether or not what I'm suggesting is the case is something that we would have to decide, but I'm asking you that if in general, regular maintenance on a historic building was not performed, regular ongoing required maintenance, because of the inability of the owner to pay for those repairs, how does the outcome of that deferred maintenance come to play on the affordability considerations that we're being asked to make? And the reason I thought about that was the biological growth on the building, which I don't think anybody who owns a building on the Upper West Side would consider the removal of biological growth to be an incredibly costly affair. But if it's left in place, it obviously could, as the consultant suggested, exacerbate significant, the spalling that's already taking place.
I think there are two really important sort of considerations here. The first was the building was in terrible condition in 2010 when it was designated. In fact, it wasn't even habitable at that point. It didn't have a boiler. The congregation actually was working on a proposal with the developer that would have demolished sort of the parish house and constructed an affordable housing project there. That developer, and provided funds for the restoration of the church, that developer withdrew because of the designation. And as we stated, the congregation at the time of designation, they expressed all of their concerns. At that time, they already couldn't afford to maintain the building. After designation, they really worked hard. They expended all of their resources. They've really done everything they can do to the extent of their resources.
Right. I understand that, and that's really not the question I'm asking, though. I'm asking in general terms, not necessarily related to this particular applicant and their situation. How does the income level of an owner affect the reasonability of asking for repairs to be done? And if those repairs are not done, then how does the income of the owner affect the reasonableness of a request for a hardship? In other words, you can have two buildings, one next to the other, that are both the same. One is owned by a very wealthy entity, and one is owned by a very poor entity. The wealthy entity chooses to maintain the building the same, in one way. The poor entity maybe can't. Here we have, in our case, we have a particularly small congregation with modest resources. I'm just asking how should we think about the ability of the ownership to pay when considering potentially self-imposed hardships, which I guess we would have to determine whether a particular hardship was self-imposed or not. The kind of considerations you're making about the fact that the building was in bad shape at the start is certainly something we should consider. That's not the question I'm asking you, though.
I think you're really asking was this self-imposed because they didn't have the resources to maintain the building. I don't think the landmarks law requires owners to sell a building, to abandon it, because their resources don't allow them to maintain it. And as we've stated, the church really did use all of their resources to maintain this building. And and they investigated other alternatives, building over the building, demolishing part of the building, and none of those turned out to be feasible. In that
Sorry, go ahead.
At the end of that, they have filed for the hardship application, which is they're entitled to do under the landmarks law.
Got it.
I mean, the hardship finding is designed to prevent a taking. And that's what, we feel that this is why we filed the application and why we feel that we meet the findings.
Regarding the situation that you described a few minutes ago, where there was a developer for the chapter house to erect a low-income housing
Affordable, yeah.
development that was withdrawn because of the designation. Was the reason for the withdrawal because they felt that such a thing would not be approved?
Yes.
And-
Essentially, the designation, they were not able to obtain building permits in time that they would have been grandfathered for designation, and they did not feel that they would be able to get these permits after designation.
Why do you think that scenario would pertain today if such a solicitation were made by a developer? Do you think that they would not get approval, especially in light of the Beyer Blinder Bell building on 79th and Park, which basically was the same exact situation that was done a couple of years ago? Do you think that wouldn't pay?
That approval on 79th and Park was for a portion, for the demolition of a portion of the building that had been substantially altered.
Let's put aside the fact that,
And I think was actually deemed not contributing as in the historic district report. So I think that was a much easier scenario.
let's assume that it would be approvable in this case for the sake of discussion. Do you think that scenario should be pursued here and would sufficiently endow the church with enough money to repair the building so they could use it to fulfill their mission?
At this point, the repair costs are so high that I do not know whether a partial demolition alternative would create the funds that would be both a feasible development for a developer and would also generate the funds necessary to do the repairs to the rest of the church.
The old structures.
And I think,
Sorry.
Roger,
If I may, when we engaged initially with Alchemy back in 2021, we looked at a whole series of scenarios that involved retaining a part of the church, building in effect, a sliver building on top of the parish house. We looked at a scenario where that sliver cantilevered over the church and so on. The problem that we encountered was twofold. First, the repair costs for the building that would retain were so high that it hurt the economics of the space. The other is that the configuration of the site in light of the code requirements for that location, the zoning requirements, made the building so small that it didn't generate sufficient income to be able to support the restoration of the building that would be retained. So we looked at that in great detail. And we didn't jump all the way to full demolition without looking at every interim step along the way.
Thank you. Can I continue? You referred to a study by the Landmarks Conservancy and Old Structures in 2011 of a $16 million repair cost. Has that number been revisited by those consultants, or they were not approached to ratify the new numbers?
that study
Right.
was, I think it was done for the Landmarks Conservancy. They had a number of different consultants. It was, the title report was issued by Siami Consultants, and Old Structures was the engineer at that time. And so the $14 million was the estimate in, I think it was 2011, for the cost of repairing the facade.
Okay. In the financial analysis, the facade repair cost, which was, I think, listed at 13.8 million, was that assuming that the repairs would all be made with actual stone, or was it made with the assumption that the repairs would be done with cement stucco?
Rich? The question was, when we looked at the restoration of the facade, did we look at it with just restoration using new sandstone in that place or alternative
No,
materials?
we talked about both replacement in kind and replacement with alternate materials.
So I mean, in my experience, I would say that 99% of the repairs that are made to buildings in New York City that are made of brownstone, which kind of has the similar geological qualities that you are attributing to the sandstone here, those repairs are almost always made with cement stucco on buildings of a similar height and scale. Did you consider that in considering the cost of the repairs? Or were you doing, when you talk about alternate materials, are you talking about like a precast modular unit that has to be installed by removing the unit in place and then reinstalling a stone or a fake stone module?
I prepared scopes that included locations and general quantities. I was asked by the cost estimator what types of repairs, and I mentioned three types. One was replacement in kind, one was replacement of in cast stone, and one was a repair mortar. I've done a lot of sandstone work, and I agree with your assessment. And I think the history shows also that primarily the work that was done over 20 years ago was cementitious repair stucco.
So does the 13.8 million represent the stone number or the stucco number?
I don't know. You'll have to ask the,
They go back.
yeah, you'll have to ask the,
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll stop there.
Commissioners, Commissioner Chu?
Just have a question also in terms of the numbers that you were providing for your options A, B, C, D. Had those been updated to current day, the market rates and current situation for FAR and building for residential?
Our construction.
Yes, the construction costs were all updated by LBG
To
to
what
today's. So these costs were all updated by LBG. They were brought forward to 2025.
Just so I understand, when you do your cost estimates and dates, 2025 for what? Start of what? Design, construction? How are you doing these estimates?
I believe LBG did it starting 2025. But
Yeah,
we-
as if
Construction.
Yeah,
done in 2025.
yeah.
Okay, earlier there was mention that some numbers still need some updating and that would be provided at a later date.
That's our understanding, that in 2023, when we submitted our application, the Landmarks Commission engaged its own independent experts to do its own assessment of what the construction costs would be to meet these various criteria, and also whether or not the reasonable return analysis that was done by Adam met the criteria under the statute and the guidelines of the center. Weissman did the reasonable return analysis. Cumming did the estimate of costs. We are assuming, and I think we've been led to believe, I'll defer to Mark on this, whether they have been contacted to update their reports so that we have a basis of comparison to the 2025 numbers that we've prepared.
That's correct, that Weissman and Cummings will be, have been engaged and will be, have been analyzing the submissions to date and will be analyzing the submissions from members of the public as well.
Okay, so there's new numbers to be
There-
added here? Is that-
Well, this is the applicant's numbers, and our
Okay.
consultant will be providing an analysis of not only these numbers, but also
It's a cost of
what's been submitted. by the-
construction is one thing and valuation of the reasonable return would be the other nothing to
Yeah.
update, I would assume.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wilder?
Can you give a little more detail about the various safety concerns? Your engineer spoke about that.
I mean, the sidewalk shed represents just the safety issues of parts of the facade just falling off the building under just normal conditions. And then from Rick Lefevre from Facade MD's, hands-on analysis from a boom lift, just the ability to touch it and softly with your hand be able to remove parts of the stone of the facade. Like that's the safety concern. The sidewalk shed represents the safety concern.
So it's more just the material, not the actual structure or?
Well, then, Severed Associates, Mohammed Rahal's report was about the safety concerns of the leaning condition of the underlying structure of the building.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? I actually have some questions on the financial analysis. I think you had talked about a loaded capitalization rate. Can you explain that and tell me what you use that for?
Sure, the loaded capitalization rate would only be used if we were projecting a new assessment after restoration and rehabilitation. So the loaded capitalization rate is the rate of return plus an effective tax rate, which is what you would need to compute the new assessment. In all of our scenarios, we stuck to the old assessment. We did not recompute the assessed value because that would, if we recomputed the assessed value, that would increase the threshold need to be met in order to meet a reasonable return. But we kept the old assessment static in testing the 6%. So it's a lower threshold.
Okay. Okay, thank you. The other question I had is that in the 2011 scenario for the facade restoration, I think that the Landmarks Conservancy said that the cost of the facade restoration was about 14.5 million.
Yes.
Yet the number that you used was 26 million. I think you assumed some type
What-
of
what we did-
escalations.
Well, there are two criteria here. What we did was we adjusted it for inflation. If we use just the CPI to see what would happen to 14.6 million to carry it forward, would be a little over 20 million. If we use the Turner Building Index, which is probably more specific to the costs associated with the work, it would be about 26 million. So those are just adjusting to $2025.
But the cost almost doubled, you're saying, in 15 years or 14
Well,
years.
Well, from 14 to 20 or 14
Yeah.
to 26, yeah, it's,
Okay, okay,
that's
thank
what's
you.
happened to costs over that period of time.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any other questions?
Vice Chair Master, can I just ask a question as well? Just so the record's clear, can you guys go back and just make clear about the safety concerns of the existing building, both what the concerns are, and I know there was some monitoring that took place back in 2022 and 23, and what monitoring has continued, and if so, what those reports are showing.
Well, as Mohammed discussed, we realized that there was a lean to the north and south foundation walls of the sanctuary. And so we engaged a surveyor to monitor those walls for a period of 6 months to see if that trend was continuing and whether the lean was getting worse. What we found was that there was a lot of fluctuation in the wall and a lot of movement by season and changes in temperature and the rest. Directionally, it seems stable enough that the temporary repairs that we did on the south wall in 2021 appeared to have restricted any further movement, but that was only a temporary repair. We did not go back and institute a new survey of the movement on the walls that have occurred since 2023. So we were satisfied in the monitoring that we did back then that the trend was not so serious that we were concerned about the structural integrity of the building over the near term.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any final questions? Okay, I think what we're going to do is move to public testimony. The first person that we're going to call up and we're going to call up Michael Hiller, but, oh, okay, that's first. Okay. Is that? Yeah, we do. So we're going to do that first? Okay. So we're going to call up some elected officials first. Please come to the podium and then state your name. We're going to call up Robert Gottheim, representing Gerald Nadler.
Right here. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Robert Gottheim. I am Chief of Staff for Congressman Nadler. He couldn't be here, but I have some testimony that I wish to read in my 2 minutes of time. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the application to demolish West Park Presbyterian Church on the grounds of hardship. As the elected congressional representative of the Upper West Side, I joined Manhattan Community Board 7 local elected officials and residents to reiterate our concern in allowing for the demolition of the 134-year architecturally significant building that only received its landmark designation from this very body just over 10 years ago, a decade ago. When the Landmarks Preservation Commission unanimously voted to approve West Park Presbyterian Church's landmark status in 2010, it noted that the church is considered one of the best examples of Romanesque revival-style religious structures in New York City, with its bold forms and broad, round, arced openings that are clad in an extraordinary deep red sandstone that made one of the Upper West Side's most important buildings. Beyond the impressive physical characteristics of the building, the church has been a space steeped in inclusivity and community service since its construction in the 1880s. Congregants have fought back against anti-Chinese bigotry at the height of the 19th century, advocated for civil rights, and supported same-sex marriage rights. The church housed the original kitchen of God's Love We Deliver, which continues to provide meals to 10,000 New Yorkers coping with illness each year. Today, the church serves the community through hosting religious and spiritual services such as those of Lighthouse Chapel International, and functions as a performing arts space and cultural hub through the center at West Park. The center hosts community events, after-school art programs for students, artist residencies, and affordable space for emerging artists. While I do appreciate the extensive deterioration repairs needed of the building and sympathize with the plight of the congregation, the applicant has yet to meet the burden of proof to support the total demolition of this landmark building. The building has been deemed structurally sound by structural engineers at WJE Engineers and Architects and continues to serve the charitable purpose as a religious and community institution. I also believe that the applicant has yet to prove that there is a viable alternative to demolition of this building. The applicant must fully explore all potential financial avenues that could help steward the preservation of the church and provide compensation for the presbytery and its congregants. The church's architectural significance, New York history, and current use as an art and performance space is emblematic of the Upper West Side's character. To tear it down would do irreparable harm to this neighborhood. It would also set an untenable precedent for landmark buildings and the laws governing these entities in New York. I therefore believe it is crucial that the city should honor the history of this 134-year church and its status as an architectural landmark, as well as its new identity as a creative home for the many local artists and performers. I urge the Landmarks Planning Commission to reject this hardship application and appreciate your consideration of my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we're going to have New York State Senator Brad Hoylman.
He also registered to join online, so I think that might be the case. We'll hear him
Okay,
later.
we'll hear from him later. Now, Grace Pecor, representing Assembly Member Micah Lasner.
Hi, my name is Grace Pecor. I'm from the Office of Assemblymember Micah Lasher. I'm here to share his statement. I am grateful for the opportunity to join my colleagues in government, neighborhood residents, and Community Board 7 in expressing my opposition to the demolition of the West Park Presbyterian Church and my agreement with Community Board 7 and others that the applicant has not met the standards of the administrative code. Specifically, a hardship application must demonstrate that a landmark can no longer sustain its charitable use, and that is not the case here. Indeed, the center at West Park, prior to its eviction, was very much effectuating the charitable use of this 134-year-old building. Moreover, I agree with Community Board 7 that the proper course of action here would be for all parties involved to use available means to seek an alternative purchaser of an identical interest, not subject to the contingency of demolition, so that the building may be preserved and perpetuated as intended by its landmark designation and rendered capable of earning a reasonable return. The center at West Park is a cultural gem that we are fortunate to have in the heart of the Upper West Side. It is part of what makes our neighborhood special, and I am grateful for all of the artists and volunteers who have made it such a vibrant cultural location for so many years. New York City needs more, not fewer, spaces like the center at West Park where residents can gather in community and be enriched by the arts. I urge the Landmark Preservation Commission to preserve the West Park Presbyterian Church and support its continued service to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to have Council Member Gail Brewer.
Thank you very much. I am Gail Brewer, City Council member for the Upper West Side, Clinton, and Central Park. I believe that the Landmarks Preservation Commission, based on the language of the Landmarks Law, has no choice but to disapprove the hardship application. Your charge is to do everything possible to preserve buildings in New York City. This is a building that can and must be saved, in my opinion. The principal basis for the applicant's economic hardship application is that the cost of repairing the landmark is so high that the church, however it is used, could never generate a financial return. I am here once again to say this simply isn't true. WGE, a nationally recognized engineering firm, as you heard earlier, and Slocum, a licensed cost estimator, have conducted independent assessments of the church and concluded that the cost of repair are a fraction of what has been represented by the applicant. Further, the applicant cannot obtain permission to demolish the church because it has not maintained and repaired it when the presbytery that failed to maintain and repair it. It is a presbytery that failed to maintain it. The center at West Park has repeatedly attempted to repair and restore the church's facade and roof. The organization raised well over the $1 million or even $2 million in capital funds to effectuate the repairs and hired an architectural and engineering firm to submit plans to the commission. This LPC commission approved the plans as necessary and appropriate. However, General Counsel to the commission informed representatives of the center that notwithstanding the appropriateness of the work and the need for it to be completed so we could get the scaffolding gone, it would not issue any work permits to allow the work to proceed because the application to perform such work had not been signed by the owner, in this case, the presbytery, so the scaffolding remains. The applicant's trying to create the idea of a hardship when it does not exist, and there are many examples of attempts by the applicant to conceal the truth. For example, during the site inspection on May 10th, 2023, LPC staff facilitated a dialogue between the applicant design team and 3 newly appointed commissioners who were touring the church for the first time. The center's architect and engineer were at first not permitted to speak. I intervened, asking for equal time for the center's architect to make a presentation, and permission was granted so the commissioners could hear all results of the inspections. We know the applicant is trying to hide the building, that the building can be restored for $10 million, not $50 million. I want to just point out, listening to the discussion earlier, a couple of things. First of all, the notion that a $10,000 theater and sanctuary, in that case, from a condo, would be equivalent to the most beautiful sanctuary in New York City, where you can hear a pin drop because of the quality of its ability to be heard, is not the same thing. This building cannot be in bad shape. I own a building. I only get insurance when the building is in good shape. This building has insurance. How in the world would an insurance company allow it to be insured if in fact the building was not good shape? Thousands of people go through that building in the past couple of years. Obviously, audience members, people who are performing, all the people who are playing different games, and the worshipers on Sunday. No brick is fallen, nobody has been hurt. The bathroom is in good shape. I used it. I want to also mention that every building has DOB violations. My building has DOB violations. Unless you're really serious with C violations, you have a problem. There are insurance companies said okay to the DOB violations. That is not something that should be of concern. This fund that has been described, I've been in politics for a long time. We can raise money for different projects. The best use for this amazing, beautiful landmark church and for the incredible work that is needed, as you heard earlier from my colleagues, in terms of the cultural, low-cost opportunities for emerging artists would be to continue its current use. And I said earlier, we should have raised money in the past. I'm not going to deny that. We now can do that. There's a lot of money in the bank now. If in fact the hardship is not granted, I promise you, and this I mean wholeheartedly, that we would be able, nobody else but the center would want that building, because there's no place, no developer would want something that is landmarked. And there's no receiving site, as you heard earlier. Please do not grant the hardship. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Now I'd like to call up Michael Hiller. And Michael, I'm going to give you 9 minutes to speak.
I was hoping to go full Spinal Tap and go to 11. I'll do my best to speed it up. Michael Hiller, LPC. We represent the Center at West Park. In addition to having practiced historic preservation law for over 30 years, I'm a member of the faculty at Pratt as a professor of preservation law and policy. While the applicant has made a series of allegations this afternoon that the building is dangerous, unusable, and unrentable, I will be asking you, as we proceed through the hardship standard, which is on the first placard, which someone will be holding up in a moment, a hardship standard which, Ms. Campbell, the one few things we agree on, is that it is an extraordinary rigorous standard. And I would say to you, please try to separate myth from reality, because the hardship application is rife with myth. Beginning with the C requirement, which imposes upon the applicant the obligation to show that the historic building is no longer suitable, adequate or appropriate for the purposes for which it was acquired and for which it was used prior to the hardship. Here's the myth. The applicant repeatedly alleges that the building has severely deteriorated, a term mentioned over 115 times.
Oh, Michael, at the risk of extending your time here, maybe you want to have the people holding stuff up being in the middle here?
Let's go over here, guys.
Yeah, because the commissioners won't be able to see. Just stand in the middle there so they can see, okay?
And Mark, thank you for giving me the benefit of extending my time for the extra 18 seconds. But I appreciate that. Thank you. The applicant hold up, guys. You're killing my time, guys. You're killing my time. I'm on your scene. Let's go, guys. So the applicant repeatedly alleges that the building has been severely deteriorated, a term used over 115 times in the application, and is also dangerous, unstable, and even at the risk of catastrophic failure, which could result in significant collapse. That's what they say on pages 43 and 44 of their application. Thus, the applicant concludes that as a consequence, the landmark building cannot be used and requires a whopping $50 million in renovation before anyone would seriously consider renting it. Now, these are the photographs of the building that they want you to demolish. These were taken within the last 2 years. Every one of these events was sold out, standing room only, and the fire department, Department of Buildings, they never came by to shoo the hundreds of people at each of these events away because the building might collapse. The next photograph is one that was taken November of 2023, when it was the last time the applicant showed up and said that the building was so dangerous that it couldn't be rented. As for the handful of photographs you saw today from the applicant, they are not representative of the building's condition, and quite frankly, many of them are stale. Some were taken before our work was done on the building. Now, that's not to suggest that the building doesn't have violations like most 19th century buildings. It has a few. But here are a few photographs of children at this landmark building who actually were performing to audiences that were able to see these kids. Now, the Department of Buildings is fully aware of these uses, and there haven't been vacate orders, despite the applicant's repeated efforts to report this building to the Department of Buildings. After each inspection, they did not actually vacate any of these buildings, any parts of these buildings. Now, I'd like to make sure that you understand that these photographs are representative of daily events at the building from 24 to 25. Do we have the calendars? Let's pick up those calendars. This is September of 2024. Every single day that the building was occupied by the center from 2024 to 2025, there were events every single day. Events, spiritual events, religious services, and of course the theatrical and performing arts services, pickleball games, kids' ballet classes, every single day. I believe everything that's in red is a religious event. So that gives you some indication of how this building is actually suitable, adequate, and appropriate for the uses to which it has been deployed. And by the way, the applicant is still renting the building right now. The tenants are still in the building right now. Now, their story on that is that they had to rent it to these tenants because we never told these subtenants that there was an eviction proceeding against us. But for those of you who know anything about landlord-tenant law, we're not required to notify anybody. A landlord who wants to evict tenants and subtenants has to notify everybody. But that's beside the point. Here's what I want you to remember. Their whole point is no one would rent this building, and yet these subtenants refuse to leave. They want to pay their rent. They want to use the space. And by the way, the center at West Park wants to come back to the space. So plainly, this is not a building that needs $50 million to get rented. People want to rent it every day. And by the way, take a look at just 3 days ago. Not only do we know that this building is usable and safe, so does the applicant. Because on Saturday, the applicant hosted at the church an art exhibition. They invited members of the public to come into the church and look at art. Now, if this building were truly dangerous, unsafe, I heard someone say it was a public health crisis, then why are they inviting people into the building? And the answer is because they know that it is actually much safer than they want to let on. And furthermore, not only does the applicant know and the center know and the subtenants know, so does the City of New York. Because we sent a letter to the City of New York because we asked the City of New York to violate the applicant because the applicant was not maintaining the church in accordance with the landmark's regulatory requirements. So we sent a letter to the city, and the city responded. And I want you to hear what the city answered because I think it's very important to what you are going to determine. Quote, "The Landmarks Preservation Commission has been monitoring the building since designation and to date has not determined that the conditions warrant issuance of a violation under the landmarks law. Over the years, the center and its subtenants have continued to provide public programming, including up to the present time. While there are some longstanding issues with exterior masonry, glazing, and the roof, the recent DOB violations do not appear to be any different from previous violations." And the letter concludes that since the condition of the building has not worsened in recent years, there's no need to cite the owner for failure to maintain the building. And by the way, this letter was 9 months ago. This is March of 2025, and it was copied to then Chair Sarah Carroll of this commission. In fact, that letter was written on behalf of the commission. So on the one hand, this commission said we can't impose a violation on the landowner for not maintaining the landmark because it's just not dangerous or unsafe. And at the same time, they're here before this commission asking you to render a determination that it's so unsafe and dangerous and they can't afford to repair it that they need to demolish it. That's what you have in front of you. I also want to address the issue that Commissioner Goldblum asked. He asked a very important question. He said, did old structures ever come back and do an analysis with respect to the facade? And the answer he got was kind of muddled. But here's the answer. It did. Because I have the report right here, and so do you. It's Exhibit 7 to our submission. Notably, the applicant did not include it. I did. Old Structures was hired by this commission to determine how much it would cost to repair the building and how long it would take. And I know that Mohammed, I don't know his last name, said whoever said that it could be handled for less than $10 million and could be resolved in just a few months doesn't know what he's talking about, doesn't have the experience. Well, anybody who knows, I may not agree with everything Don Friedman does, but I think it's pretty crazy for anyone to say that he doesn't have the experience. He is, after all, one of the most respected preservation experts in the city. And this is what he said. And this is on page 6 of 7 and Exhibit 7 to my submission, which I'm glad to provide you guys. It says, the cost for that scope is presented in attachment G as immediate work as $1 million for the itemized cost and $1.7 million with markups. That work can be completed within a few months of regulatory approval. So all we need is permission to repair the building, and whammo, it is repaired. But they wouldn't let us do it, and I'll get to that in a minute. But the point I'm trying to make to you is that with respect to the C requirement, it's suitable, adequate, and appropriate because it's being used as a church. It's being used as a performing arts facility, which, by the way, it has been used since 1980 at least, when the Riverside Shakespeare Company was performing in this particular church. They cannot meet the C finding, not even close. Mr. Leaf said that they only have to meet 2 requirements because the other 2, I guess they are assuming, are true. Let me get to the A finding very quickly. The A finding, the A requirement imposes upon the applicant the obligation to show that it has entered into a contract for the sale of the landmark building that is fully contingent upon granting the hardship. And sure enough, if you look at Exhibit 12 to our submission, there actually is a provision that says it's contingent on the hardship, until you read the next provision. Article 9.2 on page 34 of Exhibit 12, please write that down if you want to take a look at it. That particular provision says very clearly that the applicant the purchaser does not have to worry about this commission granting a hardship. If you deny a hardship, the applicant still has the right to buy the building, and it's a unilateral right. So it is not contingent on a hardship. Quite the contrary. The applicant's purchaser can buy this building tomorrow, even if you don't grant the hardship, which means they cannot meet the A requirement. It's checkmate on that one. The B.
I'm so sorry, we have surpassed 9 minutes.
I'm sorry?
We have surpassed 9 minutes. You mind summarizing the remainder of your testimony?
If I can, let me see. I'm going to try to move along, Mark, please. I mean, there was like at least 5 minutes when they were moving around the posters and things.
Fine, you got to take another minute, Michael. We have a
Let
lot
me
of
see what I
people-
can do.
we have A lot of people need to testify.
I understand, but, I will want to say, like, for example, Ms. Campbell talked about all the things that she said that I said weren't true, and I want to address those. But at a minimum, Commissioner Goldblum raised and Commissioner Wilder raised questions about safety, which I do want to get to. And I'm here really just to make sure that I can assist the commission as best I can to provide you with the information you need. As you pointed out, Mark and Chairmaster, this is a very important application, and I would respectfully ask you to give me at least another 2 minutes just to finish what I need to say. They really want me to do.
Okay, so the chair has said another 2 minutes, Michael, but that's it really, because we have other people. There's no one. 2 more minutes, Michael, and you got to sum it up. I think.
So the B requirement obligates the applicant to demonstrate that the building, if it were not situated on a tax-exempt property, would be unable to raise a rate of return. We need to look at the 2004 test year. They talk about scenarios. We actually have the 2024, thank you, 2024 test year. We actually have the hard numbers. We have the formula up there. Does not if you do. Let's put the formula up. Now, the reports by James Lima, Joe Leitner for Leitner and Berman, Marjorie Perlmutter, and someone named Lev Kim Yargarev confirm that when in 2024 numbers are plugged into the formula, it's actually over a 500% return. What they want to do, what the applicant wants you to do, first of all, is they want you to eliminate the $600,000 in profit share. The lease specifically required us to provide $600,000 in profit share if we reach a certain threshold, which we did. They evicted us before we had the opportunity to pay it. If they hadn't evicted us, they would have the additional $600,000. That has to be restored to the analysis. They don't include it. There is $1.7 million in repairs that we wanted to perform. We actually filed paperwork with Mr. Zilberman and the commission. We specifically asked that we be permitted to fix the building, and the $1.7 million, as a matter of law, constitutes additional rent if the tenant is paying it on behalf of the landlord, which is what we offered to do. The applicant wouldn't let us do it. That's another amount of money that goes into the revenue side, not the expense side, because under the lease, we are obligated to do that work, not them. And then the TDRs, and this is probably the most important thing I'm going to talk about today, about the TDRs, the transferable developmental air rights. The applicant says no one would buy it. No one would buy these transferable developmental air rights. But you know what? ask them whether they actually marketed the air rights, because they didn't. They didn't ask a single person, but we did. We actually contacted this guy, Lev Kim Yagarev. Honestly, I don't know the guy. He's not my hired guy, but this is what this guy does. For a living, he packages TDRs on behalf of developers to see if he can sell them. And this is what he said about the air rights. It's really amazing.
We are again past the limit. If you'd like to deliver that statement, we can share it among the
Oh,
commissioners.
if I can just read what he said, I think that's really important, because he's not showing up, Mark.
Michael, one sentence, go. Okay, people of the public, please stop.
I think someone from the applicant want me to read it too.
Go ahead.
Okay. He said, and I quote, acquiring West Park's landmark TDRs would meaningfully increase the project's value by adding height, views, and premium sellable condo area. This is also the exact type of deal we would mark directly to our developer clientele, given both the feasibility and the and the costs associated with it. The point is that someone who does this for a living said that these TDRs could be sold, not just they possibly under the law could be sold, but that they actually, I'm wrapping up. That not that they just are possibly could be sold, but that this is what he does and he can sell. Marjorie Perlmutter, who's a former commissioner here, a registered architect, and a former chair of the BSA, so she knows this area, will be providing testimony in this very issue in a moment. And the last thing I'm going to say to you, very last thing, is that not a single preservation organization, not a single public official, not a single former commissioner is supporting this application. That should be telling you something. The only people who support this application are people associated with the applicant, and that should be telling you the truth about all this. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call up 3 applicants at a time. Please come to the podium, state your name, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. Luke Kushner, Chris Shelton, and John Green.
I just want to say, if we have more than 3 minutes.
Okay.
I know, but I'm asking.
All right, come on, can we continue?
Okay.
There's a lot of people here to testify. Can you please sit down? Can you please sit down? There's a lot of people who want to testify, okay? Okay, that's fine, but can
Go-
we have the
go
person
ahead, Luke.
speak, please?
Can everyone hear me? Hi, my name is Luke Kushner. I'm with LPC. I stand today in opposition to this hardship application. As the associate for this case, I was responsible for finding, reviewing, and analyzing every single hardship decision ever issued by this commission. After reading every word of every decision, I reached one unavoidable conclusion. I don't know why we're here. When you apply the standards this commission has applied for more than 60 years, this application doesn't just fall short, it doesn't even come close. The commission has never approved a hardship, has never approved a demolition where the subject building was voluntarily vacated by the applicant, which we have here, where independent engineering reports showed that the applicant had exaggerated the repair cost numbers, which we also have here, and most importantly, where a willing, capable, and well-funded organization stands ready to repair the landmark at its own expense to ensure the building remains a landmark. That is exactly what we have here. None of those situations has ever served as the basis for demolition because it's not a hardship. It's the opposite. And the commission's own precedent makes very clear. Every effort should be made to prevent demolition. That is an exact quote for the Assumption School decision where the commission refused to demolish a completely vacant, unusable structure because preservation was still possible. That principle resonates even more strongly here, where preservation is not only possible, it has been repeatedly offered, funded, and ready to proceed. Members of the commission, I will wrap with this. This is a landmark that can be saved. This is a landmark that should be saved, and under your precedent cannot legally be demolished. I urge you to deny this application. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Chris?
Good afternoon, neighbors. I am Chris Shelton. I'm the pastor of the Broadway Presbyterian Church in Morningside Heights. 24 years ago, I was a seminary intern at West Park, My first day was September 11, 2001. In that difficult year, I learned so much from this small, diverse, quirky, justice-seeking, peace-loving congregation. I believe deeply in historical preservation. As a pastor, I tell an ancient story week after week, trusting that the old has something to say to the new, including the fact that Jesus stayed out of real estate. I believe that there are important things about the West Park Church that need preservation, but its building is not one of them. Their history has long been one of breaking down walls, not being defined by them. They have lived their history by welcoming the homeless, marching for peace, embracing the arts, standing with and for the LGBTQ+ community when other churches were afraid to, and so much more. And they did all this, scrappy as they are, because their mission is their history, their identity, and their legacy. And their mission is what needs to be preserved. The Social Justice Fund created through this sale will enable that mission to flourish in congregations like mine, where we serve hundreds of neighbors each week through our shelter, which is the only shelter in a house of worship in Manhattan. Soup kitchen, social justice programs. We can transform these funds into meaningful, life-giving resources for our neighbors who need them. I have many important memories in that building, and I have huge respect for everyone who has put their hearts and minds into trying to preserve it, but it hasn't worked. We need to be honest. Indeed, I recently told a seminary student that I had done my internship at West Park, and they said, "Isn't that the church that everyone's always fighting about?"
I'm so sorry, we're past 2 minutes, if you don't mind concluding.
Please support the West Park Church in preserving their true mission and not becoming a monument to division.
Thank you. And next we have John Griem.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is John Green. I am a lifelong Presbyterian. I live on the Upper West Side, just around the corner from the West Park Church. I speak in support of the hardship application. The essential question, as I understand it, is whether the building is suitable for use as a worship space by its congregation. Can the congregation, the owner of the building, support it for its intended purpose? I think the answer is clear. They cannot. And they should not be forced to keep spending all their money trying, when this application will give them an opportunity at new life and also benefit so many people in need on the Upper West Side and throughout New York City. West Park Presbyterian Church has been a force of good in the neighborhood for over 130 years. West Park is not a building. West Park is a congregation of faithful Presbyterians. The building they built in 1890 is worn out. It is falling apart, and it cannot be saved in the long term. A congregation can't support it, and that is the essential question under the landmarks law. Opponents of the application are trying to confuse the issues. There is plenty of space for the arts on the Upper West Side. Everyone who lives there knows that is true. There will be additional space for arts in the contemplated mixed-use building to be built on the site. That space will be code compliant, and it will be ready for use by the neighborhood. It will also serve as a worship space for this congregation. The landmarks law contains a provision allowing demolition to account for situations exactly like this one. Demolition is allowed when continuing to force the owner to maintain the building would work an unconstitutional taking. There is a safety valve in the law, and I respectfully submit that it applies here.
I'm so
Please
sorry,
grant
we're
the
past 2 minutes,
application.
if you don't mind summarizing the remainder of your testimony.
Yes. Please grant the application so that new life can be born and grow on the corner of Amsterdam and 86th.
Thank you. Okay, the next three speakers are going to be Marjorie Perlmutter, Joel Leitner, and James Lima.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Marjorie Perlmutter. I'm a land use lawyer and architect and the principal of Urban Factors, of a development consultancy. I regularly work on deals involving air rights transfers. I was an LPC commissioner for 8 years and heard 2 hardship applications. Until 2022, I was chair of the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals. As stated in my report, which I hope you have looked at, FX Collaborative's assertion that West Park's air rights cannot be used in the transfer zone is absolutely absurd. They deny the voracious air rights marketplace. It's on fire, says broker Bob Knackle. 5 teardown sites are obvious receivers, taking 2/3 of the total 80,000 square feet available. The proof of this? 87th and Amsterdam assemblage proposed here is identical to Ramza Architects' project underway next door to it. Tall, skinny infills would replace 4-story buildings exactly like was done at 985, 949 Park, 1477 3rd, and 1921 Park Place, just there. All would be delighted to add more height, views, and sellable area using West Park's air rights. Development site advisors, that's Lev Kimyagarov, says these air rights are exceptionally marketable. Rooftop additions to occupied co-ops and condos are common. A Google flyover reveals this. Top floor or roof rights owners want to expand to add more fabulous to their penthouses. Some are multi-story. Owners ask the BSA to allow rooftop additions to occupied 5 to 6-story tenement buildings. Rooftop and rear yard additions are common in historic districts, don't we know? Air rights make this possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Joel?
Yes, my name is Joel Leitner. I'm a 40-year real estate appraisal industry veteran with extensive experience in the appraisal of not-for-profit properties in New York City. My full resume is included in my report. I was engaged as a third-party appraiser without guaranteeing any particular result for my analysis. I inspected the West Park Presbyterian Church and the use of the property as a religious, arts, performance, and community facility, which is consistent with typical church use. There is no doubt in my mind that the building is marketable and rentable as a religious community facility. The subject's air rights represent a substantial source of collateral value for the West Park Presbyterian Church. The value of the air rights, based on my analysis of comparable air right transactions, is between $18 and $24 million. The West Park Presbyterian Church structure alone, excluding the air rights, generates a positive return that more than suffices the 6% reasonable return analysis calculation per New York City Administrative Code 25302, Section 5. Understand that appraisers and planners stressed the net operating income by inflating the cost from $10 or $15 million up to $55 million. When you take that added $40 million and apply a 2% to that, that's $800,000 of annual NOI stress. Of course, that's going to make it not feasible, but it's ludicrous. Also, the loaded cap rate business is, they're assuming that this is for private use. It's illogical to apply return requirements for a taxable enterprise, including real estate taxes, for a hardship application by a not-for-profit entity for community use, where the analysis is focused on continuing not-for-profit.
We're past 2 minutes.
But understand, in taking that loaded cap rate, you go from a 6% to a 13.843% cap rate. That more than doubles.
We need to move to the next speaker. Thank you.
At the end of the day, there is no hardship here from a financial analysis in any way. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Good afternoon. I'm James Lima, president of James Lima Planning and Development. We're real estate, urban planning, and public policy advisors. I served in the Bloomberg administration as the founding president at Governor's Island, worked closely with LPC. As development advisor to Friends of the Upper East Side, I led the economic argument that supported the successful opposition to the city and suburban homes hardship case against fierce opposition. Our firm was engaged here to test whether the property owner could earn a reasonable return under the landmark standard. Our full report was submitted to the commission for your review last week. I refer you to the summary chart where we'll explain that in assessing the return on investment, we note that the applicant owns two very valuable real estate related assets that the applicant has chosen not to monetize, namely one, 18,353 square feet of on-premises leasable space, which is high quality leasable space. We work with not-for-profit organizations all the time to find such space. 80,100 square feet of transferable development rights, as you've heard, for which there is market demand, demonstrated and viable receiving sites. We've modeled realistic income scenarios and estimated annual returns under credible market and repair cost assumptions. We'll look at the numerator and the denominator, the net operating income over the current city assessed value. And I'll refer to you, just in the interest of time, to our firm's report, pages 16 to 27, which explains our assumptions going into each of these returns analyses. And I encourage you to review our report's 3 return on investment scenarios shown here from pages 29 to 33. We created a test year in 2024 and 2 conservative market scenarios that accounted for base rental income from the tenant to owner, tenants' expenditures on exterior capital repairs, which is treated as additional income to the owner, as well as all interest income earned from air rights sales proceeds.
Right, we're past 2 minutes.
I'll wrap up. Our analysis for the 2024 test year and 2 additional scenarios show annual returns to the owner of 37%, 41%, 59%, and as high as 190%, all of which, of course, far exceed the 6% threshold. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the next 3 speakers are going to be the Reverend Robert Foltz Morrison. Getting a little bit of, and then Cecilia Bluer and Mitch Shamuth, I think.
Are you getting feedback now? Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm the Reverend Robert Foltz Morrison, a former executive of the 89 congregations in the Presbytery of New York City, and I want to speak in favor of the hardship application for West Park Church and its own hardship. For Presbyterians, the church is a community of faith entrusted to God. The congregation proclaims justice and hope to its community. It shares in sacraments. It lives in covenant with God, and it welcomes into membership anyone willing to join in its fellowship and its mission. The congregation takes on also the perils and the possibilities of its institutional form to ensure its faithfulness to God. Now, Reformed congregations are always reforming, and for the past 25 years, the West Park congregation considered the possibilities and perils of remaining in its 185-year building. 135 plans and funding for restoration were started and often blocked. Many times, it passed on sharing its space with congregations as African and Korean, started the Center for the Arts, continued Bible studies, worship, and ministry to whoever came to its door. Yet for the past 15 years, its mission has been imperiled. Over the objection and vote of the congregation, LPC chose to impose landmarking on the church's building without any congregational planning, without any LPC or community funding to then go on to preserve it. The preservation of a building over the preservation of this congregation has exhausted the congregation's assets and dwindled its membership. Hardships borne by West Park. Denying the worship application means this scrappy congregation will not survive. However, LPC has the opportunity to grant this hardship application approved by this congregation and the presbytery and continue West Park's legacy on the property site serving the Upper West Side and the city of New York into its future. Thank you.
Thank you. Cecilia?
Hi. My name is Cecilia Bloor, speaking in support of West Park's hardship application. My family has lived on the Upper West Side for 5 generations. It has always been a neighborhood noted for its political engagement and vitality. Faith communities have been integral to the fabric of this community, but they are not interchangeable. West Park Presbyterian Church has always been the activist church. When a group of education activists, including Cynthia Nixon, decided to get arrested at City Hall, it was Reverend Robert Bashir of West Park we asked to accompany us. That willingness to insert itself into civic affairs is part of the church's special character and has made it a neighborhood institution. But now, as you know, the church is struggling under the weight of a building whose maintenance has devoured every cent, hollowed out the congregation, and prevented it from carrying out its mission, which is neither arts nor historic preservation. Moreover, its condition imperils the presbytery itself. And for what? A building that can't accommodate people with disabilities? Really? Come on. We are living in a time when we can't take any kind of truth-telling or activism for granted. So many institutions have had to sacrifice their truth-telling roles to the interests of self-preservation. Universities, the media, and the arts organizations are cowering now. In the case of the center, it is beholden to corporate donors and the glitterati. It is flooding the zone with misinformation and obscuring the pertinent facts. But West Park, like most faith communities, is still free. The commission's mandate speaks of losses like Penn Station, whose preservation was both feasible and desirable. But West Park is neither. A century ago, my own church at 96 in Central Park West.
Sorry, that's 2 minutes. Please
Okay.
summarize.
Just, yeah. Tore down a similar building, also compromised, and rebuilt it, and with apartments and a sanctuary and a school. And guess what? You liked it so much.
All right,
You
we're gonna have to move to the
landmarked it.
next testifier. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Mitch?
I'll help you. I'll help you. Hi, I'm Mitch Shamroth. I've lived on the Upper West Side for over 30 years. I joined the center at West Park in 2017 and became the treasurer in 2023 and the president earlier this year. The church keeps making this about the church versus the center. We look at it as the center and the church, which is why the center was started. We understand that money needs to be raised to fix the building. So while we occupied the church, there was and still is a congregation that uses it. We welcome the co-use of an art center and a church. We are able to raise the necessary funds in order to make this happen. Thus, this still is suitable for the original use. We had repeatedly offered to rent, buy, and care for the building. The church just outright rejected the offers without asking us about any finances or anything like that. So let me tell you about where we are today. Currently, we have over $11.5 million in committed funds to repair the building. We have $2.1 million in the bank. We have $3 million from the state, $3.5 million from a foundation, $2 million in a private loan, and $1.3 million from the community. That's $11.9 million. We have offered to rent the space for $30,000 a month. So for a 5-year lease, this comes out to $1.8 million. And we would fix the church to the tune of at least $11 million. So that's nearly $13 million in 5 years. That's over $2.5 million a year. That's not a hardship. And they would have plenty of money for their social justice fund because we would be caring for the entire church. So we should be working together to make this happen, not as adversaries and spending money frivolously. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the next three speakers are going to be Debbie Hirschman, Madeline Paquette, and Clayton Young.
Thank you, commissioners. I moved to the Upper West Side in 1987. Had the privilege to help found and build the JCC in Manhattan over 11 years and took it from a concept to a $95 million building, 137 square foot. And our nursery school opened on 9/14/2001. Safety, security is paramount to my professional career. Since then, I worked with the Battery Park Authority in helping to build the Battery Park Community Center. I work with Town and Village, which has a landmark facade. We developed phased development of that space because they too were in economic hardship. They have done all the necessary work and have 3 phases of work, because when talking about the total work that needs to be done, it is always phased in capital projects. The key question is, 1, is this building able to be self-sustaining financially and assume the responsibility for all physical work? I have been on that site since 2023. I left my company because as a founder of the JCC and working only with not-for-profits, and I will say the one for-profit, which was General Growth Properties on South Street Seaport, who also spoke about a community, and they asked me to go investigate the community. You will find that there is no such community space there, and General Growth Properties were the ones who came out of that. In addition to that, when I entered the story, yes, COVID had happened. 2023, you look at the numbers in 2023, after there was a deficit, which no one talks about, and there's 141,000 of profit in 2023. Then you go to 2024, and there's a profit of 1.2.
Okay, that's
Now,
2 minutes.
according
You
to
can
the,
please
yes,
summarize.
according to the lease, the church, which entered into it with the center, is entitled to half of the profits, which means there were $670,000, which could have been invested at 5%, in addition to the rent of $30,000 and the social
sorry, we need to
justice
move to
fund
the next
to
speaker.
which we are committed. We want to work with the church, who has been using the space, and make this a win-win for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Madeline?
My name is Madeline Paquette, and I am the resident producer at the Center at West Park. Since my start at CWP as an intern in 2018, I've spent thousands of hours at West Park Presbyterian Church and seen work in all spaces in the building. I want to start by quoting the late Dr. Reverend Robert Bashir, the last pastor of West Park Presbyterian Church, in his recorded tour of the building. He says, "There's a real through line here from the folks who in 1888 said, not by might, not by power, but by the Holy Spirit, and who brought theater in through the years, still having a lively spiritual life and a respect from the arts." That line goes straight through from then until today. That is to say, the building's current and historical use is as a space for worship and as a space for the arts and community use. And thus, the evidence that West Park is adequate, suitable, and appropriate for carrying out that current and historical charitable use is clear. Since 2018, over 60,000 audience members have attended programs in the building, including over 25,000 since 2024 alone. It's hosted more than 350 performances and events since 2024, plus thousands of hours of rehearsals and classes. The congregation of Lighthouse Chapel, as you've heard, utilizes almost the entire building for services and programs every Sunday, and despite their arguments that the building is unsafe and unusable, members of West Park's own congregation used the first floor chapel not just last Saturday, but every Friday night for a popular long-running open mic night that's been going on since at least 2014. NYSCA, the City Council, and DCLA have all awarded funding for creative work in the building, which could not have happened if the space was not safe, properly insured, and suitable for public programming. An average day this past spring included live performance and film screenings in the sanctuary, a subsidized rehearsal in the chapel, a flamenco class in our downstairs dance studios, a meeting of our writing workshop in the second floor studio, a performance by Theater 86 in Pushkin Hall, dance and gymnastics classes for children in the third floor gym, and visual artists working on new paintings in the top floor art studio. That's in just one day. There's simply no other venue in Upper Manhattan with 7 spaces able to be used for such a wide variety of purposes, and the idea that one black box theater proposed by the developer is an adequate replacement for that is just absurd. West Park's smaller development spaces are vital, incubating new work and emerging artists, and supporting large-scale educational programs that require space for multiple classes in a single venue.
Thank you.
I'll close up by saying West Park is an irreplaceable launchpad for the working artists who drive New York City's entertainment industry, whose names you won't see on a billboard, but without whom the industry and the city as we know it would not exist. Please oppose this hardship application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, now Clayton.
Sorry, I can't talk that fast. My name is Clayton Young, and I'm speaking in favor of West Park's hardship application. I've been a resident of the Upper West Side for over 50 years, and I've worshiped in the Presbyterian Church on West 96 for the past 25. I'm neither a real estate agent, engineering expert, or a celebrity. I am strictly speaking as a caring member of the community. 2 of the hardship criteria, reasonable return and suitability, depend on the valuations ascribed to the building's restoration. The numbers put forth by West Park and the center are widely divergent. Whose numbers should you trust? Both sides have retained reputable, well-credentialed firms who are bound by professional standards to provide expert and unbiased opinions. The difference is that West Park, as owners, have given their consultants full access to the property, while the center's experts can only make cursory evaluations with significantly less access and information. In 2023, the Cummings Group, a firm retained by the commission, came out with independently derived restoration valuations comparable to those of West Park. Over the years, West Park engaged other firms that confirmed the building's dire condition, and at least 3 developers walked away because of renovation costs. Then there are the multiple the Department of Building citations, which we've spoken about. These assessments are grounded and not fabricated. The suitability requirement not only takes into account the physical suitability, but also the financial requirements to keep it that way. What makes West Park unsuitable is the onerous cost of keeping the premises suitable. A house of worship is more than just a building. What makes a church is not the edifice, but the congregation that resides within and how that congregation serves the community. West Park is among many instances in the city where, despite valiant efforts, a once vibrant congregation ends up being consumed by its own aging edifice. Approval of the hardship application will facilitate West Park's rebirth, restore its place in the community, as well as rejuvenate Presbyterian churches throughout the 5 boroughs through the West Park Social Justice Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next 3 speakers are going to be Noel Ellison, Matt Dillon, and Mark Ruffalo.
Good afternoon. I've never been an opening act before. Good evening, everyone. My name is Noel Ellison, and I'm here to support the hardship application of West Park Presbyterian Church. As a person who grew up in the Upper West Side during the first 20 years of my life, I am well aware that West Park has been part of this neighborhood story for well over a century. For so many people, it's where they found comfort in hard times, where kids sang in choirs, where neighbors gathered for meals and community programs. It's always been more than just a building. It's been a place of care and connection. But the truth is, the building is in serious decline. The small congregation that remains simply doesn't have the resources needed to keep up with the enormous cost of maintaining such a large structure. Each patch and repair feels like another futile effort in a losing and exhausting battle. Indeed, the focus has shifted from serving people to just trying to hold the place together. And that's not, I repeat, that is not what a church is meant to be. The plan before West Park offers a chance to change all of that. By lifting the landmark status, the church can move forward, and the funds from the redevelopment will be overseen by a fund committee aimed at supporting community service and social initiative ministries throughout the city. That means the spirit of West Park, its historic mission of compassion and service, can live on, not just in the Upper West Side, but across New York City. In truth, this isn't just about losing a landmark. It's about giving new life to the values that made West Park matter in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead. Mark? Oh, is it Matt?
Hi, I'm Matt Dillon, and I've written all this out to be time efficient. I'm an artist and longtime resident of the Upper West Side, having lived in the neighborhood for more than half my life. I've always noticed and admired the West Park Presbyterian Church when I passed it. So when I discovered almost 10 years ago that it had space available for rent, I became a tenant, and I've been a tenant there ever since. I've worked out of 2 different spaces in the church as art studios. The atmosphere and the character of the church are very, very inspiring. There's a real sense of the past. During my time there, I personally experienced how the building is used by the community. Children coming and going up and down the stairs with their parents for gymnastics, dance classes, and other performing arts. The church has served home to several different theater groups, a flamenco dance troupe, an opera company, just to mention a few. Everywhere throughout the building, there is a palpable sense of community, and it continues to be a place of worship. And even though the center at West Park is no longer there, the church is a vital part of the Upper West Side as a place for people to come together. But all these people and communities are going to be scattered and displaced. Anyway, so it's hard to believe that anyone would even think about tearing down this beautiful landmark. It's not in the best interest of the city to destroy its history. However, this church is not just for those of us who use it, it's for the entire city. It's a storehouse of history and energy, and once it's gone, it can never be replaced. The building is as solid as a rock. Throughout my tenancy, I've never felt it was structurally unsafe, never. It was built in 1883, and old buildings need repairs and maintenance, which is completely normal. Since the end of the pandemic, the center at West Park has successfully raised the funds, as you've heard, to repair the building. There's money to fix the roof and facade and finally remove the sidewalk shed, let's just finish, and under their management, the place is cleaner and safer. Anyway, it would be a real crime to allow this building to be torn down. The Landmarks Commission must deny this hardship and protect this important landmark. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Mark?
I am Mark Ruffalo. I'm one of the Glitterati. I'm also really an Upper West Sider. My kids were raised there. I love it there. I believe in us as a community. It's amazing. General Counsel said community doesn't really matter today, but it does matter because a church is community. The hundreds of people that are on the Zoom are part of that community. The people who showed up here today are part of that community. And we're here to oppose this landmark hardship request. Now, George Bernard Shaw said that you should have to pay to go to church and theater should be free. Now, he said that half jokingly, of course. But we've been hearing over and over again that the church cannot perform its initial purpose without a costly and massive renovation or be used as a cultural religious space without it. But I'm here to tell you with the 600 seats that we have in the church and the thousands, tens of thousands of people who've been to the church, just because they're not there to worship, they're there for instruction. Stella Adler used to say, you go to the theater to learn about being a human being. Who's to say that what we learn from the playwrights doesn't feed our souls? Who's to say that that experience isn't also a religious experience for the non-secular people? Yes, I'm a celebrity, but behind me are 1,000 young actors who were just like me, who came to New York looking for a dream. And these spaces fulfill that ability, like you heard Madeline say, for them to find a way into the world. We can't let them go. We can't let them go.
I'm sorry, that's past 2 minutes.
Please. Everything we've heard today is mostly a problem about management. Do not let poor management make your decision about the viability of this space as the church it is today. You've heard over and over again. I hope you guys welcome all of the
Sorry, if you
air
could please
rights.
summarize the rest of
There's a lot of money to be made here, and we'd love to do it with you and keep the church as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, our next three speakers are going to be Andrea Goldwyn, Frumpton Tolbert, and John Graham.
Preference for former commissioners, and I know, Mark, it is your decision to try to ignore me, but I just want you to know I am waiting to speak, and I'll wait all day if I have to, but you should have given me preference. I'm a former commissioner.
Go ahead, Andrea.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Masters and Commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldwyn, speaking on behalf of the Landmarks Conservancy. We oppose this application, which does not meet the statutory test for hardship. Our full statement has been submitted. The application does not show that the property is incapable of earning a reasonable return. It does show that a $50 million restoration completed all at once will make 6% hard to achieve. The LPC's engineering consultant laid out a much less expensive, revised, and phased scope of work. That budget would reduce the income required to reach 6%. The Presbytery hasn't explored all fundraising options. The center was founded to keep the building active and raise funds for its repairs. It was ready to undertake a project to rectify DOB violations and remove the sidewalk bridge, but the Presbytery refused. They've also declined the Conservancy's offer to nominate West Park for the National Register listing, which typically triggers grant opportunities. They haven't tried to transfer unused development rights, as you've heard about. We brought in George Janes to look at their analysis, and he'll be discussing that. The application doesn't show that the property is no longer adequate, suitable, and appropriate for the purpose for which it was built. The church has been used for religious services by the owner for decades and another congregation now. The owner intends to have worship services in a new building, so they're still engaged in this purpose. Further, the church continues to host public events, music festivals, art festivals, thrift sales, and the weekly open mic night. The applicant has stated that the condition of the building and costs repairing it make it unsuitable for its mission. The center has offered to pay $30,000 a month in rent in addition to paying for the restoration described above and ongoing maintenance, but the Presbytery has declined, an act analogous to demolition by neglect. The Presbytery wants to sell the building for an estimated $32 million. This might be the highest and best use of the property, but courts have consistently held that the owner of a landmark is not entitled to achieve the highest and best use, and that this consideration does not warrant approval by the Commission. The application does not meet the standards of the Landmarks Law, and we urge you to reject it. Thank you for the opportunity to share the Conservancy's views, and if I can have one more second to address the report that the Conservancy commissioned, which has been mentioned several times. I think it's fair to say it's not an apples to apples comparison, apples to oranges, maybe even bananas. We commissioned that report to come up with a phased restoration project that would take place over time to allow for fundraising. So we can talk about that report in the future, but just wanted to put that on the record because it has been mentioned several times. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now Frumpton.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Frampton Tolbert, Executive Director of the Historic Districts Council. Since its original introduction and its reintroduction this year, HDC has and continues to oppose this hardship application. The loss of West Park Presbyterian Church would set a dangerous precedent that encourages demolition over rehabilitation of historic houses of worship citywide. LPC's benchmark of hardship is purposely high to ensure that all possible alternatives to demolition are considered. We do not believe that the applicant has met the standard. In this new application, there has been no publicly revealed attempts to sell, lease, partner, or rehabilitate the building with viable nonprofit and mission-compatible operators. The applicant has not considered the new possibilities under the City of Yes, such as ground leases, air rights transfers, partial condo strategies, or co-location models. The applicant claims that the restoration cost is presented as a single immediate $50 million project rather than a phased preservation-focused strategy. They suggest that an all-at-once capital project is needed, and we think it is neither required nor standard for hardship evaluation. The applicant does not show what the stabilization first or envelope first approach would cost, or what safety-driven versus elective code upgrades cost. HCC agrees with many of our preservation colleagues that an incremental approach to preservation and restoration is almost always the best course of action. Hardship must be based on the building's current inability to earn a return, not on the opportunity cost compared to a condo tower. The proposal conflates hardship with developer profit, which the statute prohibits. The congregation also conflates its own viability with the building's viability. Hardships for nonprofits apply to the property, not the congregation's internal stability. Demolition would mean that the public loses an irreplaceable Romanesque revival landmark for a private gain without sufficient proof that demolition is the only option. This building deserves a thorough, good faith exploration of all the possible alternatives to demolition, and the applicant has presented a very weak case for hardship. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. The Victorian Society opposes this application for demolition of the West Park Presbyterian Church on the grounds of hardship, as the applicant has not met the criteria required for such a finding. Specifically, a not-for-profit owner must demonstrate, among other things, that this building is no longer adequate, suitable, or appropriate for use in carrying out the owner's purposes. In this case, the building is a church, the owner is a church congregation, and the building was, is, and always will be suitable for use as a church. Making the situation even worse, the church's owners have evicted an important not-for-profit community organization that proved the building could be fully and well used and was willing and able to fund needed repairs and restoration. This demonstration that the church owners are not making a good faith effort to find a solution to preserve the building. Looking at this and other recent applications for towers that would destroy or irrevocably alter landmarks, it's clear that the Commission is being tested in a way it hasn't been for many years since the days of the Grand Central and St. Bart's proposals. Then it wasn't clear whether the landmarks law could even pass constitutional muster. The commissioners at that time had allies, a brilliant agency counsel who was a fierce preservationist, private citizens of the stature of Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis, who could and did exert their influence, and city administrations not completely in thrall to real estate interests, and which valued, or at least largely tolerated, the independence of the Landmarks Commission. Today we must rely on the law and the willingness of each commissioner individually to uphold it in letter and spirit. How you judge this and the other major real estate development applications now before you will determine the direction preservation takes in New York for decades to come. Will the Commission take a leadership role in protecting our historic city, or will it become a footnote, abdicating to the big real estate on the big issues? Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Okay, now the next three speakers are going to be Roberta Gratz, and then Megan Fitzpatrick, and then Sean Corsani.
Thank you. My name is Roberta Brandeis Gratz. I was a member of this commission under Mayor Bloomberg, and in 1985, I was a founder of the effort to restore the Eldridge Street Synagogue, the first built from scratch by the Ashkenazi Jews in America. When I first encountered the synagogue, the rain was pouring through the roof, pigeons were flying all around, broken stained glass from the more than 12 windows lay on the floor. Dust on the benches was inches thick. I said, we can't tell the story of Jews in America without this synagogue, so I set to work. I could hardly get potential donors to come to the Lower East Side to visit the building. They thought they would get murdered. This was the 1980s. New York had not yet recovered 20 years, but 20 years, $20 million, 20,000 supporters or more. We recovered. With those donors continuing to give. The exquisite restoration reopened in 2007 with some finishing details not yet completed. I wish Eldridge had been in the condition that West Park is now. Raising the money to restore West Park is a piece of cake as soon as its future is secured. Restoring West Park is another piece of cake. It is beyond reason to suggest otherwise. I urge you to read the structural report. The restoration and preservation of the significant building is completely doable. Those promoting the demolition have their own personal motivation for doing so. It has nothing to do with the condition of the building or the ability to raise the money to restore it. If you approve this fraudulent claim, you will not only be setting a precedent for the future for future fraudulent claims, you will cause the worst breach of the landmarks law in its 65-year history. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan?
Hello, Commissioners. Megan Fitzpatrick speaking on behalf of Landmark West. We also submitted full testimony to the Commissioners. Hardship applications are by design appropriately rare and granted only in cases where a landmark has suffered such extensive damage that it can no longer serve its intended purpose. In this case, as the previous application, no genuine hardship has been demonstrated, only the hardship of a steward that long ago abandoned its responsibility to preserve a designated landmark. Although in need of repair, the historic church remained active and continued to serve its community until just months ago when its lead tenant was evicted in the owner's zealous pursuit of demolition. West Park is a landmark in every sense of the word. It is a striking visual landmark defined by its red sandstone facade, soaring tower and commanding presence on a prominent corner. It is an irreplaceable cultural landmark with a rich history that extends far beyond its congregation, the site of the city's first same-sex union, the birthplace of God's Love We Deliver, and an early home for Joe Papp's Shakespeare Festival. It remained until recently an essential community anchor supporting diverse groups and nurturing the arts. Finally, it is a designated individual landmark determined by this commission in 2010, which recognized it as one of the best examples of a Romanesque revival-style religious building in the city. Repeated closures of places of worship are eroding our cultural landscape. Approving this hardship sets a dangerous precedent, signaling to historic religious building properties with failing congregations that demolition by neglect is acceptable if they secure a shovel-ready developer. The principal basis for the Presbytery's economic hardship application is that the cost of repairing or reusing the landmark is so high that the church, however it is used, could not generate a financial return. They also claim the structure is no longer fit for purpose. These claims, however, have been refuted by multiple independent experts. Each conducted thorough assessments of the church and determined that the repair is only a fraction of what the applicant has represented. Old Structures, a leading engineering firm for historic buildings, was engaged by LPC to conduct an independent structural report on costs and actions needed to make the building safe for future use. This report found that the total cost for repair was less than half of the estimated cost
Sorry, that's 2 minutes.
presented
If you could complete the sentence.
in the application, yet the Presbytery did not act. My colleague will continue the remainder of this testimony from Landmark West. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Sean Corsandi for continuing our testimony for Landmark West. Earlier this year, the church was a vibrant arts venue offering a range of programs that featured well-known performers and emerging local artists. Tenants such as the Center at West Park were an integral part of the church's living heritage. In addition, other religious tenants continued to gather for worship. All this activity ceased when the tenants were evicted. Offers by the center to pay increased rent, to commit millions in repairs, and to even buy the church with a restoration plan have all been denied by the Presbytery to pursue this profit-making venture. We find it necessary to restate that when a property is designated as an individual landmark, specific legal obligations arise both for the owner of the property and the members of the staff and LPC. These obligations are neither mysterious nor hidden. The LPC is tasked with the preservation, protection, and maintenance of designated properties. This is your legislative mandate. Pursuant to the Administrative Code, it is charged with the duty to promote and preserve the general welfare of the city, enhance the city's educational and cultural interests, and to promote and strengthen its economy, commerce, and industry and by means of preservation, protection, and maintenance of building structures, places, districts, and areas of historic or aesthetic value or interest significant in the history, growth, and development of the state, city, and the United States. This application is asking the LPC to reconsider the very grounds upon which you were established and overlook its right for the cultural landscape in favor of development. Sadly, since the day West Park was designated, the LPC has done little, if anything, to encourage or compel the owner to take steps to fulfill its own obligations. Now, because of this failure and the flagrant refusal of the owner to fulfill its obligations, you, the commissioners, are being presented not with a request to support the owner in efforts to bring it into good repair, but rather a proposal to let the owner bury their failure in a pile of rubble. The community has proven there is still life for this building and has the presbytery, which still uses it for their own events. There are many options between outright neglect and construction of yet more luxury apartments. To see this building, which has been so deeply embedded in the community, replaced by more market rate luxury for developer profit stands against everything the city proposes to be in 2025. We urge Landmarks to reject the hardship application to demolish the individually landmarked West Park Presbyterian Church. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next three speakers are going to be Helena Andreyko, Jason Zakai, and then Howard Euro. Okay, go ahead, Helena.
Hi, I'm Helena Andreyko with the Lower East Side Preservation Initiative. The Lower East Side Preservation Initiative remains highly opposed to the application to demolish the West Park Presbyterian Church. Our previous testimonies to LPC during 2022 and 2023 attest to the strength of our objections. Based on our understanding of this application, the church would require significantly less restoration and upgrades than claimed. A not-for-profit organization is willing to make the necessary repairs, and the church is still functioning for its intended purpose as a place of worship, as well as a vibrant community center. Maximizing return on investment under the guise of hardship should not be a permitted avenue for owners seeking to demolish our city's cherished landmarks buildings. The loss of West Park would not only be a great loss to New York's cultural and architectural heritage, but would set a terrible precedent that could endanger landmarked religious structures and other landmarks throughout the city. We respectfully urge the Commission to deny this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jason?
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Zakai. I'm a land use attorney from the law firm LPC. I represent the center at West Park, and I stand in opposition to the hardship application. The applicant inaccurately claims that the landmark building is supposedly deteriorated and that the church doesn't have the funds for repairs. In reality, however, the DOB has never issued a vacate order for the landmark building and has never determined that the building is unsafe for use. The applicant has called DOB numerous times, claiming that the building is in disrepair, practically begging DOB to shut down the building. For example, the applicant called DOB in April 2024. I was there when the DOB conducted an inspection of the building. I personally followed the DOB inspector as he walked around the building looking to see what are the problems. The applicant tried to send their own engineer in to influence the DOB inspector. However, following the inspection, the DOB did not issue a vacate order. Sure, the DOB has issued violations, but violations do not mean that a building is inadequate or unsuitable for use. And importantly, when this commission became aware of the violations, it did not feel that they were significant enough to require repairs to the landmark to be made. Further, as far as money for repairs goes, what the applicant doesn't tell you is that the center at West Park fundraised and obtained the monies to make the repairs. But when the center offered to perform those repairs as part of its obligations as a tenant, the applicant said no and kicked the center out of the building. If there is any hardship at all, and we submit there is none, it is solely a self-imposed one. And this commission has recognized self-imposed hardships should be denied. There are many reasons to deny this application, and I refer you to LPC's written testimony that lays them out in detail. This application should be denied. The landmark building should not be demolished, and it should remain the landmark that it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Howard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Howard Euro, West Sider and concerned citizen. Many of our neighbors suffer from TDS, but I am here suffering from, and I have to consult the DSM-5 on this, PTSD, Pennsylvania Station Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder, 65 years later. And in that context, just a couple of observations. I salute everyone who has testified against the application. I think there's a very, very powerful arguments have been made. But it seems to me that the church's neglect, as has just been mentioned by Landmark West, to fulfill its responsibilities for the building, especially since its designation, is egregious, and I cannot follow the quote-unquote logic by which they've taken that, twisted it upside down and inside out, and made that an argument in favor of demolition. That's beyond my comprehension. The second thing is just a bit of jurisprudence. This is, again, these are points everybody knows and has made, but I think they're very important. And that is, of course, that this is the Landmarks Preservation Commission, not the Landmarks Demolition Commission. And there's a heavy presumption in your jurisprudence in favor of saving and preserving. Obviously, that is the mission of the organization. Added to, of course, the heavy presumption against the applicant in a hardship application. And I think if you add that you want to salt those two very important pieces of LPC jurisprudence into your decision, and the outcome should be obvious. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers will be Richard Kind, Reverend Dr. Jeffrey Corder, and Juan Blanco, I think. Richard?
Thank you. I'm an actor. I speak in emotions, and my emotions are on the surface right here. I think about 3 weeks ago when Donald Trump had the East Wing destroyed. If I take a look at this church whenever it gets destroyed, the bile will continue to rise. I will be so upset by the decades of investment in time and history that is destroyed in 10 minutes because of instead of forward thinking. Now, I understand that the costs of saving this church have been greatly increased by the congregants. We have deep pockets, and we have the actual numbers. Unfortunately, I'm an actor. I don't know those numbers, but I've been told. All right. Secondly, are we better off today than we were 4 years ago? Economically, I can't answer for anybody, but I know this has become a disparate country, and we must invest in community, not with money, but invest in people and the arts and getting together and as a community. And what a wonderful place this place is. I guarantee you, a tall luxury building does not bring people together. I promise you. And it's something the Upper West Side does not need. Are we better off? I don't know, but let's invest in tomorrow today. Finally, I understand there's only 12 members of the congregation. We are going to be sacrificing the betterment of hundreds, if not thousands of people in our community for the sake of 12 people? Come on over to my house and pray there. I got lox and bagels every Sunday. Honest to God. I think if they are sacrificing this landmark, this church, for the sake of 12 people who are not comfortable coming to their sanctuary, I think that's very un-Christ-like. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead.
My name is, excuse me, I'm getting over a cold, Reverend Dr. Jeff Corder. I appreciate the actors who have spoken here. I appreciate Mr. Dillon playing a pastor. He did a great job. And but I am one, and I'll only speak as one, a Presbyterian pastor of a very small congregation in Forest Hills. I'm also the chair of the Justice Ministries Committee for the Presbytery of New York City. In the Presbyterian system, the congregation gets to vote. The presbytery doesn't get to say, you're going to do this with your church. The congregation votes. If there's only 12 of them, they vote. And the presbytery must go along or deny their vote. But that's the first one. Second, we're arguing about a place in the West Side that was built by rich people when people went to church. I invite any rich person here to come to that church. If you came to my church and said, I want to give you $1 million to help build your church, I would say, thank you for your check, sir or ma'am, and I would use that for exactly the purpose that somebody asked me to use it for, because we have bylaws that do that. They require us to use money for the purpose for which it's given. The third thing, I'd like to suggest, I know Bob Brashear. He passed away on a mission trip. This was his project, and to suggest that he or the members of the congregation are acting in bad faith, nobody's going to pocket this money. Nobody profits from it. We are prevented. We're a nonprofit. It goes into ministry. So if you give $38 million, it's going to go to places like Harlem or South Bronx or maybe parts of Queens. But it's not going to go in anybody's pocket. We're prevented by New York State law, for that matter, from profiting as persons of any of this transaction. So we're doing it in good faith. I don't know, the numbers don't jibe. We got our numbers, others have their numbers. And maybe if somebody said,
I'm
here,
sorry,
we'll pay
that
you-
passed 2 minutes.
Okay, if somebody came to us and said, we want you to save your church, here's $50 million, I think we would have done that by now. But unless and until that happens, I'm asking you to consider allowing this proposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Juan?
Hello, my name is Juan Blanco. I am an architect and a preservationist. I am not a resident of the Upper West Side, but I speak as a resident of New York, and I see this church as a poster child of the threat of real estate agents to churches and religious buildings around New York City that are being destroyed every day as we stand here. I think that a very important way of solving the problem, because these church facilities continue to be communal facilities as they were before even the Catholic or the other churches existed, is to really empower the air rights legislation to make it not only transferable beyond the immediate vicinity of the building in question, but to make it something that is renewable every 5 years, every few years, so that there's a constant income. And that way, that would create a revenue stream to save this church and all the other religious facilities of New York City and preserve them for what they primarily are, as communal services for the community as large. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The next three speakers are going to be Michael Lappin, Simeon Bankoff, and Paul Kampfer. Michael?
I guess it's good evening at this point. I'm Michael Lappin, a longtime resident of the Upper West Side. And based on what I know of the history of the property, I'm here to support the hardship application of West Park Church. I'm the former president of the Community Preservation Corporation, serving from 1980 through 2011. The company was formed in 1974 under the leadership of David Rockefeller with a mission to preserve and build affordable housing throughout the city. During my tenure, the company built and preserved over 90,000 apartments in New York's low and moderate income communities, including the restoration of the 12,000 unit Parkchester apartment complex. Around 2005, CPC was approached by Reverend Bashir seeking help to restore the church's physical site. After some preliminary due diligence, we proposed the construction of an 80-20 residential building following the demolition of part of the eastern portion of the church. The building would use a city program whereby 80% of the units would be at market rate and the remaining being affordable rental units. A portion of the proceeds would go to the church for the restoration of its chapel. At that time, at that early time, the church was unable to make any kind of decision about going forward. Based on that, we decided not to undertake the costly feasibility study. Subsequent to that was the landmarking of the property, effectively preventing any such demolition. And I know of other organizations that approached, other efforts that approached the church about some kind of plan, but they all involve some kind of demolition. Most recently, I heard of the hardship application filed by the church and was informed of the Alchemy's proposal to build a market rate residential property on the site. The proposal would reserve 10,000 feet of the community and cultural site and for a sacred space for worship. Additionally, $25 to $30 million would be given to the churches for the social justice fund to pursue a multitude of services. Given the church's
Sorry, that's 2 minutes.
given the church's dual responsibility for its physical site and its clerical mission, and the difficulty in raising a sufficient funds to restore and maintain the property in a way that makes sense to the church.
If you could please complete the sentence.
Yes, I respect the church's proposed solution worked out with Alchemy and would urge the approval of the application.
Thank you. Simeon?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Simeon Bankoff. I'm a historic preservation consultant employed by the Center for West Park. I'm here to urge the commission to deny this hardship application. Frankly put, this is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. It's obvious, and it's become very obvious, that the congregation does not necessarily want this building. However, there are people who do want to save this building, who want to invest in it, who want to keep it and keep it in the legacy of the ministry of the church. And therefore also continue its charitable use. We see no problem and we see no reason why an equitable solution can't be figured out. We've talked about the various deals that we have suggested. We have raised $11.5 million. It's actually probably $11.8 million because last time it keeps going up every, like I get these texts, it's great, to fix the church. But really, I also want to talk just for a moment about the precedent that we're seeing here. The problem is that Alchemy Development came in, Alchemy Properties came in with an enormous amount of money. And this could be, there's the $33 million, regardless of how it's going to be spent, is an enormous amount of money that this church is not necessarily worth. So using that as a logic experiment, this could happen to any not-for-profit. You could have a situation where any landmark building that is struggling, a not-for-profit landmark building that's struggling, someone can come in and basically buy the right to knock it down. That's not what the Landmarks Commission was about. That's not what the hardship provision was created for. I believe that there are solutions here, and I welcome a fulsome discussion of them, but I urge you to reject this application in front of you too. I also, we have many binders that Councilmember Brewer asked us to put together for you guys, and we killed a lot of trees for them, so I would love to distribute them.
Thank you. Paul?
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Camphor from Hiller PC, and I stand here today in opposition of the hardship application. I'm going to briefly address three subjects here: this financial capacity, the D criteria of Section 25309A2 of the Landmarks Law, and the actual use of the landmark building. First, regarding the finances, you just heard before Mitch from the center at West Park and Simeon just say they have or will have roughly $12 million to put towards repairs. It's not speculative, it's concrete numbers, and it's more than enough money to perform the repairs necessary to the church building as per the LPC's own professional engineer, that was Mr. Friedman. And based on the documents that I've reviewed and the conversations with members of the center is, and since September 2024, has been fully prepared, ready, willing, and able to pay the costs and oversee the work necessary to repair, restore, and preserve the landmark building. The money exists, and it will be committed to that purpose. The second thing I want to address, since Mr. Hiller did not have an opportunity to get into it, is the D criteria of Landmarks Law 25309A2. Specifically, the applicant here cannot show that they can proceed with reasonable promptness in constructing the new building to replace what the LPC itself labeled as one of the most important buildings on the Upper West Side. Specifically, before the applicant can even think about selling the landmark building, it's got to file an application and obtain permission from New York State. It then has to close on that sale, file permits for demolition and replacement of the church, and then actually demolish and replace the building. And plus, you heard the applicant testify before that there are no plans to renovate the interior of the building just yet. And further, I'm unaware of to date of that the applicant has even obtained or requested approval from the state. There's no documentation of a demolition plan, architectural drawings, engineering reports, DOB filings, cost breakdowns, or environmental studies. Simply put, there's no evidence that the applicant can replace the landmark building with reasonable promptness. And lastly, you've seen all the pictures that we were holding up before. I've personally attended events at the church. This is not some building that's falling apart. This is a building that's been used and hopefully will be continued to be used for cultural and religious purposes. So again, I hope that the Landmark Preservation Commission rejects the application. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers are going to be Natasha Griffith, Kenneth Wergum, and Ted Bonger. Yes, Ted Berger. But first, Natasha.
Natasha. Thank you and good evening, members of the Landmark Preservation Commission, for this opportunity to appear before you today. I am Natasha Griffith, a member of and speaking on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Center at West Park. We are making a plea to your conscience to do the right thing by seeing through the smoke and mirrors of this claim that you'll base your decision purely on facts and no other influences, and therefore render rejecting the hardship claim and application filed by the congregation of the New York Presbytery. Why not pass the baton, your legacy? Isn't this landmark building still suitable, adequate, and appropriate for its original purpose, which was upheld by the center when it managed it? Why isn't adaptive reuse of our beloved landmark championed, allowing for a sustainable alternative to demolition that saves resources, reduces wastes, and revitalizes communities? Why have our offers to proceed with structural repairs, including those required to remove the scaffolding and to purchase the building, gone unanswered? We see its value. Allow us to preserve it. Our money is green and spends like everybody else's. To do anything less would make any reasonable person ponder what is truly at play here. Something is not right. It defies logic. And if any answer to this is a view because we don't want to be told what to do with our property, then I implore you to please take a moment to reflect on your purpose and then check your moral compass. We seek to be friends with the Presbytery.
I'm sorry, that's
Forget
2
you.
minutes. If you could end your.
Thank you. Not its foe, and believe in the power of a collective voice when used constructively to bring people from all walks of life together under one roof, with the arts serving as the central force, because it is not a luxury, but rather an essential part of life and the human experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenneth?
Good afternoon or evening. I'm Ted Berger, West Sider for 65 years, Executive Director Emeritus of the New York Foundation for the Arts for nearly 35 years, a founder of the Center at West Park for 16 years. I've long worked nationally how arts with community partnerships, education can transform lives. Like scientists and entrepreneurs, artists also need affordable spaces to incubate ideas shaping our world and change our lives. Please deny this hardship request. Governor Hochul recently emphasized the importance of investing in such spaces where artists gather, experiment, and share workspace, strengthening our creative economy and preserving what makes New York unique. I entered West Park shortly after its landmarking. Despite years of neglect, I realized its extraordinary architectural and cultural history. From Joe Papp and God's Love, as you've heard, to thousands of other opportunities. The church embodied a commitment to progressive social justice, creative collaboration, and community service. I saw a vision that complemented the vision I had, as well as a colleague, Mim Borden. In 2012-13, I committed the New York Foundation for the Arts to support some crafts initiatives in the then empty building, bringing neighbors, often for the first time, into the building. It served as a catalyst for inspiring the center at West Park. Long a vision of the late Robert Brashear, who imagined faith groups and other organizations creating
I'm sorry,
a
that's 2
community
minutes.
of communities, readapting a building like Eldridge Street Synagogue. The congregation didn't grow.
Okay, if you
It's
could please
divorced
complete your
again.
statement.
But the center flourished, supporting all of the programs and services you've heard. It's now a living landmark.
We're going to move to the next speaker now. Thank you.
Stop this contentious and costly battle. Find the public will, a new way.
Mr. Berger, there's a lot of people waiting to testify. There's a lot of people. So can you please sum it up, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you please quickly sum up your testimony? There's a lot of people that are waiting to testify. So please just. finish.
Okay, thank you. You should also have chairs in the lobby. I mean, wheelchairs in the lobby. Okay. Find the public will.
Okay.
Bring leadership together in philanthropy, in public sources, to honor commitments made and to find new commitments and to benefit, mutually benefit, the church, the center, and the community.
Thank you.
This building thrives.
Mr.
Berger,
Berger.
you have to, that's enough.
Yeah.
Come on.
Okay, the next speaker is going to be Kenneth.
Hello, my name is Kenneth Lonergan. I'm a director and playwright. I'm an Upper West Sider. I grew up here. My parents lived in the Upper West Side, died on the Upper West Side. I've been helping to organize the arts program of the center for the last 2 years. There's a lot of talk about celebrities and superficiality. You get them there to get attention, to get cameras, to get public responses. If we could get public responses by parading young theater artists who nobody's ever heard of in front of the cameras, we'd love to do it that way. Here are some of the selfish hedonists who have offered to help us out, who performed in the space just in the last 2 years. Matt Damon, Tony Kushner, John Leguizamo, Matthew Broderick, Laura Linney, Jay Smith Cameron, Casey Affleck, Stephen Adley Gerges, Gwen Paltrow, Audrey Plaza, Julianne Moore, Scarlett Johansson, Robert Downey Jr., and Lawrence Fishburne. We've had twice that number of ordinary rank-and-file theater artists. And if you don't like celebrities, there are the young theater companies that pay minimal rents. They are the nurseries of the performing arts in New York City, where all those big shots came from. The argument seems circular to me. The congregation, whether by willful neglect or simply frustration and disappointment, has been unable to take care of the building. Ergo, no one can take care of the building. We are here to take care of the building with the congregation. We're here to take it off the congregation's hands if they don't want it anymore. If you own a Van Gogh and you can no longer care for it, you do not rip it to pieces and sell the frame. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the next three speakers are going to be Pat Belfer, Michael Henry Adams, and V.
I'm pulling up my notes. Whoop. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Kat Belfer, and I am in opposition of the hardship application. I worked at the center at West Park for over 2 years, but today I speak to you not only as a dedicated employee, but as a college student at Pace University just across the street and a costume designer navigating the theater and film industry of New York City. I recognize I'm part of a younger generation than most attendees here tonight, and I want to argue that my generation and those after me need this community art space more than anyone. I'm not an Upper West Sider or a native New Yorker, but I choose to call the center at West Park my home regardless because I've felt the impact of this space and community deeply. I've seen incredible performances and met talented people from all walks of life, whether they're established A-listers or up-and-coming artists like myself. None of this would be possible without the opportunities that the center at West Park provides. Spaces like this are increasingly rare, buildings rich in both history and in art, culture, and community. As a student of the performing arts, I know how unbelievably difficult it can be to get started in the industry. But programs the center provides, namely the Evolution Festival, the Object Movement Puppetry Festival, our subsidized rehearsal spaces, and affordable rental spaces for performances, give anyone with enough passion and love for what they do a platform and outlet to show it. I've witnessed some of the best and most creative talents of our time through the programs like this, and I hope to see my work on that stage one day. The center is not just a building that has stood watch over the Upper West Side for over 100 years. It is a home for so many people, myself and my community members included. We do not need another multi-million-dollar condominium built that caters to the rich and privileged New Yorkers when we are in a housing and cost of living crisis. It goes against everything the center at West Park represents as a beacon of community, affordability, and accessibility. By revoking the landmark status of this incredible building and demolishing it, you would be complicit in destroying this home for thousands of people who feel as strongly as I do, and the impact would be felt for many years to come. I implore the Landmarks Committee not to think solely about the present, but also about the future of artists and performers like me looking for a place to belong. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners. I'm Michael Henry Adams from Harlem, and I'm very persuaded by the questioning of Commissioner Erasmus Akambi, who asked what is the efficacy of rewarding the neglect of a congregation which went from 900, 130 odd years ago to 250 when they boast about all of their community involvement to 12. I would submit that even with $30 million, how would you anticipate that people with a record like that will be able to do anything worthwhile? And in the meantime, in places like Harlem, we have lost over the past dozen years some dozen historic churches. Some, like St. Luke's Episcopal Church, which are actually landmarked but still have gaping holes in the roof for lo these several years. And far from people talking about the notion of how the presbytery is a body that allows churches to act independently. I have talked to members of Presbyterian churches in Harlem that have been forced to be closed and were not landmarked because they said that the presbytery persuaded them to join because they said, we will be able to help you if you ever need help. And then we're told when they did need financial help, sorry, we can't help you and you should close and join with this other church. No. Man doth not live by bread alone. And moreover, here we are with the moneylenders in the temple, 12 who want to make a windfall profit off of their neglect of decades and decades. And it is as wrong as someone has already suggested as
I'm
the
so sorry,
president-
that's 2 minutes.
Thank you. As the president's destruction of the East Wing of the White House. And once this church is gone, it can never be replaced.
Thank you. Next, we had V, formerly Eve Ensley. Is V here? Okay, we're going to move on. So the next three speakers are going to be the Reverend Mary Newbern Williams, Andy Marie Ordonez, and Joe DeSalvo.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Reverend Mary Newbern Williams. I am the transitional presbyter for the Presbytery of New York City, and I am speaking in staunch and dedicated support of the West Park hardship application. Empowerment is a commitment that West Park Church and the Presbytery of New York City make together. We partner to ensure and assure that those who are impoverished and living in difficult life circumstances secure a better life and lifestyle. It is how we embrace ministry. It is what we will address to a greater extent if the hardship application is approved. As a pastor and church executive by profession, justice, empowerment, ministry, and mission are primary and major issues. With the approval of the hardship application, we will use the proceeds from the sale to build a new West Park Presbyterian Church for these very purposes and for the future. We will provide a social justice fund that will assist people and families in need. The Social Justice Fund will provide a new life for many who suffer and who do not enjoy the basics that the rest of us take for granted every day, every moment: food, shelter, clothing, and enjoyments. The Presbytery of New York City believes in ministry, mission, justice, and in serving God's creation with faithful commitment. Granting approval for the hardship application will provide numerous New Yorkers with the basic fundamentals of life. As I mentioned on October 29th, we have goals that seek to empower others. The City of New York has programs that have similar focus as the Presbytery and the church. We already possess a united spirit to be a partner in the enhancement of life for everyone. In addition, this hardship approval will provide unencumbered worship in a safe building and a safe meeting space for arts and education programs. These programs—
Sorry, that's 2 minutes.
Thank you— will better the lives of many. Please approve the hardship application. You will enhance life for many people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Andy Marie?
My name is Andy Marie Ordonez, and I have worked at the Center at West Park since May as a growing college student and a lifelong New Yorker. While I've only had a short amount of time in the building, one thing was very obvious: history, art, and community at this level needs to be preserved. The first time I entered the building, I was completely starstruck, and not by the many stars you see in this audience. I was in awe of seeing a building actually come alive. I walked in and saw dancers dancing a dance I've never seen with such raw emotion. I saw puppetry so complicated and complex that you would not understand. I saw children smiling and performing on stages that had been used by A-list celebrities just the night before and getting their once-in-a-lifetime experience that they could have every day. That was only the first floor. This building is unlike anything I've ever seen before, and I've attended a high school that is also a landmark. West Park has a soul. It is living and breathing spirit that touches everyone that enters. It is full of hope and promise to each and every young artist that is willing to work for it. It is filled with the people who first took risks. It is filled with the spirit of Joseph Papp, of those who stood for equality, and of those who would fight for equal rights. You cannot replace or replicate that with a black box theater that will have one use at a time with maximum 146 seats compared to the current landmark with 7 spaces and a total of 650 seats when used at one time. The congregation itself knows this, that it has a soul and a spirit that is very well there. They host events there every week for their own community. They continue theater shows and host large concerts, all of which would not be possible if they truly believed the building was crumbling around them. Of course, as anything ages, it must be maintained, but look around you. You have a living, breathing community before you. We are willing to do this, and we are begging you to let us do this. Where there's a will, there's a way, and you are standing before the will of artists and the New York City community. We have witnessed the power that lies within those walls, the artists that have opportunities to launch lifelong and meaningful careers. We have the power and the desire to maintain this building and the momentum for generations to come. As a fellow college student, it's essential that places like this exist. LPC, do not be the ones responsible for erasing history in New York City. Do not be the ones to set the precedent that affordable art spaces can just be thrown out. Do not set a precedent that being successful in art in New York should be expensive and unattainable. Be the ones to encourage the living ecosystem of art in New York. Be the ones to encourage the next generation of artists. Be the ones to deny hardship and preserve the soul and spirit that lives within West Park Presbyterian Church.
Thank you. Joe?
My name is Joe DeSalvo. I am a lifetime resident of New York City. I've lived up in the Upper West Side for 12 years, and I don't have any charts. But what I do want to be able to do is speak from the heart and why I joined this board in the first place. And I wanted to give something back to the community. And with the help of the board, our vision was to try to make this the center, our version of the 92nd Street Y. We all love that place, but we wanted to make this the 92nd Street Y for the Upper West Side. And you know something? We were getting there. And we were getting there, yes, with the help of the celebrities that were standing up for us, and the benefits, and the film center, and concerts that we did. And every day that we did something, we were getting there. But then what happened? We got evicted. Now, why did we get evicted? Did we get evicted because we had affordable housing coming in? No. Or because this new developer said they were going to give us a new room? No. We got evicted because of greed. We got evicted because Alchemy came in and dangled $34 million in front of the congregation. And that's why it all went south for us. And so nothing has really changed, in my opinion, as to why you designated this church a landmark 15 years ago. If Alchemy never came along, then the congregation probably would have accepted our $30,000 a month in rent, or the $670,000 we have in profit sharing, or our ability to try to take the scaffolding down. They would have accepted it, but they didn't. You know why? Because they wanted the money. And as a lifelong New Yorker, I'll end with this. With being a lifelong New Yorker, I'm also a lifelong Giant football fan. And we had a general manager back in the 70s and 80s. His name was George Young. And he had a very famous line that he used when he had to deal with high-powered agents and big sports figures. And you know what he said? He said, when it's not about the money, it's about the money. And that's really what it is. So when I say to you, when they say it's not about the money, trust me, it's about the money. And that's what this is. It's simply all something.
All right, you're past 2 minutes.
All right, so when you please make your decision, remember why you designated this church a landmark 15 years ago, because all those reasons still apply today, except for one. Right. It's all about the money. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have State Senator Brad Hoylman Siegel here. Would you like to come up and speak?
I think he might be in momentarily.
Okay, then we're gonna go ahead and Cosmo Vinyl.
And I'd really love to remind everybody, to the extent they can, we still have many people to testify online and everything. So if you feel compelled to speak, please do. If you have nothing new to say or to add, you can simply say, I support or I oppose for the reasons stated, and your brevity would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Cosmo Vinyl. I am an Upper West Sider for about 37 years and the proud father of 2 fourth-generation Upper West Siders. I work on the top floor of the church in the artist studio. I've worked there since the pandemic. And not once Not even once in all that time. We worked directly under the roof. Has there been a single leak? We share that floor with a bathroom and a dance studio gymnasium. I've never seen a leak in the bathroom, and I've never heard of anything in the gymnasium, and I feel like I would. We're right there down the hallway. The kids would be out of there. There's never, ever been an issue. We have glass windows, no leaks there. We have a skylight, no leaks there. The idea that the building isn't safe is just ridiculous. This time last night, I watched a bunch of elementary school kids go to their dance class on our floor, being watched by their parents and their caregivers. They were having a fantastic time. And I won't get into the whole church versus art thing because I don't think there is any verses. What God wouldn't want to see those children dancing? It's a fantastic place, has a great vibe, a real sense of community, and then all this talk of costs and whatever. I'd like to quote from the Architect Institute of America's New York City Guide of 1978. A fine Romanesque edifice in brownstone. I think that's a mistake. Where its tall tower were its tall tower not overwhelmed by the grim apartment building to the north, it would be one of the West Side's loveliest landmarks. This building is special. It has history. You'd have to have no feelings not to get a sense of that when you go there. It must be saved. A deal can be done here. It must be saved.
Thank you. Are we ready for State Senator Brad Hoyland Siegel? Or
I'll let you know when you
okay.
then.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and call up 3 more individuals. Okay.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is State Senator Brad Hoyleman Siegel. I'm the state senator for the west side of Manhattan, from Christopher Street, home of the LGBTQ iconic Stonewall Inn, up to West 103rd. I like to say from the gay bars to Zay bars, and a community that has long cherished West Park Presbyterian Church, and in recent decades, the center at West Park. And I urge you to reject the hardship application now before you. You know that the standard for revoking a landmark designation on hardship grounds is extremely narrow. Only 13 such applications have ever been approved. And under the New York City Administrative Code, an applicant can receive approval for demolition only if it proves both, 1, that the existing property is incapable of earning, quote, a reasonable return, and 2, that the building is no longer, quote, adequate, suitable, or appropriate for carrying out the current or historic charitable use. And as you know, courts have affirmed that a self-created hardship cannot justify demolition. Now, that would be demolition by neglect and set a very troubling precedent. What's the point of the landmarks law if it could be overridden in such a manner? Now, I would say that the application fails on both of those prongs that I mentioned. First, the applicant states that the existing property is incapable of earning a reasonable return. In fact, the center offered an 11-fold rent increase, which the owner declined. And in 2024, the center generated a surplus of $1.2 million, half of which was contractually entitled to the owner, but not collected. Clearly, the property can sustain a reasonable return. And yet, the center was evicted this past summer, a strategic action taken while this hardship request was being assembled. The element of the applicant's hardship application appears to be self-created. Second, the applicant states that it is incapable of serving its intended charitable purpose because the church is structurally unsound. On the contrary, independent engineers, including an engineer of the commission, found that urgent repairs were limited to roof and facade work, and that the claimed cost of $50 million
was exaggerated. The center even secured LPC approval for this repair work in 2025, but the owner refused its consent for the permits. And until this summer, entirely consistent with the building's intended charitable use, the center opened a vibrant cultural hub, preserving over 800 performances to more than 55,000 audience members. This included theater, dance, music, and community programs. The sanctuary was leased to Lighthouse Chapel, an active congregation that continues to hold services every Sunday. The building has served and continues to serve as a living space of artistic and spiritual community. Here again, we see that the applicant's hardship is self-created. Demolition would deprive my constituents on the Upper West Side of one of its last Romanesque revival religious structures and erase an active, thriving community institution. The Landmarks Law was enacted precisely to prevent outcomes like this. And I conclude by urging you to honor the legacy and history of this amazing structure and the thousands of New Yorkers who want this remarkable building preserved. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next three speakers are going to be Adrian Untermeyer, Robert Feinstein, and Susan Sullivan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Adrian Untermeyer. I'm an attorney, preservationist, and host of Wrecking Ball, a podcast series about historic preservation and the law. I serve as vice chair of the New York Preservation Archive Project, the Woodlawn Cemetery Conservancy, and the Metropolitan Railway Club of New York. I'm also a trustee of the Historical Society of the New York Courts. And I testify here today in my personal capacity only to oppose this hardship application. Now, I am not here to tell you that the West Park Church is beautiful, because we know that. We know that. Nor will I explain how it sustainably supports community groups, because we all know that too, and the record shows it here tonight. And I will not dwell on how painful this demolition would be for the community, because the record makes that excruciatingly clear. But what I am here to share are the personal and professional consequences if you choose to approve this demolition. For if you grant their application, you will trigger a litigation process that can only be described as the judicial equivalent of a colonoscopy. Lengthy, painful, and leaving you wondering if there was ever even any point. Choose a better path. This record shows no hardship. Make the easy call and save this church from demolition. And stay strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Robert Feinstein. I'm an Upper West Side resident. I've been practicing the law in the city for 4 decades. 2 years ago, I volunteered to join the board of the Center at West Park because I was interested in helping it thrive, which is it's been doing quite a job of in the last couple of years. I started along with the executive director and artistic director and 2 others, the West Park Film Center. We've been blessed with a variety of films that are shown. I've submitted written testimony, so I won't dwell on that. I do want to talk about hardship by neglect and also what seems to be a bit of a shell game going on here, because what you've heard is that the West Park Presbyterian Church congregation dwindled down to 12 people. They essentially bankrupted themselves and can no longer care for the building. So the distinction between the Greater Presbytery of New York and the congregation is relied upon by the applicant to say, we can't afford this because look at the poor congregation. Well, let me tell you something. According to the Form 990 filed by the Greater Presbytery of New York, they have nearly $4 billion, that's with a B, available to them to serve their community. So who's going to get the $34 million if it comes in? It's not going to go to the congregation. It's not going to go to those 12 people. That would be ridiculous. It's going to go to the presbytery. 34 million on top of the 3.5 billion that they have, right? So let's talk about hardship by neglect. The congregation no longer is in charge here. Roger Leaf and some council at the presbytery is in charge of this building. They have rebuffed the Center at West Park's lease offer. They rebuffed the Center at West Park's effort to take down the shed at its own expense. They basically ignored the opportunity to pursue the development rights sale. And you've heard today that those are quite valuable. And what you heard from the church is, well, nobody's going to buy those, with no investigation, no marketing, no analysis whatsoever. The center has provided to you evidence that these air rights are monetizable for substantial sums of money. So you have more than ever.
I'm sorry, you're past 2 minutes.
Return on income between the rent that we're offering and the air rights, et cetera. This is not a hardship. This is contrived and not in good faith. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan?
I'm Susan Sullivan, board member of the Center at West Park, president of the West 80s Neighborhood Association, and past president of the Friends of West Park. 15 years ago, I testified before this commission in favor of saving West Park. Today, again, I urge you to reject the Presbytery's application. West Park, as you've heard, has stood on the corner of 86 and Amsterdam for 134 years. This is not a NIMBY dispute. The hardship application is opposed not only by the Center, but also by every New York City preservation organization, every public official, and every former LPC commissioner who has spoken on this application. The misrepresentation and exaggeration that the Presbytery has circulated needs to be rebutted. When West Park, I will restate that. West Park is not some morbid relic as depicted by the Presbytery. Rather, it is a living landmark with a vibrant community center infusing our neighborhood with art, culture, and a house of worship for Lighthouse Chapel. Fact, West Park complies with the landmark preservation law. It is structurally sound as attested by LPC's own consultant, Old Structures, and it does not require $50 million in repairs to meet the DOB code, which this application states. It complies with the original use as a church. You've heard that. It is adequate, suitable, and appropriate to continue to serve the Upper West Side community with its history and beauty. Finally, West Park provides space for financially self-sustaining community organizations. Specifically, as you've heard, the center's 24 IRS filing proves the building can earn a reasonable return. Our 24 revenue is $2.9 million with a profit of $1.2 million. That is more than enough to begin the
I'm sorry, that's 2
restoration,
minutes.
take down the shed, and ensure West Park remains in its rightful place as a beacon of the Upper West Side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next three speakers are going to be Peggy Becker, Valerie David, and Keith Esposito.
Yeah, you should speak. Here, I'll tell Abby. Angie.
And thank you for letting us testify today. My name is Peggy Becker. I'm a board member and treasurer of the Center at West Park and an Upper West Side resident for 32 years. I strongly support the preservation of the church and I'm speaking against the hardship application. For one thing, I passionately believe in preserving significant old buildings. They give unique beauty and character to neighborhoods and act as a thread that connects the past to the present and the future. Our Upper West Side beautiful 135-year-old church is considered one of the best examples of Romanesque style structures in New York City. The Center at West Park's raised the funds to repair the facade and take down the scaffolding, which would allow the community to once again see the beautiful church. Sadly, the Presbytery would not allow this to happen. Instead, they want the church demolished and replaced by a generic high-rise luxury building. We'll have a Chipotle or a Chase Bank on the corner instead of this beautiful church. Second, I'm the parent of a 27-year-old special needs kid. One of the many meaningful events at the church is the annual Inclusion Concert, a musical showcase for neurotypical and neurodiverse young adults designed to celebrate diversity, ability, and inclusion. Over 50 kids from New York have participated in this event. By holding the inclusion concert in the church, the kids had the incredible experience of performing in the grand historic sanctuary of the church, aware that they, like every person who performs in the space, are an important part of the long history of the Upper West Side. This sense of being part of history enhances every performance at the church, and every performance adds to that history. We must keep this building for the next generations of Upper West Siders so we can continue to build our shared history. Finally, as treasurer, I want to make sure that you know that Center at West Park is financially viable and in a position to care for and repair the church. The West Park Presbytery testified at the Community Board 7 hearing that they rented the building to us at a low rent, and I think they've said that here tonight too. That's misleading because the low monthly rent was in
Sorry, that's
addition
2 minutes.
to our obligation to maintain the building. And since 2017, we've spent over $1 million repairing and maintaining the building. Thank you very much. Please preserve this building.
Thank you. Valerie?
Hi, my name is Valerie David. I wasn't bribed to speak because I got this fancy hat from the Center at West Park. I am a proud Upper West Sider and proud to wear this hat. The Center at West Park is the lifeblood and pulse of the Upper West Side. What it's brought to me and our community and me personally and to all New Yorkers and visitors to our city is beyond what I could express in words. It is a sanctuary for our community and everyone who walks through the doors, giving a voice to the arts and music and film and theater and education with more affordable rehearsal space and performance space. I myself have been an actor there, performing on the sanctuary stage with the theater group Naked Angels, which has been a home there at Center at West Park, which has been producing the longest cold reading series in the U.S., dating back to the early 1990s. And so many plays have been developed there. And that's what we need. We need the arts to survive and new works to be developed. I've also attended countless events including concerts, plays, films, puppetry shows, and storytelling events, and seen so many of those new works I mentioned earlier developed. I've had a religious experience as a performer and an audience member. If this landmarked haven of arts and culture is destroyed, the landscape of the Upper West Side will be permanently altered. It will be a death to vital and much needed arts and culture and a safe space to our community. I pray that you will find it in your hearts to preserve the Center at West Park and help keep it thriving and to continue to preserve this welcoming home to our community. We don't need another high-rise or any other planned monstrosity, especially at this immeasurable loss and unforgivable cost of destroying this sacred landmark. I thank you for listening, and I thank you for hearing me and my voice and all of our voices here to tell you to please keep this alive. We need this. I need this. We all need this.
Thank you. Keith?
Hello, Landmark. My name is Keith Esposito, and I've had the great pleasure of serving as the facilities manager at the Center at West Park for the past few years. I want to speak from my personal experiences there because I've witnessed firsthand how deeply this place matters to the community. It has truly become a center in every sense of the word. People of all ages, from young children to seniors, have taken part in our subsidized rental program, which offers space for just $10 an hour. I've had the joy of showing countless actors our beautiful sanctuary space, and their reactions of awe and amazement never get old. Time and again, I hear the same sentiment. How could anyone want to tear down such a beautiful place? The center is also home to Kids Theater, a youth group with members ranging in age from 6 to 18. Many of these young performers have told me how safe and home they feel it. For them, so many others, this space isn't just a building. It's a sanctuary, a creative haven, and a second home. Every Sunday, the sweet, amazing people of Lighthouse Chapel still use the space to worship. Theater 86, who rents theater space, has had their play going since November 12th. Since our eviction, even the Presbyterian Church continued their weekly Friday open mic and had 10 events. The West Park International Music Festival even sold tickets for $20. The show goes on there, just without us. It seems only to be safe for some and not others. This all shows that the building is safe and still being used exactly as it was originally intended for. Saving the historic church isn't about preserving a building, it's about preserving community, opportunity, and the future. Deny the hardship.
Thank you. The next three speakers are going to be Adam Brodheim, Katarina Friedman, and Barbara Schofeld. I can't read the last name, but Barbara is from the Village Theater Productions.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Adam Brodheim. I'm lucky enough to chair Community Board 7, which had multiple meetings on this application. We found that of the 4 tests, 3 of the 4 had been met, but 25 to 15 voted that the test around adequacy, suitability, and appropriateness had not been met. That is a really challenging question to answer, as there is no, clear explanation of what that is. So I hope that as you make your decision, you really dive into that. In my personal capacity, I would say that the fact that this congregation has not had a pastor for many years, has had to sell all of its assets, and is $200,000 in debt, speaks to me to suggest that there are real financial implications because of how this building currently exists. And that because of it, I personally think that it should have also made that 4th test, but the community board as a whole voted against that. The other thing that I think bears repeating is that accepting this application does not mean that the building gets torn down tomorrow. I think all of us know that there's a really long process that takes place after any application is accepted. And Community Board 7 felt very, very strongly that should this application be accepted, LPC needs to work extremely diligently with partners inside and outside of government to ensure that this building can be preserved and the congregation made whole in the way that the law provides. Thank you.
Thank you. Katarina?
Hello. You can consider this my audition to become a movie star. My name is Katarina Friedman, and I'm a longtime member and volunteer at the Center of West Park. I'm reading a statement on behalf of Francois Bollock, Chair, City Club of New York Preservation Committee. Dear Commissioners, the Historic Preservation Committee of the City Club of New York is opposed to West Park's hardship application. It does not meet the standards for approval. It is clear that the church can continue to serve for the purpose it was originally constructed, since it is now used for community services. Such an approval would set a dangerous precedent for all historic churches in New York City. Committee members with restoration experience agree with LPC consultant Don Friedman's cost estimate. The church's estimate is grossly inflated. Also, a phased restoration program with offered financial help from the New York Landmarks Conservancy would have avoided the non-productive costs of scaffolding. Please deny this application. Sincerely, Francois Bollock, Chair of the City Club of New York Preservation Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Barbara. Okay, thank you.
I was going to say good afternoon, but it's already evening, so I'm going to change it to good evening. My name is Anwar Suleiman. I'm a playwright. The reason I have an Arabic name, I'm Jewish with an Arabic name because I was born in the Middle East, and my father gave me an Arabic name. So the Ashkenazis always say, well, how could that be? I say, well, if your name is Bergman or Kaufman, you're in the same situation if you have a German background. Anyway, I am for preserving the West Side Presbyterian Church building. After scouring the city for my first play, I discovered that renting a stage was beyond my means. Then I heard of the center at West Park, a church on the corner of West 86th Street and Amsterdam Avenue. The center rented me a stage at a price I could afford with my modest means. The center also helped me find a light and sound technician. The seating charge was minimal and free seats were provided for senior citizens. I urge you to save the West Side Presbyterian Church for its historic and architectural value, but also it is a place where many can stage events at affordable price. Please save the West Side Presbyterian building. Decline the application for hardship. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers are going to be Asya Berger, Michelle Daloff, and Arlene Simon.
Ms. Berger actually doesn't want to speak, but and records her opposition.
Thank you. And now we have Michelle Daloff.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for your time. My name is Michelle Dahlhoff, and I'm an associate principal and architect at Wisjani Elsner Associates, also known as WJE Engineers and Architects, based out of our New York office. WJE was founded in 1956, and we employ over 800 professionals and support staff. Originally recognized as a leading investigation and testing firm, we expanded in 1973 to include architectural services, and since then we became known for our creative, practical solutions that preserve and restore both contemporary and historic structures nationwide. Locally, some of our historic preservation projects undertaken by the office include, but are not limited to, facade restoration efforts at the New York Public Library, Met Museum, New York Life Building, Lincoln Center, and the Eldred Street Synagogue that was mentioned earlier. We've been engaged by the Center of West Park since 2022. WJE and our team of architects and structural engineers has conducted detailed assessments of West Park Presbyterian Church. Our work has included hands-on facade inspections, structural analysis, and advanced documentation techniques, including laser scanning and access throughout the subject sanctuary roof and truss space. We've determined that the outward lean of the north and south masonry wall is not due to foundation settlement or deflection of the roof trusses, but rather a lack of lateral bracing of the roof diaphragm condition that has developed gradually over time and without sufficient stabilization efforts. The building has gone decades without any active repair campaigns to the facade, brownstone, or sanctuary roofing, allowing progressive deterioration that have been depicted as excessive. Importantly, our findings confirm that there is no immediate structural hazard. The building is stable, and the issues we observed are typical for the age and construction type of the building.
I'm sorry, that's 2 minutes.
I'll wrap up quickly. The church is a landmark of architectural and cultural significance, and the challenges are not insurmountable. We have been requested to compile a scope of documents that we have formally bid out and that have provided bids from contractors with an average cost of $7.4 million. The completion of these repairs will allow the building to remain in a safe use and remove the sidewalk shed that has been placed for years. I encourage you to read the report that we submitted that is inclusive of additional information on that bid process and some of the scanning. There are links available for your use.
Thank you. Arlene?
I think I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again in less than 3 minutes. My name is Arlene Simon. I founded Landmark West in 1985 and was president of the birth of the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. The community in Landmark West had West Park Presbyterian Church on their wish list, and it was designated as an individual landmark, West Park, at the time, and our wish came true. I thank the Landmarks Preservation Commission at the time. They were very thoughtful. Bill Moyers at the time said to the Board of Estimate, the city is not for sale. The Landmarks Preservation Council, years past, said, do your magic, Arlene. I'm trying. So I end by saying, you're not potted plants. So I'd like you to give a lot of thought and consideration for this very important building. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next 3 speakers are going to be Julianne Hofferberg, Eva Schweitzer, and George James.
Good evening. So I'm going to say something different from the previous speakers. I'm not affiliated with any organization. I'm not a Presbyterian. Why am I here? I'm here as an Upper West Sider and as a New Yorker, and because of the precious principle of public participation and public deliberation. I'm also here because I bike past that church several times a week, and I had never known what was going on inside, but every time I passed it, I just thought, this is great. This is why I love New York. This is why it's like living in Europe, except better because more exciting. So, I basically, that church and its beauty drew me into a little adventure in civic education. I didn't know what community boards were, but because I started to Google this building, I ended up at Community Board 7, and I spoke there about 5 weeks ago. I didn't actually know about the Landmark Preservation Commission, but because of this church, after Community Board 7, I ended up here speaking. Okay, why is a beautiful church important? Not just because it makes us feel cool like we're living in Europe. It really connects us to the past. It has an irreplaceable, unmonetizable effect on our quality of life. I'm so grateful to those Presbyterians of the 1880s, however rich they were. I'm not holding it against them. They put their money towards creating beauty. Why did the Nazis not destroy Florence? Because it was beautiful. They had orders to destroy it. The guy on the ground is like, I just can't do it. I hope that if it comes to that, the guy with the wrecking ball and that church will just like, I can't do it. Fire me. I can't do it. Why do we have landmarks in the first place? It's because of the idea of public interest. There's something there that can't be replaced. And, I'm really sorry that landmarks don't have the same rate of return as giant office blocks or luxury condos, but this commission exists in recognition of the fact that there's something there that's of public interest, public concern, and public benefit.
So sorry, that's time.
I'm finished. Thank you so much.
Thank you. George?
Thank you. My name is George Janes. I'm the planner that examined the receiving sites for West Park's floor area. I prepared this document, which shows there are 25 sites on 27 tax lots, and together they can use 265% of West Park's floor area, and include 5 sites for new development, 11 sites for rooftop additions, and 9 sites for rear yard additions. But I want this testimony to leave you with one understanding, that the recent City of Yes zoning changes are a complete game changer for West Park. You know that floor area from landmarks can now travel further, and the special permit is no longer needed. But there are a host of other zoning City of Yes changes to make it easier to use the transferred floor area on the receiving sites. City of Yes amended the sliver law, regulations governing residential open space and infill, rear yard requirements, coverage requirements. City of Yes created a CPC authorization to waive bulk regulations for receiving sites. Don't want to follow the bulk regulations? Find some landmark floor area to use. Simply, you cannot compare what's happened previously to what can happen now. Everything is different. And we're starting to see floor area transfers facilitated by this new zoning. Just yesterday, the City Planning Commission received an application to transfer 135,000 square feet of floor area from the Metropolitan Club. But amending zoning regulations doesn't just make things happen. Zoning changes what's possible, but nothing will happen unless you try to use the new laws. It will take effort for West Park to sell their development rights. It would be easier to demolish the building. But should easy be the standard? The commission should trust the process. If you say no to the West Park application, and then maybe they'll try to start selling their development.
So sorry, that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next 3 speakers are going to be Janice Orlandi, Catherine Keener, and Emily Kahn. Janice? Is Janice here? Okay, if Janice isn't here, let's move on to Catherine.
Hey, Sarah Carroll, I have written to you many times. How are you guys holding up, commissioners? I mean, you got stamina. This is amazing. I've been here since 12 o'clock, so this is my time to speak. You know, I've been to 3 of these. I've been to 2 CB7 things and this thing today. I'm just sick of the mendacity. The 2 sides don't match with the numbers, and the center at West Park has the real numbers. They call this our home. You know, they don't use it as a church. There's another church that rents the space that uses it. They see it as a cash cow. And it's a gorgeous building, gorgeous. It needs to be used for good purposes. I mean, Joe Papp started his theater there. God's Love We Deliver started there. There's history in those walls. There's a beautiful stage there. And let's be real, an insurance company would not insure it if it was falling down. It's been proven by many people who spoke already. It's in good shape. And the final fuck you to the neighborhood is that there will be no affordable housing in their new building. Thanks a lot for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily?
Good evening. My name is Emily Kahn. I'm a young and new homeowner on the Upper West Side and a historic preservationist speaking on behalf of Preservation Alumni, which is a friends and alumni group of Columbia University's Historic Preservation Program. We have hosted many events at West Park Presbyterian Church. I have hosted events on behalf of 3 nonprofits there. And I can truly say it is one of the last affordable event spaces in a historic building that preservation nonprofits can afford to use. Our constituents want to be in historic buildings. They're preservationists, they're preservation enthusiasts, but too often we cannot because it's cost prohibitive. And with the loss of the center at West Park, it's been even harder to find event spaces in order to gather the preservation community and people within our community of all financial backgrounds. The building is clearly still adequate, suitable, and appropriate for both its current mission and the purpose it served when acquired. My background is also in the preservation of historic sacred places, and it is really hard to separate the community outreach and social justice that you see with the center at West Park from the purpose-built church architecture as well. Now, I am also an adjunct professor of historic preservation at the New York School of Interior Design. My students have no background in preservation. This is oftentimes their first exposure. And throughout the semester, they have asked me, what about that church on the Upper West Side? And West Park Presbyterian Church has, as well as the demolition of the East Wing of the White House, have become 2 of the main themes of our course this semester. I always say that every young preservationist remembers their early career losses, and they stick with them throughout their lives. And I have a great fear that the loss of West Park Presbyterian Church, if the hardship application is approved, will become this devastating loss to this community. Young preservationists, young preservation students, young Upper West Side residents, we engage with this space. We use it for social purposes, educational purposes, and professional purposes, and we want it to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. So our final 3 speakers are going to be Gwen Goodern, Austin Celestin, and Jennifer Rogers. Gwen?
Hi, everybody. My name is Gwen Goodwin. I was the chair for the Coalition to Save PS 109. PS 109 was being illegally torn down in 1999. You guys think you have it bad? They took the roof off. They were stealing all the gargoyles. I mean, it was a mess. Today, it's landmarked, and the building is being reused. We in East Harlem, where I live, have lost so many churches recently, and it's the exact same equation. They come to people with their huge, deep pockets, and they say to these struggling churches, this is what we got. Just convince your congregation, and we end up with these horrible luxury condominiums or whatever they are, And we lose in our neighborhood. We lose housing for the people that live there because these are too expensive. And we lose these churches, which are the community of our whole neighborhood. People in East Harlem still go to church. So I'm sitting here thinking, and I'm thinking about the Pharisees, and it sounds like the 12 people are acting like the Pharisees, but they're supposed to be representing Christ. And just like the lady who behind me kept saying, what would Christ say? Well, what would he say? I mean, not everything can be up for sale. And it's not all about the shekels in your pocket. This is what this country is sick from. It's cannibalistic capitalism. And we are doing it all over the place. It's not just happening on the Upper West Side. I'm thrilled that so many people came here today and sat like I did. It was so cold, I didn't want to come. But I came because it's so important. Preservation is preserving the heart of the community. These buildings are the fabric of the history of the United States and this city. And every time you lose one, you can never replace it again. And one last thing, it is always cheaper to restore than it is to rebuild something. So please keep that in mind, and I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Austin?
Hi, good evening, because it's almost 6. My name is Austin Sellison. I was born on the Upper West Side, and I'm younger than the sidewalk shed surrounding the church. I don't know if there are any football fans here, but that sidewalk shed saw the New York Jets win an AFC East and a time before the Patriots were tormenting the league. I cannot say the same. I am also the grandson of 2 Methodist pastors, and while I myself am not particularly religious, I grew up around the church. And if there's one thing that I've learned about the church and landmarks is that it goes far beyond the building. The people are the landmark too. The act of the church, the act of any religious space extends far beyond the 4 walls of the sanctuary. It's out in the streets, it's out in the community, it's out at food banks, and that's also part of why you landmarked the church in the first place in 2010. And I don't say this lightly. In a neighborhood with almost half the properties have some kind of historic designation, West Park might have the strongest rationale. And it's a shame that we're even in this position in the first place. The financial positions and the financial challenges that they've been speaking about were known in 2009 and 2010, and they're coming back here. I'm not saying demolish it. I'm not saying to accept the hardship or not, but at least have a plan. And most importantly, that plan needs to center the congregation, because it's very rare to have the rationale for landmarking still be in the room with us today. And that's something that we need to acknowledge and have at the forefront. If we want to preserve the landmark and acknowledge the rationale for landmarking, we must acknowledge the actions and that rationale being with us today. And that plan has to prioritize the congregants and the members of the church. And there has to be a plan. We made those promises in 2010. We made those guarantees. And then I remember growing up, reading an article once a year. Why is the sidewalk shed still there? What's going on with the sidewalk shed? Why has it been up there since before 9/11? And every year is the same response, like, oh, the church still needs to make repairs. And then finally, when they apply for
So sorry, that's time.
So all I ask, have a plan. I'm not saying yes or no. Just have a plan to keep the congregants there. Thank you.
Thank you. And then now we have Jennifer Rogers.
Thank you so much. Am I really the last one? I hate to stand beside everyone in their dinner. I saw Gats at the Public Theater earlier this year. It's a word-for-word reading of The Great Gatsby, and it was shorter than this hearing. So I commend all of you for being here. I really do love New York. I love that all of you guys are here. And thank you, commissioners, for all of your time. I was just going to ask you to read what I had submitted, but I want to quickly address some comments that were made by the chair of CB7's Preservation Committee. I was at that meeting. I have been at all of their meetings. The one that he was talking about where they voted, he said that the community board found that 3 out of the 4 hardship requirements were met. What he didn't mention was that the community board was not permitted to find that none of the 4 requirements were met. The only choice they were given by the board chair was whether 3 requirements were met or 4 were met. He never allowed the board to reject all 4 findings. The vote, while overwhelmingly in our favor as it was presented, felt rushed and deprived many of the opportunity of rejecting all 4. So I advise you to look into that. This really isn't about hardship. This is about losing sight of what's possible. And my hope is that we choose collaboration. This doesn't have to be us in opposition. I got on the board through Reverend Bob Bashir. I wanted to work with the church. We're like at the finish line here, and now we are coming apart. So this case has not been made. This is not a hardship. Again, this is a lack of imagination. I hope we can all work together. Thank you, commissioners. I love New York. No matter what side you are on today, I think it's great that we were all here. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to thank everyone who came to testify and remain and listen and participate. Now, what we're going to do is we're actually going to go to Stephen Thompson for our remote testimony.
Thank you. Those joining us via Zoom who wish to testify, please use the raise hand function. We will be, like our in-person testimony, this time calling out 3 names at a time in order to make this as efficient as possible. The speakers will speak in the order in which their name is called. They will have 2 minutes. Once your name is called to speak, we ask you to unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. All right. Our first 3 speakers will be Aislinn Klein, Nancy Sipp, and Mim Warden.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, should I start?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Aislinn Klein, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Municipal Art Society of New York. Please refer to our submitted written comments for our full testimony. Given the precedent and approval could set, MAS recommends that LPC deny the hardship application submitted by the applicant. MAS recognizes the immense financial strain that the West Park Presbyterian Church faces. The upkeep of a complex landmark structure is challenging, with small faith communities across the city struggling under similar pressures, and MAS encourages the city to explore policies that could provide greater financial assistance and tools to mission-driven owners of landmark structures. But as we stated in our 2022 and 2023 comments, approval of the hardship application may have citywide implications and could weaken the longstanding protections that the landmarks law provides for hundreds of individually landmarked tax-exempt nonprofits. Under the landmark law's statutory exception, the applicant fails to meet at least one threshold requirement. The law requires a tax-exempt nonprofit to show that the landmark property has ceased to be adequate for both its current mission and the purpose it served when acquired. The building remains capable of serving as a church, which defeats this requirement. This is underscored by the fact that other congregations have been able to regularly rent and use the sanctuary for worship. The application likewise fails under the constitutional nonprofit standard articulated in case law, which requires a showing that landmark designation prevents the institution from carrying out its charitable mission. Because the applicant has not met either burden for an exception, the application should be denied. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Again, please refer to MAS's submitted written comments for our full testimony.
Next speaker is Marian Warden. Marian Warden, if you could please unmute yourself and begin.
Yes. I'm Mim Warden. I was the founding board chair of the Center at West Park. I first saw the interior of the space in the summer of 2010, shortly after the building had been designated as a landmark. It had been abandoned for about 3 years, and the small congregation was worshiping in a nearby church while waiting for it to be demolished. And now that it was designated a landmark, they were seeking what to do with the church that they now couldn't demolish. A group of local citizens and several members of the congregation, led by the then pastor, imagined that it could function as a place for the development of performances and other arts activities. It was a cluttered and dirty space, but we cleaned it up, dislodged the pigeons, which were its only residents, and offered it to a group of artists who put it to good use as space for an art exhibit. Soon there were other artists needing space, and theater groups, dancers, and visual artists found that the space worked for them. The Center at West Park became a not-for-profit organization with a 501c3 designation, which permitted us to accept tax-deductible contributions, which led to growth and development of our programs. These programs have expanded since 2023, when we hired a new executive director who made connections, including some Broadway stars and other professionals. Audiences crowded the space where many of these performers shared their talents and became activists for preservation. The structure was definitely not crumbling. The center took care of the interior, made it clean, safe, and habitable. But the sidewalk shed, which had been up for years, awaiting work to be sure the facade was safe, was a definite annoyance in the community. The center would have liked to take care of that work and has raised the money that could pay for it, but the Presbytery of New York—
That's 2 minutes, if you don't mind concluding.
Signed off on the plan, and the sidewalk shed has remained. Center at West Park wants to provide for this reservation of the space.
Okay, we do need to move to the next speaker, who is Nancy Sipp.
Please
Thank you
don't
so
let
much.
it be torn down.
Thank you. I am Nancy Sipp, the president of the trustees for the Presbytery of the City of New York. We work with the Presbytery to oversee the 88 Presbytery churches and congregations serving nearly 14,000 members in all 5 boroughs. This includes the Presbytery churches located on the Upper West Side and their surrounding communities. The approval of the hardship application will provide the critical funding needed to the West Park congregation to remain where it has been on site for 135 years in a new space to continue to fulfill its mission on the Upper West Side. Additionally, this project would provide the Presbytery with significant financial resources to expand its missional work in the other boroughs it is already serving, together with the ever-increasing upkeep of aging church property. The West Park Presbytery Church Social Justice Fund, from the proceeds of the project, will generate around $900,000 annually to go towards the West Side community and the other boroughs. As government funding is cut for food banks, housing, health and senior care, immigration services, and arts programs, this fund represents the largest single commitment in the Presbytery's 250-year history to serve communities in need. As it is well proven, the building is in a deteriorated and unsafe state under a sidewalk shed for the last 25 years, suffering from severe facade erosion, roof separation, and unsafe walls. In this condition, the building no longer meets the needs of the congregation or community, and the restoration of the building for continued use for worship and outreach by West Park would cost $30+ million, an amount impossible for West Park or the Presbytery to cover. The Board of Trustees urges the Landmark Preservation Commission to grant this hardship application so that West Park and the Presbytery may continue to support New York's most in need. Thank you.
Thank you. The next 3 speakers will speak in order: Deion Thompson, Jay Smith Cameron, and Russ Jennings. We ask that you unmute yourself once your name is called, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. Deion Thompson, you are first.
Yes, hi there. My name is Deion Thompson. I am an elder of the congregation at West Park Presbyterian. I've been affiliated with them and a long time member. I want to say that it's the people, not the place, that make it what it is. Throughout the history of the inception of the church and our mission, it's not the place or the space, it's the people, and underneath the golden thread that's part of the mission. We spent so much time trying to sustain and maintain, kind of like in personal life sometimes with people, where the outgo exceeds the income, so the upkeep is the downfall. The church is sustained and maintained throughout a long time, but if the walls could talk, there's many of told and untold stories of not only what we stand for, who we stand with, as a social justice ministry of helping the community as well. So much time and effort has been dedicated to trying to sustain and maintain the building. And now with the changing of times, it seems more impediment that we can further our mission with new standing relations. A lot of the money is earmarked not for us, but for people who really need it. People throughout New York that could really sustain and maintain. There's a lot of people hurting and hungry, not just for music and arts. Of course, we've always shared and employed the notion of the arts. I mean,
Okay,
part
that's
of
2 minutes. We'll move on now to Russ Jennings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Russ Jennings. I am the president of the congregation at West Park. And that's not as exciting as you might think it is. We are indeed 12 people. And I do want to make it very clear to start with, though, that we are not the beneficiaries of this sale, except for the fact that what has been occupying our time for the past several years, the maintenance of the building and the costs involved with that, has been focused on has taken our complete focus, and we would be rid of that, and that would be a good thing. One thing I want to say, two things I want to say. One is that this is a small congregation. We're not capable of finding that kind of money, or for that matter, hiring an executive development director to go look for it for us. It's very, this is a way that we could handle this. Otherwise, it is not going to be handled. And the other thing is that this is not a unique situation. New York City, other cities all across the country, churches are experiencing lower attendance and raising less money, and a lot of maintenance is getting deferred, and a lot of churches are running into the same trouble that we've run into, which is all about deferred maintenance. And there comes a time, I think that might be really a good idea for the Landmark Commission to actually think about how do we deal with this new world when it comes to churches, because churches are often the most beautiful buildings in a town, and you do want to preserve them, but there's got to be a kind of a compromise here of how it happens. I really hope that you'll allow this request for a hardship ending of the landmarking, and allow this project to take place, and allow West Park and the Presbyterians of New York to have a positive influence on the neighborhood once again. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like Cameron Smith has left the chat. So if anyone does leave and rejoins, please use the raise hand function. The next 3 speakers will be Dina Tass-Winter, Ken Horn, and Lo Vander Valk.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dina Tass-Winter, speaking on behalf of Village Preservation. I will share an abridged version of our testimony that we submitted in writing. Village Preservation remains strongly opposed to this hardship application, which is no more valid than it was when it first came before the Commission. We support the testimony offered by our colleagues, including Landmark West, the New York Landmarks Conservancy, and the Historic Districts Council. The application continues to fall short in meeting at least 2 of the requirements necessary to qualify for hardship. 1, that there is no capacity for this property to earn a reasonable return, and 2, that the building cannot serve its intended charitable purpose. The applicant must meet all 4 criteria in order to achieve the legal threshold for hardship established under the landmark law. Approving this application today would undermine both the integrity of that law and the public trust that sustains it. The applicant has not sufficiently shown that the property is incapable of earning a reasonable return on investment. The development scenarios they offer are by no means exhaustive. engineer Don Friedman had previously found that the cost estimates for restoration work provided by the applicant were significantly inflated. The identified alternative scopes, which could rectify DOB violations and allow removal of the sidewalk sheds at a dramatically reduced budget, should be implemented here, as have been done with countless other historic properties. Deferred maintenance cannot be used to manufacture hardship. If it could, any owner wishing to demolish a landmark could simply neglect it until conditions deteriorate. If the LPC approves this application, it will set a precedent that endangers landmarks, and especially our significant religious properties citywide. Further, as many have clarified today, any claims that the building is unusable for its current or original purpose are absolutely false. The bottom line is that the landmarks law requires that all parts of the hardship test be met, and they are not being met here. Therefore, there is no hardship, and Village Preservation urges the Commission to reject the application. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ken Horn, you're next.
My name is Kenneth Horn, and I'm the president of Alchemy Properties, and we are the contract vendee to buy this property. So right off the bat, I mean, let's just discuss the law. I mean, we are the contract vendee. The church is under no obligation to bring anyone in to lease this property. And the Center for West Park, who's been making a ton of noise here, a lot of it just incredibly dishonest, has no standing. They were evicted for one particular reason, and it's an important reason. They violated the religious corporation law. And if anyone knows what that law is, that is set up to protect churches exactly like West Park. What 4 courts ruled is that the Center for West Park took advantage of the church. It was unanimous decisions with 4 courts. That being said, our reputation, I've been developing property with my firm in New York for 35 years. Our landmarks have been very impressive. We counted today, we have done 9 landmarks buildings, including the Woolworth building, which is probably the most well-known landmark in New York. When we got involved in this at the bequest of the church, no one thought we were going to move ahead with a hardship application. We all know how unique it is. We all know how difficult it is.
This is Mark. This is really rebuttal, and I'm not sure why you signed up to testify. So we're gonna cut this off for now, and you will have an opportunity.
Well, you know, Mark, I don't understand. I mean, if everyone else could testify with regard to,
but you are part of the applicant team, technically.
I am not. I am actually. If I recall correctly, you suggested that I testify, which is why
I suggested you be here.
No, that's not the case, Mark. I was told that look, I'm a resident of the Upper West Side as well. Why can I not testify? Why can't I not testify? I'm in favor of the hardship application.
You can, but you can testify as part of the applicant team in their rebuttal. Okay?
Actually, it's not okay, frankly. I don't believe it's
part of the
okay.
applicant team, and you can then say what you need to say. Okay?
Well, you know what? I don't think it's okay. I'm going to go on record as saying, as a resident of the Upper West Side, which I am, right, which I'm entitled to testify in favor of the hardship as a resident of the Upper West Side, and I, as anyone else, right, you let Mr. Hiller speak for 9 minutes, you let a lot of people speak for a long amount of time.
You will have, and the applicant team will have plenty of time to rebuttal. They are not subject to any time limits. So I think Ken, I think we need to turn this off now. Okay, we're going to move on.
Okay. All right, the next speaker is Lo van der Valk. Please unmute yourself, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Lo van der Valk. I'm representing Carnegie Hill Neighbors, speaking on their behalf. We favor rejecting the application of hardship. We think that this is an extremely worthwhile building, Romanesque revival more than 100 years ago at an important location, 86 in Amsterdam. And we think that the LPC is really tasked with trying to make every effort to preserve important and all historically designated properties. It would be an egregious loss if this building did not survive, and many reasons have been given We don't have the expertise to evaluate all of them, but many reasons have been given that this could be a viable structure without demolition. So, and we think the precedent would be an egregious loss for preservation. So we thank you for the opportunity to speak, and we hope you will disapprove the application. Thank you.
The next three speakers will be Marilyn Alterman, Neil Hellman, Ethan Silverman. Speaking in that order, when it's your turn, please unmute yourself and state your name for the record, and you will have 2 minutes. Okay, Marilyn, when we invite you to become panelists, please accept. We'll go ahead and start next with Neil Hellman.
All right, 1 second. Okay, I don't know why. Bear with me. There we go. Sorry for the lighting.
Please begin.
Okay, sorry. Good evening. My name is Neil Hellman, and I'm here to testify in full support of the hardship application to demolish West Park Presbyterian Church and ask the Commission to approve its application. While I support much of the work that LPC does to protect significant landmark properties around the city, the West Park Church has a landmark status that I don't support, and the property is sadly beyond the point of no return. The fact that there has been scaffolding around this property for some 25 years is indicative that it has been extremely unsafe and will remain that way until a group steps up to fund the tens of millions of dollars to repair it, something that hasn't happened and doesn't appear to be happening anytime soon. In addition, the fact that it's been in such disrepair for so long is indicative that there isn't enough caring support for anyone to come to the church's rescue and save this landmark. This congregation, which has been around for over 170 years and supports this hardship application, should not be handcuffed by its landmark status. New York City is a great city. It's a city that is always evolving, and sometimes digging one's heels in is not the best course of action. This is one of those cases. This is a situation where change is necessary, and the existing crumbling structure should be demolished so a new home for the church can be built while simultaneously funding a multi-million-dollar social justice fund in a time where such funds are nearly impossible to come by. That's a huge win-win as far as I'm concerned. Removal of the landmark status paves the way for the next 170 years of this congregation and will help thousands upon thousands of individuals over the same period and beyond. Thank you for your consideration in this matter.
All right, Marilyn, you may go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Marilyn Alterman. I dwell on the Upper West Side, which I love and adore. I attended all 3 board meetings on this subject. The long-winded 2-hour presentation by the Presbytery on October 9th and today has been an embarrassment to any of the churchgoers still attending services at West Park. I found the lengths that they have gone through to dupe their parishioners and the board by giving false information for almost 2 hours disgraceful. Information that the Center for West Park destroyed in the short time that was allotted to them with actual proof. If they are so hard up for money, why did they evict their only tenants who pay rent religiously? I kept thinking, where did the poverty-stricken Presbytery find the money to pay those companies that gave the presentation in their behalf? White glove law firms and architectural companies chomping at the bit to destroy this gorgeous landmark building. And then their presentation ended with a disgusting display of what they plan to do with the desecrated land after they demolished the building, which is erected on a Lenape land. They kept saying affordable housing. If you saw the renditions they presented, the building is definitely going to be a high-rise building for rich people. I look forward to a time when restoration is completed and there is a plaque on the building that says, "This landmark church, built in 1890 on Lenape land, was saved from demolition by the Upper West Side community. Please do the right thing and deny the hardship proposal and keep this beautiful historic building intact as a landmark building." Thank you for your time.
Thank you. A note that when called upon to speak, you must accept the invitation to become a panelist. One of our last speakers, Ethan Silverman, you declined, and so we'll try again. Otherwise, our next speakers will be Rami Youssef, Jelaine Dennis, and Brian Ray. Okay. Okay, Jelaine Dennis, you may begin.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Hi, my name is Jelaine Dennis, and I submit my full support of the hardship application for the demolition of West Park Presbyterian Church. I'm a lifelong New Yorker who was born in Brooklyn, grew up in Manhattan, and now reside in the Bronx. But I've attended churches in all three boroughs that have strong community outreach programs. And my church currently has a warmth event that gave over 200 coats to people in need with a sit-down dinner. Our church feeds the hungry every week, runs a free summer program, as well as giving out toys every year at Christmas time, to name just a few of the essential services provided. However, my church is not shrouded under scaffolding and in danger of collapse. I'm confident that West Park Church will have more events and programs in place if it had the opportunity to operate from a building that does not pose extreme danger to the community it serves. As far as the arts program, this is a church where worship and service should be paramount. Why doesn't the arts program use their enormous resources of actors and advocates to build their own adequate space? As a parent and a grandparent, I would never allow my precious ones to take part in any events held at West Park Church in its current condition. And I'm curious to know if any parents on the commission that oppose this application, or Mark Ruffalo or Matt Dillon, are sending their children to this church to take part in any of these classes and events, since they're so confident of the building's structural integrity. If this commission is here to serve the citizens of New York City, do the honorable thing and ensure that justice is served. I implore you to approve the hardship application to demolish the current West Park Presbyterian Church building. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Ray is next.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm one of the principals with Alchemy. I just want to say a few things as a resident of New York City. Not
I'm sorry,
specific
we have to
project.
stop you right there.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, you're part of, Alchemy is part of the applicant team. You will have plenty of time to submit a rebuttal when you guys come back. So we're not going to be hearing testimony from the Alchemy folks, okay, as part of the testimony. You'll be part of the rebuttal team, okay?
Okay, I respect.
Thank you.
Okay, our next three speakers will be Rami Youssef. If you do accept the invitation, you would go Jason Fixler, Stephen Gurgis, and Timothy John McCarthy. Okay, Jason Fixler, please start.
Am I up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jason Fixler. I'm appearing in favor of the hardship application. I'm speaking as a father of two teenagers and as a husband. I've been an Upper West Sider for over 20 years and currently live 4 blocks away from the church. As dear it is to me, so many and much as I appreciate the splendor of the church, it's a gorgeous structure. As gorgeous as it is, and as much as its structural soundness has been pointed out today, the structure is clearly not sound. It disintegrates to the mere touch. So as much as I appreciate the beauty of the building, my children are significantly more valued and dear to me. My children each walk past this structure at least once daily. Both my wife and I walk past this area. Countless of my fellow New Yorkers and guests to the city walk past here. As dear to me is their safety. As an attorney that defends against personal injury suits, I spent a career defending against personal injury suits and have tragically lost a brother. I'm no stranger to the realities of unexpected injury-producing and life-taking accidents. In the case of the church, it is not a question of if we are met with catastrophe, it is when. Based on the reports and the latent dilapidation of the building, it is a mathematical certainty. We need to think no further back than the Esplanade building in the lower 70s, where a mere piece of rock fell from a roof and killed an infant right in front of her mother. To answer all the testimony noting how many people inhabit the church on a daily basis, at their own peril, mind you, I call our attention to the financial district parking structure that collapsed in 2023, despite cars being parked in it daily. It looked fine and sound until it didn't. Let's not make the same mistake here. The safety of human beings is at stake. It is a misstatement to say that a carrier would not insure the building if it was in danger of coming down. This is a red herring.
The next speaker will be Stephen Gerges. Thank you.
Wasn't 2 minutes. Excuse me.
Stephen Gerges, please start.
Yes, sir. Hey, my name is Stephen Adley Girgis, and I've lived on the Upper West Side since 1968. I went to day camp in the church in question when I was a kid. It's kind of a welfare camp where you get the bologna sandwich with a bad piece of fruit. Went to 12-step meetings as an adult, and I've seen the Upper West Side change, and those of you that are in this neighborhood see it. And I don't have anything eloquent to say, and I don't want to take more time away than is necessary, but I urge you to please consider rejecting the hardship. Okay, there's a character to the city and a character to the Upper West Side. It's not measured in dollars. It's measured in community. There's a reason why people leave Poto, Oklahoma, and come to New York, and it's to have community and to have places like this church. That's all I got to say. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you. The next three speakers will be Susan Vogt, Sari Roboff, and Joseph Alexander. When your name is called, please accept the invitation to panelists, and you can unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you will have 2 minutes. Again, the first speaker is Susan.
Hi, my name is Susan Vogt, and I'm speaking in support of the hardship application submitted by the West Park Church. It frankly seems to me that this should be a no-brainer, and while I'm a student of architectural history and generally a strong supporter of preserving historically significant buildings, I am also a realist that not every building can be saved nor should. New York is overwhelmed with the need for programs and services that help those who are not as well-heeled as some of the West Park Church's neighbors are. Especially now, we're living in a time when social service programs are starved for public resources, and the lack of affordable housing in New York is of crisis proportions. Being able to fund the church so that it can pursue its mission of social justice is even more important now than ever. This should be an easy choice. On the one hand, you have what may have once been a lovely church building, but which is now a physical and dangerous wreck, as well as an eyesore, enclosed by sidewalk bridges to prevent pieces of the facade from injuring passerbys, creating not only an eyesore, but even more importantly, a danger from vagrancy to its neighbors, especially after dark. The sidewalk shed has been up for more than 20 years, and the cost of restoring the existing church would be tens of millions of dollars, whichever estimate you use, which the church has no hope to raise, and others who have protested the demolition of this unsafe eyesore have failed to raise as well during that time and only made empty promises, such as, by the way, paying the $600,000 that the Center for the West Park has said it's contractually owed to the church, but has never paid, and has spent $1 million over 7 years, which frankly is housekeeping, not preservation. Here, on the other hand, by approving this application is a fantastic opportunity to not only replace this hazard with a true community space for the church to not only house and rebuild its worship community, but also to provide space for community arts and meetings. Even more importantly, it will provide the church with the resources in its social—
2 minutes. Our next speaker will be Sari Roboff. Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry, if
sorry.
you could
I was
unmute.
unmuting.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was unmuting. My name is Sari Roboff. I live
across the street from the church. The church is one of the reasons I moved into this building. It's one of the most exquisite churches I've ever seen just about anywhere in this country, partly because of its beauty and its smaller scale. Anyway, West Park is pleading hardship. I understand, we've understood since 2007, I believe, when this issue started coming up, that the church and the congregation don't have the resources to repair and restore the building. But that money has now been raised. Most of it in less than 2 years, as I understand it, since Deb Hirschman was hired. And I think people can see the part of the foundation she's laid for raising more. And why raise the sidewalk shed and safety so often as an issue when just earlier this year, the church refused to allow the center to go to bid for that very safety work out of the same concern for the community? The community's held to its side of the bargain. And as a religious institution in 501c3, I believe that the highest and best use of the building should be defined not by the number of dollars that it raises for social services, but the value of the services and the social justice outcomes it can work towards. And some of those things have been emphasized today, and I think that they're congruent with preserving the building. So let me just talk about a few things that have come up today. Sell the air rights and do so at a discount off the 300 to 450 a square feet. That's probably now the going rate. Sell them at 200, 81,000 square feet, and build all 100% affordable housing with that, whether it's through multiple people or just through one development. We don't need more luxury housing.
Okay, that's
and we
2
don't need
minutes
more
before our
retail
next
space.
speaker. We're going to have a quick comment by our general counsel, Mark Silverman. Thank you.
So I'd just like to remind everyone who's testifying
That was
online
not.
who has signed up that you can't see it here, but commissioners are starting to have to leave, and I'm concerned that people are just repeating all things that have already been said, and I would really encourage everybody so that everyone who signed up can speak to with commissioners in the room, that if you don't have anything new to offer, please, it's perfectly okay to say I support or I oppose for the reasons set forth by previous speakers, and add a thought or two. But I just encourage you, because it's very late. The commission has been sitting here for almost 5 hours. So I would encourage you to do that.
Okay, next speaker is Joseph Alexander.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Joe Alexander. I have been following this for a while. I just wanted to say that I have sympathy for the West Park congregation. To me, my concern is that they're being blocked from being able to run their congregation in the way that they want to, and they're being blocked in their ability to raise money in a way that they want to, which would offer great public benefit. And I just have a concern that there's a certain amount of taking going on with the Center for West Park. And I support the hardship application. Thank you.
Thank you. The next 3 speakers will be Jim Kelly Markham, Dylan Walsh, and Noah Lightling.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Jim Kelly Markham. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I'm an architect with 40 years of experience in historic preservation. This application for hardship as submitted to remove the landmark designation for the center at West Park is not valid and should be rejected. In each claim of hardship, it is clear that the hardship is self-inflicted. Claim that the building is vacant and does not serve a purpose for which it was built. The applicant went to court to invalidate the lease they created in order to kick out the center at West Park, who is up to date on lease payments and had a very active cultural and religious programs at the church 7 days a week. This is a self-inflicted hardship. Claim that the cost to make the building safe was unaffordable. As a tenant at the center of West Park has prepared at their expense to restore the exterior stonework per the LPC standards to remove the sidewalk shed. The applicant refused to sign the application. This is a self-inflicted hardship. Claim of insufficient return on value of structures. Even if one to accept the concept that a nonprofit owner is due an economic return on the value of their assets, the applicant has rejected offers by the Center at West Park to pay $30,000 a month in rent. This is a self-inflicted hardship. A self-inflicted hardship should not be used as a basis for removing a landmark designation. Deny this hardship application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jim Kelly Markham.
No, that was me.
I'm sorry, Dylan Walsh.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
All right, I'll make it quick my name's Dylan Walsh. My mother, as well as my sister and her family, live on 85th Street. They're on a weekly basis walking by the church. I've often seen it. The disrepair in it. I think just the priority number one for everyone should be the safety. That is the biggest concern. Number one, priority. If anything was to ever happen to them, I could never forgive myself. And I am in favor for the hardship because of that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers will be Monica Tuval, Margie Epstein, and Mike Sheridan. Speaking in that order. When you're called upon, please unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you will have 2 minutes. Monica, you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Monica, and I'm in support of the hardship application to demolish West Park Church. I believe that this building is beyond repair and is putting the safety of all New Yorkers at risk. Approving the hardship application will give the congregation a fresh start and the ability to refocus its efforts on serving this passionate community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mike Sheridan. Margie Epstein was next, followed by Mike Sheridan. Margie, if you could unmute yourself and begin.
Okay. Hello, my name is Margie Epstein, and I reside on the Upper West Side. I'm speaking to voice my support of the West Park Presbyterian Church's hardship application. While I'm a big supporter of the arts, I'm a bigger supporter of humanity and human dignity. I find it unconscionable to witness every day the gathering of hungry, cold, and I'm assuming homeless human beings living underneath the sidewalk bridge. These people would be the first to benefit from the church's incredible and generous and so needed social justice fund. I've been following the proceedings of Community Board 7. I believe that the church has fulfilled its obligation under the hardship statutes. Listening to the various opponents has been frustrating. The opponents, including the celebrity spotlight, has not raised nearly enough money and has not shown any evidence of bankrolling nearly enough money to repair the endless amount of work to rehab the church to safe measures. I personally would never step foot under the scaffold or go to the church knowing how much work it needs to safely stand. It is obvious that it's crumbling, for the scaffolding's been erected for an insanely long time. There is evidence to support the fact that the church has been very thoughtful and thorough and has now found a way to pray and will now have the funds needed to further its work within a safe space. The church can actually show how they are getting the money to create a new religious community space, as well as how their portion of the money is being spent on the social justice fund. Now they need your help in looking at this case legally and humanly, and not politically. It is evident that the Center of West Park has found new space in the neighborhood, and their work has continued, and thankfully they are now creating in a safe space. Their mission is fulfilled. It frustrates me that they want this crumbling structure to work in instead of the safe space they are currently in. Something doesn't sound right. There's definitely a disconnect. I'm asking that you grant the hardship application. These are good people who need your help.
That's 2 minutes. The next speaker will be Mike Sheridan. Thank you.
My name is Mike Sheridan, and I would like to start by clearly stating that I'm in favor of the hardship application for the West Park Church. As a recent father, I'm appalled that anyone would oppose landmarks granting the hardship application. I learned recently that in 2015, a 2-year-old little girl, still innocent of the world, by the name of Greta Green, was tragically killed when a brick window ledge fell 8 stories, striking Greta. She died the following day from brain injury. This incident was not far away on the Upper West Side on West End Ave. The congregation has exhausted all options and has nowhere else to turn to raise funds to fix the falling down church. I've also learned that the church did not apply for the landmark status. It was instead forced upon them with false claims and hopes from politicians and celebrities that money would be raised to fix the broken down structure. Since then, those politicians and celebrities have failed to raise enough money to not only restore the church, but restore safety and stability to the corner of 86th and Amsterdam. Even with the tragic incident of 2015, all these years later, the same politicians and celebrities are back with false claims that they can raise the funds required. Do they lack compassion or the empathy for the dangers of the same fate from attempting to block the application? And for what? Part of the sale would give the church community programming space.
Mr. Sheridan, are you employed by Alchemy?
Does that matter?
I've said this a number of times. Alchemy is part of the applicant team. Everyone will have a full opportunity to rebut all the testimony when you come back. It is not. It's been a long hearing. The commissioners are tired. Some of them are leaving, and we're trying to get to people, members of the public, who need an opportunity to express their opinion. Quickly, I hope. So I'm going to ask you that you please, you can speak later when the time comes for the rebuttal. So we're going to move to the next person. I would ask anyone else who's in line to speak. If you are employed by Alchemy, please take your hand down so that we can finish the public hearing. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Joe Manzo, Stan Pontier, and Jed Horn in that order. Please. Oh, is that this? Okay.
Hi, my name is Stan Ponte, and I appreciate the late hour. I simply would like to refocus on the Presbyterian Church Social Justice Fund. The resulting money of $750,000 to $900,000 will allow this congregation and the mission of the congregation to meet critical needs across the city. So please, as you're considering this beautiful property and how it can best have a legacy, it is through this fund and meeting the needs year after year with a legacy of giving for people in need. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Joe Edwards, followed by Public Advocate Jumani Williams.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm calling in support of the hardship application. For some quick background, I'm a restoration and preservation architect, both licensed in both New York and New Jersey. Last week, I stopped by the church, and while no one can deny that it was and still is a beautiful building, it's now in extremely rough shape and honestly looks pretty dangerous. I was easily able to find pieces of the sandstone facade on the sidewalk. Some larger pieces I could literally pick off the building by hand, again, easily. Others were just sitting right there on the sidewalk. I mean, just take a look for yourself. And while I'm not someone who normally overreacts, it's in this case, it's hard not to be alarmed. And I can only imagine the extent of deterioration occurring inside the building at a structural level. Over the years, I've seen some pretty rough buildings, and I got to tell you, this is probably one of the worst. And the photos that you can find online don't even begin to capture how bad the deterioration really is. There are large pieces of stone from the tower that look like they can fall at any moment. And trust me, I've seen it firsthand on other buildings. Just this month alone, we probably had, 7 or 8 what's known as freeze-thaw cycles, process where water repeatedly freezes and thaws. In this case, inside existing stone cracks or open mortar joints. This repeated expansion and contraction puts real stress on the stone and the mortar, causing cracking, spalling, and quite frankly, it's exactly the kind of stone failures that you're seeing right on the building right now. And it's only going to get worse. Bottom line, in my professional opinion, the building is too far gone to realistically be saved. It's unfortunate to say, but it's literally crumbling in real time. Thank you.
All right, Public Advocate Williams.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Peace and blessing, love and light to everyone. I just wanted to jump on real quick to lend my name to ask the Landmarks Commission to kind of use the things that have guided it for the past 6 years. I know the hardships have been only given maybe about 13 times or so. I just want to make sure we're not using that as a way to help folks just make a whole bunch of money if there's other ways that we can go about things. And what's happened at that church and what it's been able to create, I think needs to be taken into a lot of consideration. And that is a part of, I think, the social profit as well. The environment that's created for artists and theater is not found in many places, a space that is free for folks to come in, and it really reverberates across the city. So I think it is worth really trying to figure out how we maintain that. And just going for a hardship, it seems like it's a way out so that there don't have to be a preservation of something that's been very helpful to the city. And I want to make sure that the Landmarks Commission is not used to circumvent a way to preserve something that should be preserved. And I wanted to make sure I lent my name to that. And so I think I had a misunderstanding of when this was. So I'm jumping on really quickly, speaking really fastly. But I just wanted to add my name to hoping that we don't do this for the 14th time and allow them to preserve a space that's really safe for artists and the theater community and really push to find another way to do this. So I appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Brian Pombo, Sam Corris, and Daniel Altman. In that order, please unmute yourself when it's your turn, state your name for the record, and you will have 2 minutes. I'm not going to ask. Alan Sheridan, Todd Williams, and Arthur Vogt. All right, Alan Sheridan.
Hi, good evening. I'd like to express that I am in favor of the hardship application to demolish the West Park Presbyterian Church and say that Landmark should approve the hardship application in expeditious fashion. If approved, it would allow the church to have a newly developed space, give them the opportunity to give back to the community. A large portion of any proceeds the church receive should create a $25 to $30 million endowment stewarded by the Presbytery of New York City, which would be referred to as the West Park Presbyterian Church Justice Fund. This would be close to $1 million every year to fund critical community programs across all 5 boroughs, not just the Upper West Side. Some of these services would be food assistance, soup kitchens, immigrant support, housing assistance, and homelessness services. I reiterate that this application should be approved expeditiously, particularly for the safety concerns that have been expressed by previous speakers. Thank you.
All right, Dan Altman.
For the reasons stated. Hello, my name is Dan Altman, and I am here to testify in full support of the hardship application to demolish the West Park Presbyterian Church and to ask the commission to approve the application. The building is beyond repair. There's facade erosion, roof separation, and the sidewalk shed that makes it unsafe and unusable. The center claims today that all of a sudden it has the money to make repairs. They have said that each and every time a repair was needed, but yet they never came through with the repair or the actual funds to make it. It's a fallacy, it's disrespectful, and it's improperly misleading to this body. The church fails modern fire safety and ADA requirements, and restoration, as you've heard all day long, would require in excess of $40 million. It's an impossible sum for the congregation with little or no cash and hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. The hardship application meets every legal criteria. The building is not suitable for nonprofit use. No third party can restore it, and all the approvals are in place. The congregation has exhausted every alternative. They have no path forward if this hardship is not approved. This decision is about more than bricks and mortar. It's about people, purpose, and justice. By granting the hardship application, you are choosing a future where mission triumphs over masonry, where community service replaces decay, and where a legacy of compassion grows stronger instead of disappearing. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Mira Main, Claudette Brady, and Andrew. Okay, we'll start with Claudette Brady.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to
Okay,
Andrew.
I'm here, Steve.
Please begin.
Hello?
Hello, you have 2 minutes.
Stephen, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you quite well. You have 2 minutes to speak. Okay, it looks like you've muted yourself. So we're going to go ahead and move on to Andrew, the username Andrew. Please begin. Claudette,
Yeah,
let us
and
know.
yes. Good evening. So my name is Andrew Hull, and I want to begin by expressing my appreciation for the complicated mission that the Landmarks Preservation Commission has. Preserving the city's history is essential, but when preserving that threatens the future, then it must be carefully evaluated. And for that reason, I am here today to speak in favor of the hardship application. I'm going to forego a lot of the remarks that I had because I'm really confused by everything that I heard today. And perhaps either you can inform me or you can, I will follow up. But what is actually being landmarked here? I thought the landmarking was the building and the structure itself. And after listening to all of the testimony today, it feels as though it's the use of the building as a community arts center that is subject to the landmarking jurisdiction. And I just don't understand how a tenant's mission, no matter how noble or great it is, can convert a use from a church to an art center. We've heard a lot about the church's historic role, its leadership in social justice movement, the founding of the AIDS Kitchen. It's an extraordinary history, but it's history. And I feel that this building cannot be turned into a fossil where it's preserved while the congregation that once housed it collapses around it. As a member of a religious institution, no religious community should be mummified in a historical tomb because these preservation laws neuter its ability to serve its mission. Otherwise, it's a history lesson rather than a living history that creates history for the future. Most of everything else that I had to say has already been said. We all appreciate architectural beauty, but unfortunately, not all buildings, no matter how beautiful or significant they are built to last forever. And we are going to be sacrificing
That's 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
vibrant future.
Claudette Brady, we will give you just a final attempt at speaking. Can you please speak? We see you're unmuted.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, please begin.
Okay, my name is Claudette Brady. I am the Executive Director for Save Harlem Now. I will do an abridged version of our testimony. So the landmarks, and you have the larger version via email. The Landmarks Preservation Commission must determine if the West Park Administrative Commission's application meets the reasonable return and charity test standards set by the New York State Supreme Court Appellate Division's decisions on Trustees of Sailors Sug Harbor in New York versus Platt, which was later upheld by the same court decision on the Society of Ethical Culture in New York City versus Platt, where the court clarified that the Snug Harbor test stating, because charitable organizations are not created for financial return in the same sense as private businesses. For them, the standard is refined to permit the landmark designation restriction only so long as it does not physically or financially prevent or seriously interfere with the carrying out of the charitable purpose. The church can still carry out its core charitable and religious mission, which is the legal standard we must follow. In fact, for years, the church and the Center for West Park has hosted both charitable, performing arts, and community programs in this space. The ongoing activity demonstrates the building's viability and its continued ability to serve the public, directly contradicting the narrative that the structure is useless unless demolished. Crucially, the lack of revenue is not unavoidable. It is not an unavoidable
I'm so sorry,
financial
that's 2 minutes.
hardship.
We need to move on to the next speaker. Thank you. The next three speakers will be Jacqueline Brogan, the username Baker, and Margie Waller. Jacqueline Brogan, please unmute yourself and state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Brogan. I'm a 30-year resident of the Upper West Side, and my husband was born here. I am in favor of rejecting the hardship application. Regardless of all the disagreements today, I just wanted to say I'm very heartened by the passionate civil discourse displayed by everyone here, and I'm proud to be a member of this community that we care so much about safety, social justice, and the arts, and special thanks to everyone on the commission today for giving us all a voice. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Baker?
Hi, my name is Stephen Baker, and I request that you deny the application for hardship for previously mentioned reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Margie Waller?
Hi, I'm also here to ask you to deny the hardship application. I'm a new resident of the Upper West Side. This building was something I noticed before I even bought, and it is one of the first places I went after I moved here. Historic buildings make this neighborhood and any neighborhood I've ever lived in what is so appealing about them. When I left Ohio and Cincinnati, which is another wonderful historic architecture city, I promised myself I would not get involved again in historic preservation fights, but I was really compelled to participate in this one and to ask for your help with denying the hardship application for all the reasons that have been stated earlier. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jody Oberfelder.
Hi, my name is Jody Oberfelder. I'm a choreographer, and in May 2025, I did an amazing performance called Story Time. We used the whole church. It's truly magical inside there, and I strongly oppose demolishing this building. We felt absolutely safe in every space. I see this as it shouldn't be between religion and art because art nourishes the soul. I feel we should work together. Religion is something that gathers people together. Art also gathers people together, and I strongly oppose demolishing this gorgeous building. Thank you.
Anyone else remaining on the Zoom who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. This will be the final opportunity to give testimony. Okay, Vivian, I'll be promoting you to panelist, after which you'll have 2 minutes to speak, followed by Chris Goya.
Hello?
Hello, yes, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Okay. Hi, my name is Chris Joya. I speak in support of the application. I'm a construction manager with experience renovating and restoring older buildings. I've worked on the Upper West Side for much of my long construction career. The once graceful church has become sadly alarming. While the typical photos that we see are of the slow change and we see a stately building, a visit shows something completely different. Facade elements, including brick and stone and sandstone elements, are literally in deplorable condition, and it's allowing water infiltration. And anybody that's ever worked on a historic building understands that water is the enemy. A casual or even expert observer can plainly see the degradation of the facade. There are open joints and failing pointing. The building as it sits, despite the sidewalk shed, is an imminent danger to the community. In the mid-1980s, a facade element fell from the 1929 Westbury Hotel and killed a passerby. These accidents happen. Facade elements that have been subject to water infiltration might easily weigh more than the 300-pound capacity of the sidewalk bridge, and someone could get hurt. Typically, facade restoration begins with scaffolding attached to the facade for stability. That's not possible. The facade itself is unstable. There's really no clear path to patching up this facade and making it safe. It probably needs to be completely disassembled and reassembled, and the costs that have been thrown around here are really unrealistic. It is way higher than has been told. Deferred maintenance was mentioned. This facade with sandstone elements was already beyond reasonable maintenance repair at the time that the building was designated. In 25 years, the building has already had serious degradation, has even degraded further. The building's long out of time. It doesn't even have the years needed to plan and then implement such a program. The identified leaning issue is terrifying. The building is condemnable, and there's no phased work. That's clearly not possible because it would only make
All right,
the
that's
project
2
more
minutes. The next
expensive.
speaker will be
Thank
Vivian.
you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Hi, I'm Vivian Lewis. I'm here representing the endangered species known as Affordable Inspiration, the first institution that profoundly impacted me when I began pursuing the arts after quitting nursing was a designated landmark, the Sideshow Arena in Coney Island, Brooklyn. I went to clown school there. I felt at home. I was among people who saw me, understood me, echoed me, and taught me things that I never would have had the chance to learn or experience otherwise. And then, after a while, I heard some bad news. Some developers, Thor Equities, what a name, had proposed building a massive casino and entertainment complex called the Coney. They wanted to demolish the entire thing. It was heartbreaking, but the community really fought back. A lot of the same arguments echoed, oh, the building is unstable, you need consheba. So on September 29th, 2025, the Community Advisory Committee voted 4-2 to reject the Coney proposal. Then I discover the center at West Park, right? Just a few months later, and then boom, they want to, the same thing is happening. The building stole my heart on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, the building that currently comprises the West Park Presbyterian Church. Again, connections, friendships, etc., etc. And I'm trying to skip because I'm reading from my written testimony. Main thing, killing art and accessibility for profit is something completely devastating. This isn't just a building. It sounds corny, but it breathes, it radiates light, not just the arts section, the church too. Why do you have to separate the two? Church is art, right? Like worship is a form of art because it's, if you want to, talk about the Bible, is pretty well written if you ask me. But history remembers art, not profit margins. Profit margins never made anyone cry except perhaps the artist. West Park Presbyterian is a sanctuary. Please don't destroy. Thank you. I vote against granting the hardship
All right, that's 2
application.
minutes. Our next speaker will be Nua Ansari.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Nuhan Sari. I'm speaking on behalf of Friends of the Upper East Side. Although West Park Presbyterian Church is not within our catchment area, we felt it was important to testify today because this application has consequences far beyond a single building. Your decision will influence how landmark properties, especially those owned by nonprofits, are treated across the entire city. We urge you to deny this hardship application as the applicants have not met the standards of the administrative code. West Park is fully capable of functioning as a church, and the applicants have shown no public evidence of exploring all the options available to them, including pursuing a lease or partnership with a viable nonprofit, nor have they explored the expanded air rights transfers made possible under City of Yes zoning changes. We are also skeptical about the applicant's cost estimates, as the independent assessments that we've heard show that the costs for immediate repair are significantly lower than the all-encompassing figure presented by consultants hired by an owner seeking demolition. Many institutions phase restoration work over time, a reasonable option that has not been meaningfully pursued here. West Park is an extraordinary landmark, architecturally and culturally. Granting demolition based on the record before you would set a dangerous citywide precedent, signaling that demolition by neglect can be used as a route to redevelopment. For these reasons, we ask the Commission to deny this application and reaffirm the integrity of the landmarks law. Thank you.
Seeing no other raised hands, this concludes online testimony. I'll note for the record that LPC received written testimony, including 124 individuals recommending denial and 14 individuals recommending approval.
Thank you. As I said before, we're going to bring this application back in early 2026 for a public meeting where the applicant will respond to the public testimony and commissioners will comment. So let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Mahan, will you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Jefferson, will you second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. So this concludes the public hearing and public meeting for December 9th, 2025. Thank you all for your participation, and we will see you next Tuesday, December 16th, for our next public hearing. Thank you.